It's the ePremierleague Grand Finals, and today, one of these 8 teams will be crowned the 2025 champions.
This is it. Are you ready? This is the moment where greatness is defined. Where individual brilliance can cause chaos.
Manchester City, ePremier League champions!
Where small margins have huge impact.
This is the moment.
Put everything on the line. Where the true greats prove themselves.
Where
Names are etched into club folklore.
this is the moment
Sure should be.
Really are. That is truly special!
To make a change.
to get everything for the club.
Last kick of the game!
This is it. The ePremier League Finals. Are you ready?
Hello and welcome to the ePremierleague Grand Finals. We are here, we are in London. It's day 2 and we started with 20 teams and now we are down to our final 8. Going through all the action with me today is Casey and Brandon. Casey, today is going to be a very special day.
Oh my goodness, I am so excited. The stakes are high. Everyone has been working to get to this point. Trophy on the line, World Championship, eChampions League, cash prize. I mean, they're all looking for it.
They're all looking for it indeed. There's 8 teams here, 4 of which competed yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, yesterday was a special day. We had, 20 Premier League clubs yesterday. Now there's only 8 that remain. We went through 2 rounds of knockout stages, and for 4 of our clubs, FG, they had to just sit back and wait for today. They were honoured a quarter-final spot because of their performances last 3 weeks ago, but yesterday was special. I mean, that free kick at the end, we saw it in the VT, was crazy from Everton.
That free kick at the end was absolutely crazy. Listen, let's head over and show you what happened yesterday. Hello and welcome to the ePremierleague Finals.
It's all about knockout football. Alexander-Arnold finds Cole Palmer into a Barbo! Times it green to Rashford! That is truly special. Marmouche, 3-2 on the stroke of half-time. What a turnaround from Fisher. Callister fancies that one, just drills it into the back of the net. Look at the pace out from that! Son, twist, turn, finesse! 5-5, we got into extra time for the first time today. He's taken one for the team. He had to. Everton! It's going to be a tap in. It's a 3-goal gap, but Nick Sneb's done his part of the job. McAtee. As Spurs make it 7-2, congratulations Tom Lees, Nick Sneb, they're on their way to a quarter-final.
ePremier League MVP.
Sam Brewster. I think they'll shake hands now, that's the job done. Southampton go through. Low Griffith into the next round, that's huge. Fulham go into a quarter-final. Commiserations to Everton.
We started with 20 teams. We are down to our final 8. Wow, what a day that was yesterday. We are down to our final 8. Let's take a look at the bracket straight away then, shall we, and show you how things are going to be going today. I mean, that first fixture, Ipswich Town versus Tottenham Hotspur, is quite incredible, isn't it?
It is about to be fantastic. We're looking at Ipswich. They're 2 of the highest-seeded competitors in the competition, Stingray and Mark 11. On the other side, we have Tottenham Hotspurs. They had to fight through the round of 32, round of 16, a tough group stage, but about to be a fantastic face-off.
It is indeed, and we're also welcoming back some very, very big names to the scene. I mean, Ipswich in themselves have got Mark 11 and Stingray, then there's Tex, there's Manu Bashore, there's Matty. I mean, today is a massive, massive day, isn't it, Brandon?
Massively, and look, you look at the players of Manchester City, Liverpool, Brighton and Albion, Ipswich, they've had to wait 3 weeks to play today. They weren't able to play yesterday, we're just sitting back, waiting, raring to go. Does it give them more pressure? Does it, if anything, are they really excited to get it going? Because it can mean so much today. You win a couple of games, your season changes. We're talking eChampions League, we're talking the World Championships, but even bigger than that, ePremier League Championship title status on the line.
Yeah, we will be crowning our ePremier League champions 2025. And we've asked our experts how they see today going. Let's start with you then, Brandon, and take a look at that bracket. You didn't think we were going to keep it from everybody watching at home, did you? First things first, Ipswich Town to beat Tottenham Hotspur, but then Ipswich Town to lose to Brighton and Hove Albion. I wonder who you support.
Definitely not Brighton of Albion by the looks of it, because I didn't predict them to actually win in the final. A big Brighton fan there, I can't lie. I'm looking forward to Karim Matoma potentially getting that upgrade of his SBC item, which will happen if Brighton win just one game, because it's a win and a top 4 guaranteed. Looking to the bottom side of the bracket, Manchester City, I don't predict them to be in another final this year. I think there's a lot of pressure behind them, and I think that Liverpool are going to go the full way with their new roster of Manny Bashir and Lex.
Yeah, and an incredible SBC, Joe Gomez, available as well. Casey, let's take a look at yours, shall we? Your predictions, no surprises that you have picked Manchester City, the club you support, to go back-to-back ePremier League champions.
Absolutely. I think we're going to have a deja vu situation and run it back the exact final that we had last year, Brighton versus Man City. But in my opinion, I think City are going to get it. I'm also looking for a James McAtee upgrade.
Just a quick one. Brandon?
Sorry. We haven't seen your bracket, but you haven't said Man City, have you? Because I see what's going on here. Man City fan, Man City fan. I'm a Brighton fan. I've said Brighton aren't going to win.
I'm just a host. I'm an impartial host today, and I'm so delighted to be here. You've actually predicted that Ipswich will lose their first game. Ipswich are the favourites here today.
Yes, I have. I think that Spurs are going to go through that one. You know, I was trying to be different with it. For all the Timo Werner fans out there trying to get the upgrade, that's for them. Yeah,
well, let's go and hear from the Ipswich guys, shall we? I wonder if they've got anything to say about Casey's predictions.
Well, I'm joined by the Ipswich representatives. You're the only team that's still unbeaten in the tournament. We've got a tough first game. You were able to watch it in its full capacity against Spurs. How are you feeling for it?
I'm feeling confident. You know, I thrive for these big games. A little bit of a grudge match there as well, so it should be good fun.
Yeah, it's a rematch from 2021 for you, and also a rematch from earlier in the season against Nixneb. Again, how do you feel for that game?
You mentioned we're good friends, of course. On the friend side, it'll be a fun game, but obviously one of us has to win. Hopefully Sting gives me a nice 10-0 lead, so I can don't have to do much second game, but yeah.
Do you prefer to start or to finish in the second leg?
Look, if I get a 10-0 lead, I'll play second, but if he gives me a 3-0 deficit, then we could be in trouble.
Yeah, what about you? Prefer to start?
Nah, I want to be the glory man at the end.
Okay,
I want to have the glory.
Yeah, of course. You've already got your World Cup spot. There's an opportunity to, of course, if you do well, to get marked that same spot as well. How much would that mean to you, of course, your friends, to help him get there as well?
Well, first of all, careful how you say friends. But obviously, helping my teammate get a spot would be unbelievable. Of course, you know, making the final for me means in Champions League, which is a massive, massive event. So final and then winning it.
Yeah, of course. It's not going to be easy. ePrem, of course, is a very, very difficult competition to win, but I wish you both the best of luck, and I'll send you off to get ready for the next game.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, let's get our quarterfinals underway then, shall we? And welcome our players for our first quarterfinal. Please welcome the players from Brighton and Hove Albion and Southampton. And up next, our featured match. It's Ipswich Town, the favourites, against Tottenham Hotspur.
Well, the players are getting ready. They're out in the main booths right now. Myself, Richard Buckley, and Red Light. We've got a couple of minutes before we get underway. Red Light, you're a professional player. You've been here at this stage before in quarterfinals of the ePremier League. What will they be feeling right now, having made their way to the stage a couple of moments before we get underway?
Well, Rich, there was nerves yesterday. There's even more nerves today. World Championship place on the line and an ePremier League champion status.
Well, what we're also going to do, we're going to try and inform you, educate you a little bit at home on Ultimate Team and the teams that are going to be used. This is Stingray's squad that he's assembled. He's got 13 million coins to build it. That's using the prices on Ultimate Team. You're only allowed to use players who have played in the Premier League, icons and heroes, or current Premier League players. And this is what he's assembled. What are your main takeaways?
First things first, the budget. 13 million coins, a plus 3 million coin budget on the group stage, and we've got two expensive centre-backs. I really like that, as well as Marmoush up front, an interesting 95 rated overall item.
No bench as well, no bench whatsoever. We talk about Marmoush. He's in 29 of the 40 squads that came to play here in the ePremier League, and we're going to take a deeper dive into some of his stats, what makes him so good, and maybe why you should be looking to pick him up at home.
I think the first thing is the 98 pace. He's really, really quick in-game, as well as other stats like 94 finishing and 92 shot power. So he's lethal in front of goal. And one more, Rich, 99 agility. He moves so quickly on the ball, and he's really good in game.
Let's have an even deeper look while the players are getting ready here at some of those play styles. He's got 10 play styles altogether, and they're sort of all over the place. 3 in shooting, a couple in passing, he can sort of do everything, can't he?
Yeah, and I really like the technical playstyle plus. This makes him move at a pace, but he keeps good control of the ball. So that's really good in game, as well as incisive pass and tiki-taka to play them first-time through balls through to the wingers.
Well, keep your eyes on Marmoush. He could be pivotal in this matchup. It's going to be Ipswich Town getting us kicked off. They were the top scorers in the group stages. They're the #1 seed in the ePremierleague. Will they keep it going? Let's find out.
Bruno Fernandes, can he score? Yes, he can!
For me, the group couldn't have gone better. Thankfully, I got 12 points out of 12.
I got 2 wins, 2 draws, Sting on all these 4 games, and it was the perfect day, really.
Yeah, we topped the group, that's all we could ask.
Finish from distance!
I think it's definitely made us a lot more confident winning the group. To go out there and win every game, it's definitely something that picks you up.
Honestly, it was easier than I expected.
He's quite enjoyed himself over it.
I don't really think it's fighting talk. I mean, they shouldn't feel bad if they lose to us. I mean, we're the favourites to win the whole thing.
That's a good one, yeah, nice. Hey, well done.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks, buddy.
It's a 10-0 result for Ipswich. Stingray's been untouched.
For me to win the ePremierleague, it would mean a lot. I can finally say, I'm the best in England.
Never actually won a major in international level. So for me, I've got to win it. Obviously, it's massive. We both win it for us. For personal level, Ipswich, everyone that really supports us, to be honest.
Well, here we go then. 8 teams remain in the Premier League, and we kick off with these quarter-finals. Myself, Brandon Smith, and Ryan Pessoa will be guiding you through these first 2 games. Someone who's been before in an ePremier League or a number of ePremier Leagues. Ryan, how are these players feeling coming in today? Because they know what's on the line, right at the distance. World Championship tickets, E-Champions League spots, the cash, the title. How would you get through this first round?
It's different because, of course, the players that finished in the top 4 in the previous stages, they would be sitting out. So it's a different level of emotion and preparation. But for these players, the likes of Spurs, Wolverhampton, Southampton as well, we saw yesterday that they had to play games. They had to reach this stage. So I think for them, it might even work in their favour because they've got the reps in so far.
No, absolutely. Look, this is where we start. We look at Ipswich Town versus Tottenham Hotspur on the left-hand side. Then it's an all-South Coast matchup between Southampton and Brighton and Hove Albion. So many big names in the Premier League here that have been to finals before. Champions of the Premier League. Let's not hang about here. Let's jump straight into the game if we can now. We're kicking off on the Xbox first and foremost. And please do keep in mind, it's an aggregate scoreline. We kick off on the Xbox first, then we play on the PlayStation. It's the aggregate scoreline between the 2 games, which will determine who goes into the semi-finals, or more importantly, which FC Pro partnered league item will be getting an upgrade. Here's Tom Lees now, looking to try and break down Stingray, which we have to say already, what a game this one's going to plan to be. There is a poll live in the chat now. Who's going to win this big game? 52% of you saying that Tottenham Hotspur are going to take the win against Ipswich Town, who, don't get me wrong, they've not had to play a game this weekend. They were flawless in the group stages 3 weeks ago, winning 6 of their 8 games. It allowed them to top the group. As Richard Buckley said, the top goal scorers in the competition as well, scoring 40 in total. They've got a deadly duo, and it's the first time the Tractor Boys have been in the Premier League, Ryan, and they can't really complain at what they've seen so far.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to be seeing a familiar theme there with Ibarbo being a target man.
Double reverse Elastico, Victor Ibarbo off the post, chance goes begging. Update if we can in the other game, Brighton of Albion against Southampton, and it's the Seagulls that have opened up the account there. Javinho, 2 minutes in, against an ePremier League runner-up, Sam Brewster. He's not in a Brentford shirt now, but the colours are similar in a Southampton top. He's 1-0 down.
Yeah, just a driven shot inside the box there with Javinho. Perfect start for Jayden, who, I spoke to him earlier, wasn't feeling the best after practice games.
If you are wondering as well why the likes of Javinho and Barber are playing in these ePremier League teams, it's players that have played in the ePremier League that are allowed to feature in the form of a hero item. In case you missed it, they came out as special for birthday items a few weeks ago on FC25 Ultimate Team, and it's allowed them to be part of these squad restrictions here today. Alongside that, icons such as David Beckham will feature, Rio Ferdinand, just to name a few. There's a long ball over the top there. Can't find Thierry Henry, and we might be 17 minutes into this game, but we've been joined by someone already on the commentary side of things. Shorey joins us now of Leicester City, teammates with Tom Lees in the hashtag house outside of the Premier League. Shorey, first and foremost, I mean, congratulations on a fantastic ePremier League run. You've had a bit of time to dwell on it now and look back. How are you feeling after yesterday?
Oh, well, first of all, hello, guys. I'm excited for this fantastic game. Yeah, fantastic yesterday was. I had an absolutely great time out there on stage. Absolutely. I really enjoyed it. Tom's in here.
Tom Lees will pick up the phone 21 minutes into the game. He's been there before in the Premier League. He's won the Premier League with Watford a few years ago. How important is that, Shorey, that he scored first in a game where there's so much pressure on you?
It's just a typical Tom Lees goal. I've watched him do that more times than I could ever imagine, to be honest with you. And he's looking over at me now with that beautiful smile of his. No, that's really big early doors. And also Brighton here, 2-0 up.
Wow.
I mean, I've seen Gervinho do things, Ryan, but I've not seen him score 2 goals like that in a Brighton of Albion shirt.
Yeah, he's running riot for Jayden in his first game. How would Nixon be feeling, Shorey, just waiting in the wings, seeing his teammate play? I feel like it's more nerve-wracking watching than playing.
Well, going off what I did yesterday, I can tell you it's absolutely petrifying watching.
Yeah.
You, of course, believe in your teammate and you back them 100%. I think we know in this Ipswich-Spurs game, this is a game good enough to be a final in terms of the you know, the calibre of the two players. But I know how much Nick Snebs trusts Tom, and it will be the same with Mark and Sting as well. Like, the trust for each other is all there. But it's the most nerve-wracking thing of all time.
Well, they have played before, these two, and it was actually in the Premier League back in 2021, where Stingray was playing for Liverpool and Tom Lees was playing for Spurs. Can you remember the score of that game to put you on the spot?
I was in the HQ.
2-1?
I believe
2-1 Tom.
Thomas won on penalties.
It was 2-1.
It was 2-1.
Was it?
See, Shorey, come on.
I'm thinking of a different game. I'm thinking of a different game.
Shorey, he had to score that chance there. Ibarbo,
yeah, that's huge.
That's a great chance. That could have been 2-0, and it gives him a safety cushion in this game. Because you know Stingray, they're the top scorers in the group stage. He's going to score a goal. It's just more so when Tom has those chances, he needs to tuck them away.
Yeah, and I think we know
Stingray, Doumbia, offside, won't count. Just going back to that, it was actually 3-2, Tom.
3-2, Tom. Fair enough.
But it was in the first round of the knockout stages back in 2021, the year that Shells won the Premier League in that crazy penalty drama against Olilito of Leeds United. There's a chance here that will be defended well by Haaland, and I'm hearing more updates. I'm hearing, is it the Seagulls? They're making some noise over there. 25 minutes into the game, Thierry Henry has put them 3-0.
He knows the low driven.
Jayden Broden is on fire at the moment. What a start he has had, Ryan Pessoa.
Yeah, yesterday we saw Sam Brewster for Southampton. He didn't start off well in his game in the round of 32, but he ended up scoring late on to lose that game 3-1. But it ended up being enough on aggregate because of Michael Fisher. But I'm sure if you're Michael Fisher, you kind of want just a little bit more to put you in good stead for that first leg.
That is to Ibarbo. He's going to pick it up and then try and find maybe Omri, just fakes the cutback with a player lot still.
I thought he was going to Travella, you know.
Ooh. Very much in possession. And happy to take his time.
Guys, we're seeing a lot of these chips up to Ibarbo. I think we're going to see a lot of this with the aerial silver of Ibarbo from both of these players. I feel like it's something in Sting's game, and obviously Tom's doing it a couple of times here. But both players being very patient on the edge of the box, which is what we're expecting to see in these later rounds.
I've got a question for you as well, Shorey. Sorry, Ryan, to jump in. You were pulling off these first-time through balls yesterday, Shorey, that everyone was applauding. I mean, Victor Ibarbo was being the provider. He looked like he was being a playmaker, Terek East, the number 10, but he was just on the wing. And I mean, talk to us about that. How effective was it for you?
Well, extremely effective. And obviously these new FUT birthday items that have come into the game, with the 5-star, it just allows you on both feet to be doing first-time through balls, etc. And it gives the opponent so much to think about. Like, it's so difficult to mark. And here we see that header again.
Oh my days! Stingray! There's someone off the training ground there.
Yeah, that's a Zach Moore special.
You said keep it up for the little chips.
It's these pros at the top level, they're doing things like this to get in behind, which is, you know, Tom's not really done anything wrong defensively. It's unmarkable.
Yeah, I was about to say before that chance, Tom has been player switching and pressing unbelievably well. But then that, again, you can't really account for that. A goal back in this game, fantastic little pass there in behind. Ibarbo Sam Brewster representing Southampton. Still 3-1 down, a long way to go in that game.
I mean, he's been here before, Shorey, Sam Brewster. He was a runner-up. It was one of the craziest ePremier Leagues we had. Well, back in 2022 when Norwich won it, Brentford were in a final. And for him to still be back here, those amount of years on and be competing at his level, look, you can't write him off ever.
No, absolutely not. No, and that's a huge goal for him, just to get one goal back there, being 3-0 down, because you do get worried at that point it could get even worse.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, added time of 1 minute. Guess what, Shorey? Sam Brewster's just scored again.
Has he?
We're going to see it live in a second now. Southampton have just pulled another goal back there. Brighton of Albion were 3-0 up. Now it's 3-2 through this goal here. Ryan, talk me through it.
Yeah, it's an extra pass. It's similar to a Shorey pass there. It's just not lofted. It's just not
in the air, right?
Yeah. But it's a triangle through pass in behind, and that's an important moment. Maybe Sam Brewster only kicks in when he's 3-0 down. Maybe that's the thing. But yeah, it's a good way to get back into the game.
I truly believe them types have got. There's actually a lot of skill involved in the timing of doing those.
100%, yeah.
There is a lot of skill.
You need to trigger the runs and everything. Yeah, perfect.
Well, if you haven't heard or seen, we have got Shorey with us on the commentary for this quarter-final. Part of the hashtag house, of course. Let us know if you've got any questions for him in the Twitch chat. We'll pick out some of our favourites to ask him. I'm sure you'll be all right to answer a few questions.
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe just don't give away all the trade secrets. Half-time in our featured games. He's 1-1 in this one. Tom Lee started superbly well. Stingray coming back with a really well-crafted goal.
The thing is, this game, this is a serious grudge match, you know.
It is.
It's a
huge game.
Wow, these two. There's a bit of history. There's a bit of bite about this game. So, I'm interested to see who comes out on top.
What was Tom like coming into this game last night? Any conversations, how he was feeling? He knows who he's up against. He's up against a player who's already qualified for the World Championships. He qualified in January via the FC Pro Open. He knows the task in front of him.
100%. Tom, big on the attack here. Cole Palmer finesse. Freezing Cole Palmer. No, Tom obviously knows that, the kind of player he's playing against in Sting here. As you just mentioned, already being at the World Championship. Probably fair to say one of the best players in the world right now, Sting. So Tom knows exactly what he's up against, but he knows he's got the level as well. Like, he's back to that confident Tom that we know and love, and that's what I want to see.
Oh, Marmouche is so fast, wow.
We saw he had 98 pace in him, but my God, he can move.
And there's that over the top again. Got to keep looking out for that. That is going to be so constant throughout this entire game.
How do you try and look out for that whilst also worrying about long shots, etc.? Do you find it difficult? I'll let you answer this question first from Ben.
Ben Martin says, Shorey, how good of a teammate was Broomy? I cannot speak highly enough of Broomy, guys. He was absolutely amazing. Even when I went 6-4 down at the end of that game, he was just like, mate, do not worry about it at all. Everything's all good.
Javella?
Top. Very good effort there with the time green.
Let's have a look at this one very quickly. We'll talk more on that in a second. Quick corner played, and this is Tom Lees now of Spurs. It won't come to anything in the end. Another question comes in, Shorey. Who do you think is going to win the whole tournament? Do we need to ask?
I've got to say Spurs, haven't I?
No, but do you believe that though? Are you just saying?
I believe I did have this match down as being very much whoever wins this
wins the whole
would win the tournament.
Fair enough.
For sure, but I just think the level we've got at the tournament this year, Liverpool in Lex and Manu, you've got obviously City as well in Tex and Bonanno. It's just, I think it's the highest level we've ever seen at an ePremier League.
Agreed, yeah.
100%.
And just very quickly, you do it enough for the hashtag house. Best budget striker right now on the game. Give us a Premier League answer if possible.
Ooh. In terms of what kind of budget are we talking?
You can't really say Thierry Henry, team of the year, can you?
I'd love to say Thierry Henry, team of the year. You know what? That Liam Delap winter wild card's meant to be ridiculous. If you're on about a really cheap card.
Yeah.
I mean, look, he's got 99 pace as well, hasn't he, that Liam Delap winter wild card. There's been another goal in the Brighton of Albion Southampton game. Surely not. We'll have to find out which way it has gone. Here is the goal again.
Oh, it didn't.
Southampton,
wow.
3-0 down to 3-3. Sam Brewster, what a turnaround that is.
Honestly, that is amazing from Sam. That is absolutely amazing.
It's very easy to dip your head after that. You're 3-0 down. You sort of feel like you're letting down your teammate as well as yourself. And then you manage to bounce back early on as well. That is really commendable.
That's such an interesting part about this format as well, isn't it? The mental side of things as well, like taking into consideration your teammate throughout a game, which I experienced yesterday.
I mean, on the side of Jayden, you just conceded 3 goals. Surely, part of you now, the momentum must be with Sam Brewster.
You're thinking a little, you go into the mindset a bit more of like, okay, I want to just give it my teammate. It's Tom in the box here. Good defending again from Stinger. They're kind of cancelling each other out a lot in situations, Sting and Tom here.
Oh, could be in.
Doumbia. Goes all the way across to a Barber, long ball across the box. It's really well done. Marmouche just held his run. And it was all about the cross, all about the pass to the back post, where he could just slot it in.
Low driven cross. You see the through ball. He was triggering Ebarbo and then Marmouche as well. That's a fantastic cross. And from then, it's sort of just in your own hands. You just need to aim it towards goal, and Stingray takes the lead. What?
Well, sorry, Shore. What has happened here? 4-3 Southampton.
Wow.
3-0 down. Sam Brewster. Don't forget the name.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
We're all kind of speechless here.
What goes through your mind if you're Mark watching that?
I think you're obviously kind of just wanting the game to end at that point.
Yeah, just you take the 4-3.
You would probably take the 4-3 and run because you're worried about it going a whole lot worse. That goal from Sting there, by the way, I believe that was the L1 double square.
Yeah,
Tom, you know, he did the player switch to it, but you can't get there.
He actually defended. I was going to say he defended it pretty well in the sense that you can't get there though.
You actually can't get there.
Yeah, so it's not terrible defending. It's just great attacking and triggering of runs from Stingray.
Final 15 minutes. Back to you, Tom Lees, for a 2-2 equaliser. Marmouche finds a Barber, could have went to ground there, but able to stay on his feet. As it currently stands, Ipswich heading into their second leg with a small 1-goal lead.
Better opportunity there.
It was, yeah. I don't know if the goalkeeper was moved or not, but it was something that it opened up with Ebarbo.
Let us know as well at home, what of the SBC items did you choose that are linked in with the Premier League? Obviously, you've got McAtee, Gomez, Matoma, and Timo Werner, you can see on your screen. Timo Werner will already be getting a +1 to a 90 because Spurs did win their opening game yesterday. But with the top 4 here, if they were to win this game overall in aggregate, the German forward of Spurs would go to a 91 rated player. The same goes across the board for all of those other FC Pro partnered league items.
Lovely play.
Thierry Henry, player locks on. Nice little scoop turn. He goes into the danger area and he just scoops the shot. Barber, how's he not had a clean connection with that?
Tom Lees at Playerlock Park, and I tell you something, he was close there. Sting's got away with one a little bit.
I was surprised that Barber got ahead of Lewis Skelly there. I don't know, but it was so close.
It's a strange one, because I think in that situation, you're disappointed if you Sting that goes in, based off the fact his defender looked like he was kind of in the way of it first.
Well, he jumped back in. There's a foul that just on the halfway line for a split second. I thought that was potentially going to be the other way around and a last man foul. Last 3.5 in-game minutes. I mean, even if it stays like this, Shore, this is set up perfectly still for a really tight game.
I think in this format, the kind of thing you want is this. You don't want a blowout in the first game that goes to 3 to 4-0 before the other players played. And with the ability of these two players, I think it's it's nice that it goes into that last game, as we see.
Brighton Hove Albion 4-4. He needed that, Ryan Pessoa, didn't he? Because he was probably stressing mentally. I cannot throw away a 3-goal lead, let alone pass the controller over to my teammate and give him a 1-goal deficit to chase.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd feel some type of way if he lost that game, and even drawing, he'll still be disappointed. You're 3-0 up, so you kind of feel like it was in your hands. Last attack coming for Tom Lees and Spurs.
A Barbo! At the death! It's a clean slate as he'll pass the controller to his teammate. 2-2.
Wow, that is a massive goal in this tie. That is humongous. And he come out with the booyah as well, did Tommy.
Stuck it in there, just a pass to Ebarbo. The shot at the near post as well. He's very, very well constructed attack. You can see. The thing is, that changes the mind, though, of Mark 11 here, coming into the second leg, because you were seconds away from being up by 1 goal in the second leg, and now you're tied against somebody who you've played a lot this year as well in Nixneb.
Yes, yeah, of course, played him in the group stages. I think at this point now, for Mark and Nixneb, obviously for Mark, it'll feel like a little bit of a sucker blow because of the situation of the late goal, but both of them will be happy, probably. They back their own ability in this, so I mean, now a 1-game shootout.
Stingray doesn't look happy at the moment. He would have loved a goal lead to take into that one as he just scrolls social media just to give himself a minute of a break. I mean, look, this is setting up perfectly across both games. Let's quickly jump across to the south coast. to see Brighton of Albion against Southampton. What a game this has been. Honestly, you have two quarterfinals at the same time. Barbo, is he onside? Penalty shout waved away. Haaland looked like he could have been the culprit. Tim Howard comes out and Brighton of Albion will get away with that one.
That's as stonewall as it gets.
Added time of 2 minutes. Back to you, Brian. If you can score on this counter-attack, you'll be laughing.
Some sort of first-time through ball here, potential.
Saints look to
he's overdone
make the most of this, and we've played the added time of 2 minutes, or have we?
Hold on.
Marmouche. Oh, it's a gift! Oh, blocked off the line, near enough from Euro, and it'll be a chance to break. But if we can, let's go back and look at that penalty. Was it a penalty? It looked like a penalty. Sam Brewster's saying, how wasn't it a penalty?
Nah, come on, look at this. He's in. Referee. The ref, it's Mark Marley. Mark Marley's the ref. Has to be. His teammate's the ref. It can't, that's crazy.
He can't believe it.
Mark's still looking.
It tells you everything, but they're just laughing at the end of the game.
4-4 between those two. Both of these quarterfinals are set up perfectly for the second legs. I mean, look, it's basically 0-0, isn't it? Across the board, 2-2, 4-4, but we have to be clinical on that Brighton of Albion performance. You're 3-0 up in a game there, Ryan.
Yeah, that will feel like a loss, even the 4-4. You can take solace in the fact that you showed mental resilience because you were 3-0 up, you went 4-3 down. A lot of people would have caved in and they could have lost the game, but you done well to bounce back.
And especially when you went 4-3 down, sure. I mean, you've been in this situation before. Like, you could easily just lose your head, and next thing you know, you're 5 or you're 6-3 down.
I think genuinely for Jaden there, that's like outstanding mental ability shown in a way, because like getting it back to 4-4 after that, like each goal in these, I can't explain how big it is. Obviously, it goes without saying, but like, you know, like that goal at the end there for Tom. Both these games, this is such an exciting start to these quarterfinals, though. So exciting.
It's what we want. Look, we got a few questions for you as well coming in, Shuri, from the chat that have been enjoying the show so far. Remember, keep your questions coming in. We can see you at the Twitch chat. First and foremost, how will Tex get on today? Coming in from Swaggertron?
Swaggertron 3000.
I mean, I love a Twitch name. Look at that. I mean, what's your thoughts on how Tex will do today?
I believe Tex will win all of his games. If I'm honest, I was speaking to him. You know, with Tex, sometimes when I talk to him, it's not like he's not cocky. He's just
confident. And
he's just
rightly
really
so, though. He should be, That's what he was confident when I spoke to him. I feel like, as you said, I agree. I think he wins all his games.
Yeah, I think it's a case of can Matthias get over the line as well? I mean, there's no reason for me to doubt Matthias Banana at any point. That's why we've been saying there's genuinely 4 or 5 teams that can win this today.
Another question coming in as well. Shuri, what would your tips be to someone that wants to be a pro player? I mean, the ePremier League is a great example of players that are making that movement into potentially being a pro.
I think I get asked this a lot on my stream and stuff. I think something I would say is genuinely your mentals towards the game, the way you treat it. You know, let's say you lose a champs game or something like that. Taking a little break, genuinely, I can't explain how much it can actually help you, because sometimes people just play and it can make you play worse.
I remember when you first came into the scene, we were both at the same team together years ago, and it's like a different person now. Like, you're enjoying yourself. I feel like it's key just to have that mental approach and go into games, but
yes,
nice
absolutely.
to see.
That is the tip for everyone at home. Just take your time and have a little break. Load on something, I don't know, for a second, then come back on the game.
Well, then we're looking to jump across now onto the PlayStation. Nick Sneb against Mark 11. I mean, look, these two players know each other pretty well, Ryan. They played in the FC Pro Open a few months ago.
Very good friends as well. I've been overseeing them playing practice over the last couple of weeks anyway towards ePremier League. So this game, honestly, I love giving a prediction. I can't call this game. I don't even know. They both played each other this year in a group stage FC Pro. 1-1, 4-2 one week, and then one lost 4-2 the other week. So they're tied basically in terms of their results this year against each other. I don't know how this goes.
I have got absolutely no idea, but what I do know is we're going to see a very entertaining game of FC.
The biggest part about this is it's such a team effort in the ePremier League. You pass the baton over and you've not really left any, you're not put in a bad position. It's a one and done. It's a simple one-game shootout.
You've done your job, you know, with the level of these players as well. You've done your job, and now it's it's on Nick Sneb and Mark to put in a big performance for the teams here.
Both players as well, I would say, are both of them anyway, mechanically gifted players in the competition. Like, they're so good at the skill moves, the intricate details. It's just how it matches up.
Hello, early doors, Nick Sneb! 3 minutes in, Victor and Barbo!
I'm telling you, there is no one better on this planet. Ryan just said 2 of the gift and the can.
Yeah.
But there is no one better on this planet, I believe, than Nick Snebb around the box.
Same, I agree.
He is the most unpredictable skills, manoeuvres. It doesn't make any sense. You don't know what gear he's in.
Yeah, it feels so good just to see him perform on the biggest stages of all, because I feel like that's something he needed just to overcome a little bit over the last couple of years. So he started off really well. Still a long way to go for Ipswich and Mark 11 to try and bounce back into it.
And remember that he's only 1-0 up in this game. It's the aggregate scoreline that you can see on the screen. It was 2-2 in game 1. It's 1-0. 4 minutes in. I mean, if we saw 5 goals in 4 minutes, it'd be a pretty ridiculous game of FC, but that won't be the case. We've kicked off our other game as well between Brighton of Albion and Southampton. That's 4-4. We will give you updates from the all South Coast clubs as the match unfolds, but we're on the PlayStation. Remember, Spurs win this game. They don't just go into the semi-finals. They also get Timo Werner to a 91 rated item.
And a lot of people will be happy at home.
Yeah.
Is Tommy getting a few messages about that?
Oh, Brandon, I was about to mention that. His phone's been absolutely flying.
Has it?
That's on.
Is he onside, Marcus Rashford? I think he is. He's won the pace battle against Ruben Diaz. Couple of ball rolls.
Oh, my goodness.
Nick Snebb, take a bow, my son.
Well, you said minutes ago, Nick Snebb, he is so deadly around the box. He knew exactly what he wanted to do there. So often we sort of critique players for having a bit too much time and not really understanding what they want to do.
To the ball, it's perfectly timed. He spoke about timing. Rashford's onside, powering in a goal. Look at the skill moves here. Just, oh, it's perfect. Green timed.
I'm telling you, there is not one person on this planet that can defend that. You can't predict doing something like that. It's the trickster fake shot he does just to gain a little bit of space and then into that skill move. It's next level. It's
if
next
you're
level.
marking Ipswich there, that would knock you for 6 just confidence-wise, because you're thinking, wow, I can't even... Hold on.
Oh, wow!
You can't doubt Mark, though.
Yeah, never mind, Travella.
Straight back to you, Ipswich. 30-plus yards, time Green Travella. I joked around saying that we wouldn't see 4 goals in 4 minutes, but we've seen 3 goals in about 5 minutes.
See, I would say I'm a bit of a Travella connoisseur myself, you know. I like them ones in the middle where it's not obvious, but then if you get the power on it, you get the green time, and it gives you a huge chance to score.
When you're at more of that, diagonal angle,
I like that
people
one.
expect
They don't even move
more.
the keeper that much.
That one, no one's moving the keeper for that.
Little peekaboo. You don't expect it.
Important of the goal is that, sure, in terms of how the game was swinging. It was, what, 2 goals in 10 in-game minutes. The momentum was very much in the side of Nick Snebb, and then to come out with something like that just pulls you straight back in.
That's massive for Mark's mentals, for sure. But I just know the goals are just going to keep flying in this game. This is just very entertaining for everyone involved.
The thing I would say as well for Mark, the way he plays, a lot of his goals come from the extra pass in the box. Now that he's shown he has the capabilities to take that long shot, now Nick Snebb's going to have to move the keeper and maybe just be a little bit more susceptible when he's defending as well. So he has to watch out for that.
100%. 100%. Marking that long shot with the keeper, it means you have a split second of not defending the same. You open up in defence. It happens so often.
Rashford, the goal scorer of the second. I mean, just look at his play styles that he offers as well. It's a power shot and a finesse. It's the ultimate combo, linking him with the pace and the skill move set that he has. Such a viable option.
Very open game, this. Very open. Both players kind of just flying at each other here.
A small chance to have a breather in the help of a free kick. It's another big win there at Barbo. Still no update in the other game. We have just heard it's still 4-4 between Brighton and Southampton. 8 goals in the first leg there between Jadon and Sam Brewster on the Xbox. Now Mark Marley takes on Michael Fisher, the 2 Scottish players who have been national teammates in past times, having to go head-to-head. The winner of that game will play the winner of this one. Is he onside? It would be an unbelievable timed run if he was onside.
I think something like quite crazy about Nick Snebb's team, the more I look at it, is obviously the Rashford card is amazing, but no one's really using it.
Yeah, and I spoke to him about why he's not going with Henry, and he just says he feels as if Rashford is better.
Yeah, like
so.
And the way that Nick Snebb wants to skill, I think he might just feel a little bit more slick to skill with. Obviously, Henry doesn't have the 5-star skill moves as well. He has that 5-star weak foot, of course.
But the best part about that is as well, there's only 2 players out of the 40 that are using Marcus Rashford, Shuri.
Just the 2.
Just the 2. And Nick Snebb is one of them. So he must back him.
Well, after that fourth goal that he just scored with him there, I think it all makes a lot of sense.
Keep in mind that it was 13 million coins the budget for these players in their FC25 Ultimate teams. It was a 3 million coin increase. Did that help you a lot with your team, just especially with the prices dropping, even like a Salah, like he sort of halved his price in 3 weeks?
Absolutely, Brandon. I think when they dropped a little bit and we saw the extra bit of budget, you know, I was licking my lips at the thought of Thierry Henry up top, and yesterday he was massive for me.
Marmouche, blocked by Tim Howard with that save of feet trait. Quick corner comes in, should be dealt with by Ruben Dias. We have a half-time in the other game. Brighton 4, Southampton 4, 0 goals in the first 45 minutes, as though 6 minutes just zoomed past. Henry comes short for it there. Nice little use of the player lock from the Team of the Year icon.
Sneb on the attack here. Marmouche, by the way, crazy card.
Trent went for that little dink up that we've seen a few times from Ipswich in that last game, especially when Bruno Fernandes was able just to dink it into the path of Doumbia. Just off camera to the side of me, Brighton of Albion just in a few words with their coach. They haven't restarted the second half yet, using that full 90-second pause. Remember that they were grand finalists last year. They qualified for the Champions League off the back of getting in the grand final, and it was probably one of the most entertaining EPL finals I think I've ever seen.
Oh, absolutely. Sneb.
Speaking of Nick Sneb, step roving his way forward with Team of the Year Cole Palmer, Victor Ababo, putting Kirkes into a twist. Back to Palmer, he'll go, a little fake shot. Still building it, just...
Sneb's got me pulling all kind of faces here, honestly. I can't contain what he's doing.
He just gets quicker, Ryan, doesn't he?
Yeah, and it's a difficult thing to mark because you try and play a switch to predict a passing lane and then he's gone. It's so difficult when he's playing like this.
And these top players, they're so efficient at hitting the speed boost at the perfect time, when you least expect it. You know, defensively, both these guys, you've got to be so locked in to mark all of these speed boosts.
Well, about a minute left of the first half, and that will do us. As it stands, Nick Sneb, 45 minutes away from one of his best ePremier League runs ever. And overall, he can't really complain. I mean, other than the Trivela, Ryan, there's not been a great deal that he's had to deal with.
No, Mark hasn't posed too much of a threat going forward, as you said, other than that Trivela. But I think he's done well. That response from kickoff saved the game, in my opinion, because that looked like if he continued after that, it could have pulled away from him.
100%, and I think important to note with Nick Sneb is how good defensively he is now as well. I feel like he's known for attacking, but defensively he's actually so stable as well, which he's just shown there.
Let's just see if we can have a listen in quickly.
You'll get chances. Yeah. There's no need to rush anything. You're so good at attacking, you'll create at least a few.
You had to fight with a long shot on the edge now, so you might have a pass on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Come on, bro.
Well done. On the opposite side of the stage. It looks like he's ready to go. They've said what they needed to say, but you heard a few key words there from Zach Moore. We won't go into too much detail about them, but it was the goal that they scored, Ipswich Town, and I think he's just saying more of the same.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's getting in your players here, just saying, you know, basically believe in yourself a lot of the time. Like, that's what everyone's going to be saying to each other with how good these players are. And I think they're all very used to the fact that, you know, you can go goals down in games and quickly turn around scorelines as well. So I don't think Mark will be feeling absolutely, you know, desperately disappointed at half-time, especially against how good Sneb is.
Well, there hasn't been any goals in the other game at the moment. Brighton of Albion against Southampton. I mean, it's such a different scenario we find ourselves over there. Do you think that's just nerves coming into that, or is it just two play styles just matching up?
You never know if it's, you know, sometimes just down to both players defending extremely well.
What a ball.
See that early play a lot from Sneb there.
Rashford, reversal has to come in. Step over in, ball rolling, twisting, turning his way around the box. Nick Sneb still just ducking and diving. Tackles from Ruben Dias and Erling Haaland. You get those wrong, you're looking at potentially 10 players left on the pitch and a penalty. Going the way of Spurs. Abarbo. Does do enough to keep the ball. Lewis Skelly might only be a team of the week guy, but he does his job. We have an update for you. Which way has it gone? 20 minutes left on the clock. It is the man that's played in every single ePremier League, Mark Marley, in a Brighton of Albion shirt for a 5th year.
Mark has just got the clutch factor, Mark Marley. He just has. He's just got it. And I love the aura about him. He's just so chilled.
That's onside. Henry's in the middle as well.
Henry, it should be a tap-in for him. Henry, can he get the angle? Tim Howard! That's why he might be the most popular choice of a goalkeeper in the ePremier League for those moments.
I think it's the right shot choice from Mark as well. I don't even think it's a bad shot choice at all with the angle Thierry Henry's at there.
And a chance to counter-attack straight down the other end for Spurs. It's all going through Marcus Rashford. And we saw exactly what he could do in the first half, especially with the skill set and the confidence that Nick Sneb has in the final third here. Player lock, not used this time. Player lock maybe used that time. Wins a corner. Keep an eye on Haaland there. Towards the front post, there is Haaland. It's defensive one in the Ipswich Town shirt. That...
thought that was a goal. He just didn't jump.
We're almost underplaying how much of a good chance that was, for that to have gone over his head.
It went past everybody and then, oh, wow.
Hold on a second. There's an update in this game here. It was a penalty to Brighton of Albion. Rio Ferdinand gives it away, but Brighton missed the chance with Bruno Fernandes. And that game is currently in a pause now. Southampton may have just kept themselves in that game, Ryan.
Yeah, that's a key moment. To miss a pen as well. I feel like if Mark Marley scored that, I would go as far to say that's pretty much job done, especially if he defends the kickoff as well.
Rashford. He's petrified. Just going on his own.
As you said, Shori, Mark is terrified anytime Rashford gets the ball.
I can't blame Mark either. When you're playing against the best attacker, one of the best attackers in the world, but Mark's straight up the other end here.
Abarbo, can he get the angle?
Moved keeper well.
Such good keeper movement.
Flick on! Oh my days, Erling Haaland. What on earth was that? We can see that again on the replay in a minute. How close is it? If that's a time green shot, is that the difference, Shori?
Yes, if this is green, I think it's 100% a goal. And I will say, after playing Mark in practice a lot this week, he scored that against me one too many times.
He said it yesterday in commentary. He actually was telling, I believe it was Nick Sneb, about how to score from that scenario. I think 3 weeks ago they were having a joke saying, how do you score them? He openly told him Stingray wasn't very happy about it yesterday, saying, don't be giving away tactics to our potential opponents.
See how tense it is in both of the booths as well.
It's more for the, I mean, you know what it's like. What's it like for the partner in this scenario? Like yesterday when you were watching Brumillon and there was moments where he's going to get back into the game. How nerve-wracking is it?
It's that feeling of not being in control. I think that it's obviously really difficult for the players. But I'm not going to lie, looking at both these booths here, like all the players, everyone looks pretty chill, pretty relaxed, like locked in, just knowing what's going to happen here. But you just feel a bit helpless, of course.
One player that's not relaxed at all is Jayden Groden of Brighton of Albion. He's currently watching his teammate Mark Marley on, and he cannot. He can't really watch the game. It's nerve-wracking for him. There's another pause in that. Brighton are still in front 5-4 as we are into near enough the last 10 minutes of that game.
Just going back to the first leg as well, how important that goal from Tom was at the end. You can tell, I'm looking at Stingray, and you can see it's still eating him alive inside, thinking if he didn't concede that, technically they would be joining, and the approach would be completely different.
100%. Now, Tom celebrating like that, he knew how big that goal was.
Agreed.
He knew how huge that goal was for this tie.
85 minutes on the clock in that Brighton-Southampton game. The Seagulls 4.5 minutes away from a semi-final, and Karim Matoma getting a +2 upgrade. If you've got the SBC item, will go from an 89 to a 91. This game, though, might also feature an upgrade, quite a healthy one, for Timo Werner.
We can see Mark here definitely got a bit of a press on at this point. It's a kitchen sink job here, chaps.
Marmouche, desperate to try and find Henry in the air, but the 6-foot-plus frame of Erling Haaland. This is where you really, you know, we talk about it a lot in competitive FC, being mature in like these last 10 minutes. All those games you've played in champs to qualifiers to just being able to game manage possession. Such an underrated skill. And often so hard to do. That's a bit of a gift. Abarbo, Marmouche, Palmer! Is that enough to send Spurs into a semi-final?
Wow, I don't even know what to say, boys. I don't even know what to say. It's Nick Snebb. He just extra composure is just amazing. Obviously, the man stands slightly back, keeping him onside. I'm not even seeing too much of a reaction out of Tom there as well. I think Tom himself wants to just stay in the moment.
Update over in this game. It looks like the Seagulls, Bruno Fernandes making up for that missed penalty. 6 goals to 4. That's your first semi-final coming up a little bit later on. Brighton against Spurs. The winners go to this year's E-Champions League.
Hey, what do we say? Mark Marley, he's just got the clutch factor about him. He just absolutely has. He's so amazing, and it's no wonder he's been at every single ePremier League.
Did Tom play against Mark Marley?
In the grand final.
Yeah.
Yep.
Back in 2020.
Yep.
Watford against Bournemouth. It was the season, it was all online, but they'll be matching up again. They might not be on the same console. It's a full-time result there. Southampton eliminated Brighton of Albion into the semi-finals. They were grand finalists last year, and they're 1 game away from being back in the top 2 again. Let's jump back into this one, though. It's a 2-goal lead for Spurs and Nick Snebb. 7 minutes left. There will be chances, Shuri, but you've got to be perfect.
Mark's got to be perfect from here, and this is a huge chance.
Well, this is one of them.
Really surprised he's not gone to the back post there, but Mark, he's really good at these corners. Haaland!
Van Dijk, heroic off the line.
That right there might have just got Spurs into the semi-finals.
That moment of brilliance or luck or the right animation.
Oh, with Barbo, he will hold away
if you want to describe it.
And as Snebby, you've just got to tick down this clock as best as possible. And this is a horrible situation for Mark to be in. You're throwing everything at it, but you can't get anywhere. Top game management, though, this. Absolutely unreal.
We're in their first ePremier League season. Ipswich Town.
Wow. Oh my
Off the line from Virgil van Dijk's face. He didn't know anything about that one. Top 8 for them in their first time in the ePremier League. Stingrays are at the World Championships, but for Mark, unfortunately, he won't be there. Henry comes forward, and it hasn't been their day. Full-time result, Spurs win. 5 goals to 3. They will play Brighton and Hove Albion in this year's ePremier League semi-final stages. And Timo Werner will get that upgrade alongside Matoma. That's your first 2 quarter-finals done. After this, Man City take on Fulham and Wolverhampton Wanderers take on Liverpool in the ePremier League final. And it's up next.
Right, if you want more rewards, join in on the action of our EA Sports FC Twitch and YouTube channels. By watching 15 minutes of the ePLFinals weekend, you're eligible to receive a 75+ player pick. Watch an hour and you can claim a Prime Gold Players Pack. All rewards are untradeable. For more information, go to www.fcpro.com.
Welcome to the grand final of the ePremier League 2024 between Brighton and Manchester City.
This is it, Manchester City! It's a very nervy ground final, this one, as Manchester City lead Brighton by a 1-0. He's edging closer and closer, driving forward. That's brilliant from Bernardo. And that will do us, Manchester City, ePremier League champions!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here with the reigning champions. They did it last year. Can they do it again? We will have to see. Manchester City. Tex Bonanno. Bonanno, I'll start off with you. Second year here with Man City. I know you guys topped your group, so you've been sitting pretty these last couple of weeks, but tell me about those preparations. How has everything been going since we've last seen you?
No, the preparation the same time always. Now it's brackets, it's different, but the same time always. I want to win every tournament, so it's the same.
So you guys are going up against Fulham first, and I know that you are competing second. I want to know your opinion. Do you prefer to play first, second? Do you like the glory going for that second match? Which do you prefer?
For me, it's the same. I trust in myself and I trust in my teammates, so it's the same for me.
All right, well, Tex, you've been in this position so many times. How are you feeling going into this quarterfinal?
I feel good, to be honest. I feel confident. And yeah, if I just play my game, I think we'll get the job done. And if Matty plays his game, easy job.
Well, I do have to ask, you've already been in this stage before. Do you think last year's route to the final was easier, harder? Which route would you prefer?
I couldn't care less, to be honest. At the end of the day, you have 3 games. If you win them all, then you're ePremier League champions. So I don't care, but I just want to win today.
Can you go back-to-back?
Of course.
All right, well, we'll have to see. They do have a live item in the store, and I believe there's someone across the arena that has a very big heart sign on that James McAtee item. FG, do you like that one?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that James McAtee. Let's show you all the live items then, shall we, that we've got, which are all based on performance here at the ePremier League Grand Finals. One of them...
Two of them now?
2 of them now, sorry. Have completed their upgrade.
They are.
Timo Werner and Mitoma. Which ones have you done then, Brandon?
Matoma and Gomez. Gomez, you know, that's why I put him in the final of Liverpool, but Brighton of Albion, I can't complain. Ryan's sitting here saying Matoma's he's a terrible pick.
No, I didn't say terrible. Hey, come on, don't get me out of context. I haven't completed them
telling
myself.
me, I was going to say, you're telling me you've chosen a Spurs player?
Nah, I would have chosen Gomez and James McAtee. I didn't complete it.
Oh, so you're on the broadcast and you haven't completed?
Listen, my team's too far gone. We've got team of the years all over the place.
Have you not seen his pack? Like, I don't think he needs any of these SBCs.
Well, that is honestly how the other half live. Well done, Ryan. But listen, a massive welcome to everybody who's watching us now on the Premier League YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us for the Premier League, ePremier League Grand Finals. We've got so much action to come. Listen, I want to talk to you guys about 2 teams that we saw yesterday in yesterday's action. I want to show you some clips from them. Fulham and Wolves, they were absolutely incredible yesterday.
Yeah, it was good to see Salmon kick into gear because we know what he's very capable of doing. Lo Griffey as well performed extremely well. So duo that I would say exceeded expectations to reach the top 8, but they've got a mission in front of them. The reigning champions, Man City. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And then Wolves has been, what a reward for Wolves it is to play a team that they're going to be playing here at the Premier League Grand Finals.
I think the one thing that these two have, Kai Harris and Mitch Hayward, that they've played together before, FG, and I just feel like they're here to have a good time as well. The pressure isn't really on them, you know, in the nice way, but the expectation for them, they can play with free money, they can play with free reign, they can just go and enjoy themselves, and what a chance to have if they were to go and beat Liverpool. What an upset, what a shock it would honestly be, and they'd be 1 win away from the Champions League.
Yeah, absolutely. Money Mitch was in some form as well. There was a moment yesterday, game management-wise, I think he restricted his opponent to not touching the ball in the last 20 minutes of the game. Yeah,
Mitch Hayward is someone you don't want to come up against if he's got a 1-0 lead, let alone when there's money up for grabs, there's a place in the quarterfinals. So, yeah, he'll be hoping, well, this time out he starts off. Pretty sure, right? No, sorry, I stand corrected. He'll be hoping that Kai Harris can start off well for him for Wolverhampton.
Well, listen, let's take a look quickly then, shall we, at what we've just seen in our first quarterfinals. Because, I mean, look, if we're looking at the Tottenham side, they've just knocked out the favourites of the competition.
I think the one thing that I love about those matches, especially FG, sometimes in the 2-legged format, the game 1 can kill game 2. It can be a 5-0, it can be a 4-0, it can be a 3-0. Both games 2-2, 4-4. I won't speak about the fact that Brighton were 3-0 up and then they went to a 4-4 scenario. There's a penalty miss, but they were both fantastic quarterfinals, and we can only really hope for the same on the bottom side of the bracket.
Yeah, and then we're looking at the bracket right now. Like I said, we've got our semi-final. It's Tottenham Hotspur against Brighton and Hove Albion later on. But first, Manchester City and Fulham, and Liverpool against Wolverhampton Wanderers. Who are you backing?
I'm going to give my prediction. I'm going to predict for Man City to go through and also Liverpool. However, I did predict Ipswich to not only beat Spurs, I predicted them to win the tournament. So, yeah, I'm sort of like the Grim Reaper with predictions. You kind of don't want me to root for you because you might go out. So, I don't know.
Yeah, luckily enough, we didn't get to show our brackets, and I don't think we will. Is yours still alive?
I did say Ipswich were going to play Brighton in the semi, so I'm out.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm out already.
He is out already. Listen, one team hoping to go through to the next round. And they've, of course, got the live Joe Gomez item available in-game, are Liverpool.
C'était important pour nous de gagner le premier match, surtout que c'était un derby.
Lex has opened up his ePremierleague journey.
C'était aussi notre premier match dans ce championnat, donc on voulait vraiment prendre confiance. C'était 2 matchs très serrés, je crois qu'on a gagné tous les deux 2-1. Mais ça nous a donné beaucoup de confiance pour les prochains matchs.
I think I got welcomed into the Premier League against Arsenal with a defeat.
Manny Mature in a Liverpool shirt will not remain unbeaten in the ePremierleague.
But yeah, for me it was a good day. We finished first, good sensation for the finals.
It didn't take him long, did it?
It's not for no reason that we teamed up together. It shows that we trust each other and believe in each other. So yeah, if I didn't think we could finish first of a 5-man group, then I wouldn't be taking part in a 20-man tournament.
They're a new duo with the ePremierleague, but they look very much at home at the moment.
Moi, j'ai senti beaucoup de confiance de la part de Manu et il sait que je lui fais confiance aussi. On a beaucoup discuté sur des techniques, sur tous les choix des joueurs. On aime échanger et c'est important, je pense. Donc voilà, je pense que c'est ce qui est le plus important.
Just looking at the trophy, looking at what you can win, there's no reason to be not motivated.
Well, Liverpool Football Club have done it before at the ePremierleague. Will this new duo of Manu Bachori and Lex continue their accomplishments? Myself, Richard Buckley and Case, going to be guiding you through this next round in the quarterfinals of the ePremierleague. Just because you're a group topper, just because you're a favourite, doesn't mean you can fall, because we've seen some big shocks. And I think if Man City and Liverpool were not to win in this round, it would absolutely be huge in the complexion of this tournament.
Yeah, we've already seen Ipswich go out of the competition. They were top of their group. A lot of people expected them to win the entire competition. And so expect the unexpected. I do like players coming in from these last couple days because they're hot. They just competed yesterday. It was very, very difficult. Coming into today with confidence, I'm here for it.
Well, let's see what the reigning defending champions can do. They'll kick off the ePremierleague quarterfinals and their campaign to defend their title up against Low Griffith and Salmon representing Fulham. It's going to be Tex getting us underway for the Citizens. They were outstanding in the groups. He was one of the only players alongside Stingray, Tex, to get 12 points out of 12. Ipswich are now out of the tournament, so Tex is the only player to be flawless in the ePremierleague. You've got a game, Tex. Wake up. Coming your way. As Low Griffith will get us underway. From right to left in that Fulham white strip, and Man City from left to right in the maroon. We'll keep you up to date with what is happening between Liverpool and Wolves, but our featured game here on the main stage will be City and Fulham.
No team has ever gone back-to-back, Rich, getting that championship here in the ePremierleague. So there is a big opportunity for Manchester City to potentially lock that in, but we're a ways away. We are only in the quarterfinal here, and first they have to get through Fulham.
Let's see what City can do. He's taken Tex 4 minutes at the ePremierleague. He might not have played for 3 weeks, but it looks like he has been grinding those hours away. Mo Salah just drifting into the box. The sprint touch there with the rapid plus and a simple finish.
What a start. What a start for Tex. I think that that's the exact thing that you need to have the confidence here in this quarterfinal stage. Tough start for Low Griffith, but plenty of time left to play. He's still yawning.
Yeah.
He's still yawning.
We've got one of the competitors from the ePremierleague joining us. He was representing Bournemouth over the weekend. Unfortunate not to be in anymore, but Adam Ryan will be joining us in the commentary booth very shortly. If you've got any questions for a professional FC player, get them in the chat. We'll dig some questions out to him as Man City will come forward once again. Cunha getting a shout. The only player to select Cunha in their starting 11 here is Tex. Bruno Fernandes, Son on the edge. This could be dangerous once again. Just recycling the possession, waiting for a space to open up. Very, very particular when he wants to press sprint and when he wants to accelerate away. Goes out of play for a throw-in. Adam Ryan, welcome to the commentary booth. Firstly, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm a bit gutted, to be fair. Obviously, it was tough circumstances yesterday, but I've learned over the years there's no point in dwelling on it, and happy to make my casting debut today.
Here you are. What a game you're going to join us for, Man City versus Fulham. It could end up being the tech show, as in this first 11 minutes, Low Griffith's not really got a touch on the ball. That's a dink out of the back. That's going to be dangerous. You've watched for a long, long time Manchester City and Tex. He is relentless in his approach. Just before I get your opinion on him, Adam, we've got a goal between Liverpool and Wolves, and which way has it gone? 20 minutes into the tie. Bruno Fernandes round the corner, and Lex has opened up the scoring with Marmoush.
Fantastic start there for the Liverpool side. We'll see if they're able to hang on to that being up in the game.
Low Griffith with a chance here, coming forward. Trent doing down the byline. Talk to me about Tex. Adam, you've been in this scene for a long time now. He's been there every single step of the way. What makes him so good?
Well, you know what you're going to get with Tex, Mr. Consistent, but this isn't just Tex. This is Tex on Xbox, where he had a lot of success, and I think that's also a big advantage as well. I heard a lot of the players talking last night, and they do think he is the best Xbox player. So not only is it Tex, but it's Tex on that console where he got a lot of success, and you know what you're getting with Tex in the ePremierleague as well. He is always turning up. So yeah, just an amazing player, and I know from the interviews from the players as well as as a chance comes in here for Henry.
Yeah, simple, wasn't it? He just cut him open. Henry with the finish, Tex 2-0 up. And this looks ominous for Fulham.
Great situation to be in for Tex and Man City as we see Low Griffith's reaction. Going into the replay here, we start off with Mo Salah, through ball in to Henry. That is his main man there. He's got the finesse. As we see the celebrations for Tex, he's looking very, very strong in this first half.
I've also got to ask you, you're very sort of close with another team in this tournament. They're in the semi-finals. Brighton, you're good friends with a lot of players on that team. Happy to see them go through. Now you're sort of you're more impartial. You've took your Bournemouth shirt off. Happy to see Brighton going through. This could be catastrophic at the back, actually. A mistake from Low Griffith, giving Tex back over possession. Bruno Fernandes and Lampard linking up nicely. Around the corner to Son. Will he get a strike away? Lampard, Salah, finesse shot, good defending. Talk to me about Brighton.
Yeah, I'm definitely not impartial today. 100% want them to win. Obviously, Marley's been one of my best friends in the scene for a long time, and I know how much work they put in behind the scenes because I also practiced with them. So I do hope they go all the way. They've got a bit of a redemption arc, they've called it, going on from last year, obviously losing in the final to Man City. So yeah, I'm not surprised they got through, but I think the next round is going to be really, really tough for them.
Do you think by the wider public and by the even some of the players here that they are a little bit disrespected? Yeah, they're not talked about as a potential winner.
100%. They actually, not many people called Brighton to even win their group. That's them done it 2 years in a row now. So I think they're definitely going to get that respect soon.
Question coming in here. Who is your favourite, I'll go Premier League player in FC 25? Who did you have a joy using?
Has to be Thierry Henry for me. I think when the budget got released for the group stages, I was really disappointed because I'd practiced with Henry. He was in my team for the other tournaments, so I was devastated without him. But a chance comes in for Low Griffith. This could be a big moment here with Cole Palmer.
Yeah, unfortunate. Howard just comes out and takes what he needs there. Who do you think is going to be ePrem champion? I can imagine that's quite an easy answer. Is it Brighton?
Yeah, I have to back the Brighton boys 100%.
Redemption tour for them here.
And it wasn't plain sailing in the opening game against Southampton either. Mark coming out with a 2-0 win to solidify the tie, 6-4 on aggregate, and it will turn over. They'll be eyeing up Spurs in the next round, the semi-finals of your ePremierleague 2025. The prize money will increase every step of the way as well. £100,000 to be distributed across teams in this competition, and FC Pro World Championship qualification as well.
Now, Adam, I do have to ask you, that last round of games, I think that we had some surprise that Ipswich went down. Do you think that Brighton are happy about that, or do you think they would have preferred Ipswich in that semi-final?
Well, again, obviously they played Spurs in the group and they actually lost both games. I believe they lost to 6 points there, so I'm sure they'll know those players better. And I don't think they'll have played against Ipswich too much. I know Jayden and Stingray practiced a lot together, so I think when you get this far in the tournament, anyone who's here deserves to be there, and you just have to focus on yourself. So I don't think they'll be too bothered. They had a job to do and they managed to do that.
Absolutely. I've just heard half-time between Wolves and Liverpool. 1-0 still. Lex leading in that matchup. Quite a cagey first half. It's been cagey, but it's also been dominant. Like, Low Griffin's not really been involved in this game, as Tex does end up getting the third goal.
There we go.
Just on the stroke of half-time. Man City are cruising here at the ePremierleague.
Absolutely, that is 3-0 for Man City. Tex dominant here in this first half as we see the replay come in. Once again, starting off with Mo Salah. Fantastic pass in, 3rd time's a charm, but he does get the final goal-scoring opportunity there with Thierry Henry. As we see the nod, fist bump with Adu, his coach. Yeah, he's looking good.
Talk to me about coaches in FC, Adam, because you've done it from a player's perspective, and you've also been behind a player when they've had success in tournaments, Champions League, Premier League. What for you makes a good coach?
Well, I definitely wish I had a coach yesterday for a start, but it's been having that ability and trusting the players to change when you feel like things aren't working. Brighton whole week practiced in a different formation, got to the venue, both players switched to 4-4-2, both players are playing the same style and the same pattern, so I think it's that decisiveness. But one thing you don't often think about with coaches is they also have to, you know, notice when things aren't going well, but maybe the player can't adapt straight away, so maybe the player has to do more offside traps. If that's something you've not worked on before, that could lead to you conceding easy goals, so you have to be very smart with what you say to players as well.
Sometimes it's how you say it rather than what you say.
Yeah, and players are different. I mean, you know what you're getting with Marley, for example, very consistent, robotic in a way, but Jayden, more emotional, more attacking, flowing, and then you've got Tex and Bonanno. They actually swapped their coaches out before this tournament, so that's something that's very interesting as well.
Yeah, I think every player needs something different from a coach as well. That's why we see some teams have 2 separate coaches. Some like a bit more chatter during games. Some don't like speaking to their coaches at all. So you really just have to know what that player wants and do exactly that.
I think I'd need sort of like a Neil Warnock-esque coach behind me. Just play well, enjoy it, but do it with discipline. As discipline is what Liverpool are being right now. It was a bit of a mistake at the back, actually. Son finishes it, top corner. Lex and Manu embrace fist bumps all round as a 2-goal lead up against Wolves. Low Griffith struggled to get really anything clear-cut in this matchup yet. Marmouche will try and be the catalyst, as he has for many players. A couple of nice messages coming in here for you. It could be for anyone, actually. I might claim it, but I think it's for you, Adam. The aura has damaged my screen.
I'll take the credit, but could be for you, Richard. Wouldn't surprise me.
How nice would it to be this good? Tex the GOAT. I'll ask you that question in a second, Adam. Not that it's saying you're not that good, but he is a bit special, isn't he, when it comes to FC?
It's the way he's free-flowing in the attack there. Like, the problem in this game for Low Griffith and Fulham is the fact that Tex has been allowed to control the game. Not just control it, but control it around the box. And when you get Tex in this sort of flow state with the quick passes, and you know what he's been doing all year, it's that finesse, it's Son, and it's not a surprise at all.
Talk to me about sort of, he's so like, he'll almost stop dead on the ball. That's part of his style?
Yeah, 100%. That's a Tex special. It's something I've tried to implement in my game, but the problem is when I do it, wow.
Ooh. Hello, Wolves.
That's a massive goal.
2-1, Mitch Hayward. Don't count him out.
Stopping on the ball is something I want to talk about, though, because when I do it, I end up getting trapped in the press, but Tex is very, very good at stopping, and what it does, it makes your opponent think they're worrying about, and he's not just stopping, he's triggering runs at the same time, so the opponent, yeah, is really uncomfortable, and a lot of the top players do it. You'll see Manu do it in the second leg for Liverpool as well.
Going back to that Liverpool-Wolves fixture, do you think there could possibly be an upset? Mitch Hayward looks like he's coming back into it.
It's definitely possible, and you know what you're getting with Mitch. He's very solid. The game's always going to be close, and I think Kai's the more free-flowing attacker out of the two. So it would be a massive shock, but it's definitely possible, and the game state sort of suits him right now.
Kai versus Manu plans to be a great game.
100%. I think there'll be goals in that game, that's for sure. But it is Manu, obviously, our world champion, is a really tough player on the stage. But Wolves have a wealth of experience in this competition. They're always there or thereabouts for many years now. Chance this would be a big moment for Fulham.
Yeah, a couple of step overs, but can't quite put the ball past Tim Howard. Stands up strong to it. He's had chances few and far between, Case. That sort of had to go in.
Yeah, I think that's a necessary goal, especially as we're thinking about his teammate next to him, Salomon. He's looking at this game like, I have to go into this next round against one of the top players in the world, Matías Bonanno, and it's just looking more and more dark, more and more difficult. And one goal, it's not going to be much. It would still be a 3-goal deficit, but at least it gives him a little bit of hope.
This game being as it is at the moment, and Tex just sort of seeing it out. So let's jump over. Let's have a look to see how Wolves and Liverpool are progressing. It's a tighter affair. It's 2-1, and we'll stick on this game for a little while and see how it is progressing. Liverpool leading 2-1 at the moment, but the last goal in this match did come via Mitch Hayward and Wolves. Good running down the wing here from Mitch Kirkes, but Ababo, he's just too strong. He's too fast. He's an unbelievable addition into these squads, Adam.
You can talk about him in attack, but he actually has the bruiser play style, so that's why it's rare for an attacker to have that, and what that's doing is allowing him to bully some players off the ball. And if you look at the options against him, the fullbacks are probably the weakest point of the teams here as Son comes forward for Liverpool.
Yeah, the left-back area especially, it's a lot of Kirkes, really, and as good as he is and good as he's been this season in the Premier League, an item to reflect that. Just not as quick, not as strong, not as physical than Victor Ababo. You might have seen Joe Gomez there on the screen as well. That's because there is an item that was available to complete via SBC. You could pick 2 items from Gomez, McAtee, Werner and Matoma representing the clubs in game. If Lex was to win this matchup, that Gomez would get a nice +2 upgrade, taking him to 91 with some nice stats as well. That's a big chance. He squandered it on the first time, or the second time I'm asking. He's got 3-1 up and reaffirmed that 2-goal lead.
Yes, absolutely. Lex putting himself in a much better position as we take a look at the replay here. It was a rebound situation. Started off with Cantona, flicks it up to Bruno, doesn't quite get there, but on the second attempt, he's able to pop it in the back of the net. Him and Manu celebrate.
You saw that goal, the final pass into Cantona. It looked like a double tap pass.
Yeah.
Why would he have done that? And for people at home, what's the sort of positives of a double tap pass, and how would you do that on the controller?
To do it, it's just simple. You'll double tap the triangle button. The positive of it is that it's very unlikely for the defender to actually intercept it in the position when the attacker does have the run. And that's something not a lot of players were doing in the group stage. I went home, I watched a bit of Liverpool, I saw Manu doing this, and I tried to implement it to my own game. And I think almost all players are doing it now, but I think only the big players are doing it in the big moments, and that was a big moment. Yes, the goal was a rebound, but when you get in that area, you expect the ball to be hitting the back of the net.
We've got 2 games here. 2-goal lead here for Liverpool, sorry. Wolves trailing by 2. And the last time we saw it, Man City leading 4-0.
Adam, we talked about those live items. We see Joe Gomez here on the screen. Did you complete that SBC? Who'd you choose?
I chose none of them.
None of them?
Purely because I was on the side of the bracket for Spurs and Brighton, so I didn't want to
give it that bad aura.
If I was going to choose, I would have, of course, chose probably Liverpool's ones. They come forward again. I keep speaking about Manu, obviously, because I was a PlayStation player, but I mean, we have to talk about Lex as well.
Absolutely.
Debut in the competition, and he has been on fire. Just looks so comfortable in attack.
Well, I'm hearing full-time results. Tex 4, Low Griffin 0. That means that it's going to be a huge turnaround needed for Salmon as he takes on Matías Bonanno on the PlayStation leg of action. As for this matchup here between Wolves and Liverpool, as it stands, 3-1 is where we'll be finalising going into the second leg of action, unless we can see one final bit. No, we can't. That's going to do us. Lex with a lead, maybe not as convincing as people expected coming into this matchup. Adam, we're going to say goodbye for the second leg. It's been an absolute pleasure with you. Final thoughts on these two games? Do you see it going, I imagine, City's way and Liverpool, and also prediction for who's going to win it overall? Who's going to be in the final?
I do see it going the way as you said, with the teams leading, currently winning, but it's not a disastrous position for Wolves. As I said, Mitch is the guy who's going to protect the lead, but if you need goals, you're going to want Kai on that PlayStation side to score them. Prediction, it'll be these two teams who are currently leading going through, and I think the final will be Brighton against Liverpool.
There you go. And Brighton to win it?
Of course.
There you have it. It's big at the moment. We're in the quarter-final stages of the ePremier League. Matthias Bonanno's got a huge lead going into that second leg. Let's have a look at what he's using at the moment. It is Palmer, Son, Gervinho up top, Lampard, Trent, Bruno. What do you make of that team, Case?
Yeah, I think the biggest player on here that I have learned this weekend that I need to add into my own ultimate team is that Gervinho item. He is just so solid in the attack. He's so speedy, especially against, we've mentioned multiple times, some of these fullbacks that can't quite keep up with him. Also love the Cole Palmer shout. He's not on too many squads this weekend. But Van Dijk, that is a very expensive team of the year item to add to that center back position.
The only player to use him. He's in 1 out of 40 teams. 2.5%, 4.8 million coins. It's a lot of coins for a centre half.
Yeah.
Is it worth it? I mean, we're going to see now.
Yeah, we're going to see.
But you've only got 30 million coins of budget available, and you're spending a third, nearly, on one player.
There's also solid options. We're not in the fullback situation where there's only 1, 2, 3 items. There's a lot of solid center back options. We have the Haaland. We have a few Jaap Stams.
Rio Ferdinand.
Like, there's so many opportunities to place really solid players in that position, but we'll see if it pays out for him.
Ruben Dias, he's been picked by 20 of the 40 teams. Lenny Yoro, he's in 14 of the squads. There is so many centre halves, but picking that team of the year, Virgil van Dijk, it's a big chunk of coins. Maybe we won't see him as effective in this game, but I'm sure if they were to take on Spurs, it wouldn't be that way. You talk about Van Dijk team of the year. Where were he there? Fulham, 1-0 up. 3 goals now, the difference. If Salmon was to do this, write his name down in folklore.
As you see the replay come in here for Fulham. Gervinho starts off on the attack. Cantona across goal.
Bad defending.
Yeah.
The centre-backs, they got over each other, and the space was gaping. See Tex in the background there. Bonanno in the foreground.
Yeah, if Salmon is somehow able to come back in this matchup, he was not given the best opportunity coming into the second leg over here on PlayStation, but expect the unexpected. This is the ePremier League, and crazier things have happened, so we will see if he's able to come back up against Matthias Bonanno, previous champion.
Man City up against Fulham here. The match between Liverpool and Wolves has kicked off. Manu Bachore and Kai Harris in the second leg at the moment. Any updates in that match, we will keep you up to date with them on what may be happening. Salmon started really well here in this matchup. 1 goal in the first 10 minutes, just to settle the nerves, give himself that belief that he could turn this tie around. Well, Adam Ryan came in to join us. We've now got someone else who maybe not as special in terms of guest. FG.
Hello, my friend.
How are you enjoying what you're seeing at the moment?
Oh, yeah, I'm enjoying it. I mean, it's a good start, actually, for Fulham in this game, but I'm actually here just to speak to the chat, to be honest.
Chat?
It's nothing personal against you two. I just want to see
Need to get off then?
I mean,
we can leave.
Probably not, because you're very good at your job, so I'll leave you here. I'm just going to take a look at the chat. So hello to everyone watching. Thank you, whichever platform you're watching on. My job is to basically see which SBC you have done in game out of these. I can't be the only one. Me and Casey are not the only ones who've done the James McAtee SBC. Surely you get 2 choices out of the 4. Rich?
Didn't pick him.
You didn't?
No, sorry.
Wow. All right, I see how it is.
Okay, what about Mitoma? Just been upgraded. Timo Werner.
I went Werner.
Okay.
And Gomez.
And Gomez. Gomez is a safe shout.
Werner's a shout, though.
Werner's good.
Yeah,
There was
very
another
good.
item of Timo Werner this year that absolutely cooked me.
Yeah. It's not hard, though. Man City settled into this tie after conceding in the first couple of minutes. Here is Kirkes down this left-hand side. Does he have an option infield? Gervinho pinged into Trent. Can't quite turn away and shake off Ruben Dias.
First message I've just seen in the chat is from Liquid Cobra. FG, mate, we want to listen to Buckley. Move on.
We certainly do want to listen to Buckley because Marmoush has gone 3-2. Kai Harris against the world champion from 2023, Manu Bachore. That game's not over. That game is not over.
Adam Ryan mentioned it could happen. It definitely is a possibility that Wolves somehow come back up against Liverpool, a massive team coming into this competition. So I'm excited to see how that one ends up.
What's happening in the chat?
I mean, a lot of everybody is going Werner and Gomez, which I'm not really surprised with. But we've got Timo and Mitoma. You're a visionary, Jim. You're a visionary, mate. They're both getting upgraded.
Storms, Almond, Werner. Gervinho could have a chance here. Just attention to Salmon. He's played well in this game so far. That's an awful pass. Back to the chat. Dole saying Gomez and Werner.
Yeah, Gomez and Werner must be our dynamic duo for this SBC, I think. Everybody is literally banking on Joe Gomez and who would back against him because he's very, very good in game as well.
Might not be getting upgraded, though, if Wolves turn that game around.
Yeah, very true. I mean, it's getting closer.
3-2, the last time we saw it. Third of this matchup already completed. Salmon with a good chance here, edge of the box, extra pass, Bergvall into Cantona. Back to Rodri, Bergvall again, Cantona takes over and a big save needed from Tim Howard. Salmon's a live wire in this game. He's a threat to Manchester City. I had the opportunity to watch him yesterday in the knockouts and I thought he performed much, much better than what we'd seen in the groups and started to showcase himself as the player that we had seen online in the qualifiers.
Yeah, the thing with Salmon, I think, that we've seen in previous competitions is a lot of nerves. And so I think we saw a much more confident player in the competition yesterday, and that is bleeding over into today as well. And so I'm definitely impressed to see that he is showing everything that he really shows online in a lot of competitions as well.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely amazing weekend for them. I mean, but this is just a bit tough, isn't it? 4-0 down going into this game. You've got your work cut out. Do you play with a little bit less pressure in situations like that, do you think?
Oh, it's a free hit. You've been given a very, very bad deck of cards.
Yeah.
And you're expected to make something out of it. He started to rebuild at the moment, Salmon, but a second goal before half-time gives him a real threat. Salah, finesse! That's nice! Salmon is in this game, and Manchester City have got to book up their ideas.
Wow. We could be watching something special here.
Are we getting a bit shaky here, Man City?
We could be watching something special here. There is so much FC still to play.
I'm just here for a good game. I'm just here for a good game. As we see the replay come in here for Salmon. Bergvall back, passing up around the box, and he takes it green time.
Hold on a minute, Rich.
It's not just Fulham that are making a game of this, because Wolverhampton Wanderers, 37 minutes in, Kai Harris with Marmoush into a bar ball. Bruno Fernandes red timed into the top bins. I don't know how it's gone in, but it has, and Wolves are in this game.
Joe Gomez, SBC complete. Oh my gosh, that Joe Gomez is in a lot of trouble. I mean, another question as well for all the Premier League fans in the channel: which player do you want to get an SBC from a Premier League club?
Ooh, great question.
Fire some at me, Rich.
Mickey van der Ven.
Oh God, yeah.
I think it would be outstanding. I'm a big fan of. We need probably another left back, don't we? I think left back's been the position, especially in the ePremierleague, that people have been struggling with. So maybe like a 92, 93 Gvardiol.
Yeah, we can get behind Vardiol.
Yeah,
or what about
that.
Robinson from Fulham?
Okay, yeah.
He's a problem.
And I'll give you one more. I'll give you I'm not going to say Jacob Ramsey.
I mean, forget about what you say. Let's look at the Twitch chat, shall we? People are saying all times. Raul Jimenez, Cucurella would be a good one as well. A great SBC to get. He's got some Team of the Week items. Marco Asensio, potentially.
I'm just having a little listen in. Whether can't understand a word that's been said.
I think what they're saying here is just try and relax and try not to see another goal. I mean, that's what I'd probably say. I don't think many people would listen to me. This game is wide open right now. I mean, Matty's looking like he's a little bit stressed, and rightly so.
I see an Oscar Bob shout for an SBC as well.
Yeah, that's good.
Would love a 99 rated Oscar Bob SBC.
Gravenberch. I mean, we've already seen a Gravenberch.
Surely he's edging towards the team of the season.
What a player he is. So. What a player. What an item as well.
A good question for the chat, actually. Who deserves the team of the season from the Premier League this year? Who would you get in there? Obviously, there's a few shouts that are guaranteed. Mohamed Salah.
For sure.
He's going to be in. Speaking of Liverpool, speaking of champions to be, could Liverpool in the ePremier League be going that way as Cole Palmer has stuck one in the top corner. Manu Bachore back in front. That game, it's far from all. Both games have set up really, really nicely here in the second legs, because 2-goal lead, 4-goal lead, you're looking at them thinking, can I get behind this? What's going to happen in this second leg? But what Salmon's done in that first half has put a real cat amongst the pigeons.
I think at this point, Manchester City need a goal in order to somewhat shift momentum. But, I mean, Salmon is just so stellar, both offensively and defensively here in this second round matchup. Yeah, I mean, Mati just isn't able to create.
I think you might have just jinxed him, Case.
I did.
The curse of the commentator.
Passing it out of the back. He got caught in possession. And Bonano has put one in the top corner. Salmon knows this game was there. He could have potentially made something of it. Just look at this pass right here. Ruben Dias straight into Palmer's feet. Edge of the box. It's never in doubt.
And you can just see the relief from Matty, because that solidifies the lead a little bit more.
It's a grimace from Salmon, because all that hard work in the first half now feels as though it's come to nothing.
Yeah, to get so close, that's a very, very difficult situation. But there's still a lot of time left. If we continue to see what we saw from Salmon in that first half, there is still hope there for Fulham.
You can see Wolves and Liverpool currently in a pause. Manu Bachore on the screen right there. 2023 World Champion. What's the chat saying, FG?
I mean, we had this conversation yesterday about heroes and icons.
Yeah.
And someone's just shouted out John Carew. I remember John Carew. I remember what he did to Richard Dunn once against Man City. It wasn't pretty. What a player. Hero, John Carew, right?
Yeah. Son could have a chance. Coming forward, Ledley King coming across. Marmouche with great feet. Bruno Fernandes taking over. And this is Manu Bachore trying to just squeeze that ball through the gap. Good defending from Kai Harris to close any space there. What a game this is. That's a lovely through ball. Marmouche couldn't shake off Lenny Yoro. The pass out the back from Manu Bachore was poor and intercepted, getting a little bit scrappy. He's squeezing the offside trap higher up the pitch, and he's so quick on that press to win the ball back.
It's honestly, sorry Casey, it's honestly throwback in the chat. You see Jaskalainen as a hero.
Wow.
You guys are absolutely cooking. We've also seen the team of the season shouts. We've seen the Bruno Fernandes, Chris Wood, of course.
Yeah.
Another hero shout, Jibril Cisse. Lewis Hall for left back. Now, he did have a very good evolution item.
He certainly did.
There's some good ball knowledge in this chat.
Ola Aina for team of the season for Forest. It's a great shout.
He'd be a fantastic fullback. What about Gabby Agbonlahor?
Not for me.
No?
No, not for me. But what I will leave you on is we need a Joe Hart
Yes.
I needed Joe Hart.
I second
He's
that.
an icon because he's won the Premier a couple of times.
Thank you very much, FG. We'll catch up with you very shortly. We need to lock in because Wolves could make a game of this. 30 minutes left to play. Leading 4-3 at Liverpool. That's a great through ball. Barbo, red timed. It's not going to fall for him. He got lucky one time with a red time finish. It's not going to happen again.
My goodness, this matchup is a lot closer than I would have thought it would. I know that you predicted Wolves to go far. As we see the replay come in here, it looks like Salmon is inching back in this game.
Just as Fulham get one back, Liverpool had a half chance to go 5-3 up and put some distance between the two sides. We're in a pause. So as we are in that pause, let's see what is happening between Man City and Fulham. It was 5-3. 5-2, sorry, the last time we saw it. 5-3, there we go, just scored. Manchester City back in front, but only just. 2-goal lead. He's won the ball directly from kickoff. Has Salmon. Bonanno looks a little bit worried here. But Salmon is creating something out of this game. Tim Howard needed heroically at his near post.
That would have been such a massive opportunity there for Salmon. I mean, this just goes to show the mentality that you need to come back in a fixture like this. Going into it 4 goals down, your mental strength just has to be there. And so power to Salmon because he is fighting back against this Manchester City side.
A couple of more shouts coming in here. The average dad gamer. Robbie Fowler deserves a hero. It's a great shout. Jermaine Defoe from Ash. Gareth Barry, thank you. That's what I said yesterday.
A good one.
That's what I said yesterday. What about Antonio Valencia, former Man United right back? Yeah, great pace, good physicality. Salmon, 15 minutes left to play here. A goal for Fulham would set us up for an absolutely outstanding final 10 minutes. We have to remind you, Tex won the first leg, 4-0. Salmon has had his way with Bernardo here, and he has put Fulham within 1, touching distance for Fulham. Incredible.
Salmon doing almost the impossible, getting back into this game. Cantona across the goal. Only 1 goal away from making it level and truly having a game on our hands.
Wow. Even if Salmon was to lose this game by a goal, what a performance.
Absolutely.
From that man on your screen. I've just seen a big shout coming over. Just have a look at this. Bonanno taking that pause and he's recomposing himself. While he's doing that, a world champion, Manu Bachore, has edged Liverpool closer to the semi-finals. 15 minutes left to play. Marmoush in possession, just accelerates through the gap, and a green time Travella into the top corner. Liverpool, minute by minute, are going into a semi-final case.
Absolutely, and I will say, both teams, even if they are knocked out of the competition today, great fights.
Yep.
They made for great, fantastic matches for viewership today, and they should both be very proud of themselves because although going into the second leg, it wasn't looking too pretty, but no, they did definitely give us a fight.
Salmon is feeling himself right now on that main stage. He knows exactly what he needs to do. He has rattled Bonanno. And needs to get himself motivated again.
A pep talk needed.
Quite literally. Here we go. 13 minutes left to play. This does go to extra time as well, but Bonanno keeps the controller.
Yes.
I don't know if you remember, in the groups, he lost his first game. He was very poor in that first match and then went on to win 3 games in a row. Maybe it's the perfect time for Fulham to play Manchester City here. should I say, Salmon to play against Bonanno. The first leg was 4-0. City came into this game with a 4-0 lead.
That's the thing. It's a tough situation for Tex to be in as well, because he is sitting there not able to even hold the controller, not able to help out in this situation. He did his job. He gave Matías Bonanno a great situation to be in, and sometimes it's not enough.
4-1 at the moment, this second leg score. Salmon leading. That pass is wayward, and it gives Salmon a chance to go forward. 6 minutes on the clock. Mo Salah just can't quite shrug off Kirkez. And Bonanno will be playing that clock in the top left. He's given the ball away. Marmoush, Haaland steps across. And a huge, maybe a game-winning interception for Manchester City. Player look down the line. He will kill that clock. He will kill the time. A post coming in from Fulham. Might not even get to see it. With time being against Salmon at the moment. What a performance this has been. But that 4-goal deficit that he came into the game with just looks to be 1 goal too far. However, he's given the ball back. And Fulham have got one final chance. It's now or never. Jamie Carragher getting the better of Conor Bradley. Cuts inside, brings him down, takes the foul. And Salmon has got one roll of the dice, and it must be perfect from this free kick.
That's an important tackle, though. Very, very important. I think that he saw the momentum going Fulham's way, and he had to stop it. He had to do it.
Penny for that man's thoughts in the background of that picture. We saw this scenario yesterday. Aston Villa and Everton, a late free kick. It was actually a corner that Cameron Rock scored in the 90+2, and then a free kick that went Everton's way. That's a full-time result. Handshakes all round. Liverpool will be in the semi-finals of the Premier League. The free kick came in. Salah, Marmoush, chance! Oh, what a block! And Man City, by the skin of their teeth, go through 5-4. The reigning defending champions will continue in the ePremier League. Just about. This was that final chance.
Here we see the replay come in. It's his last chance in this matchup. Marmoush, what a block. Saves Man City's chances. Commiserations to Fulham. That was their last opportunity.
What a performance from Salmon and Fulham. So much to take away. So proud he has to be. Tex and Bonanno will continue, and you know who they're playing next. The Liverpool Football Club, that's coming up. But before that, what a game we've got here. Tottenham Hotspur and Brighton Hove Albion for a chance at the ePremier League final.
It is now time for FC Pro Leagues to take center stage.
She must score for Manny Bashor. She doesn't! And Ajax! 2024 Eredivisie champions! Manchester City, ePremier League champions! Big chance! The 2024 champion!
Goes back! Montaxa!
Costa Ball Libertadores champion! Nathan S.R. Nicholas 99, the Liga SC Pro champion, Japonzo of the New England Revolution, will be champions in Italy. 2024 E-Champions League champion.
Ready to support your club?
Yeah!
Let's go!
Hello and welcome back to the ePremier League Grand Finals. Liverpool and Manchester City go through to the semi-finals, but it was far from easy for both sides. Nearly the comeback of dreams from Fulham against Manchester City, and Wolves had their moments against Liverpool too. But it is Manchester City versus Liverpool in the semi-final of the ePremier League. Whoa, wow, what a round of fixtures we have just seen. So let me get this straight, Mr. Richard Buckley. Manchester City win, 4-0. It goes down to the last kick in the next game because Fulham nearly did something absolutely unbelievable.
No, he really did. Salmon, outstanding individual performance. He controlled the game, he had his moments, and he also just... But Bernardo didn't play well at all, and he capitalised on that. That block at the end of the game, I think he's manually gone in to slide that. Incredible. Like, the cojones that Bernardo showed to go to ground there and block that is why he's won so much. But he has to play better, because Liverpool will be looking at that game going, we can get at him.
We'll come to that game in a minute, but let's take a look, shall we, at the quarter-finals in general. Let's have a look at all of the highlights. We'll start with Ipswich, the favourites of the ePremier League 2025 have been knocked out by Tottenham Hotspur.
Yeah, I mean, look, we looked at that game and thought that's probably Ipswich's one of their biggest games. If you can get over the hurdle early, you might be able to gallop away. They couldn't get over that hurdle. Brighton left it late, a 2-0 win from Mark. And I'll be honest, I didn't even know if we were going to really look at the second leg. It was 4-0 going into it.
Honestly, I don't know what we've just seen, but even from a Liverpool perspective, they were 3-1 up, they were cruising, and there was moments in their game where Wolves came back, and this is the beauty of this format. It is 2v2 as we look at the brackets. Oh my, the semi-finals, Rich. Tottenham Hotspur versus Brighton, and then Manchester City versus Liverpool. We've spoken about the Man City-Liverpool game. Let's talk about our next semi-final very quick. How do we call this one, mate?
I mean, both teams, all the individuals. Nick's never the only one that's not been sort of into a final at the Premier League and got this far. Everyone else, they're accustomed to it. They're used to turning up on a Sunday and performing. It really comes down to, for me, it comes down to that first leg. I think what we've seen, the first leg performances, even by the skin of the teeth, Man City, that's been what's guided them through. And I think if someone could get a lead in that first leg between Spurs and Brighton, 1, even 2 goals, I think it could be pivotal as we get into the second leg.
Oh, this man here next to me is speaking like he knows exactly what he's doing here. Let's take you to Richard Buckley's bracket, shall we? What he predicted.
Oh, here we go.
Well, Rich, you know what, right?
I was 3 for 4.
To be fair, at the start of the show, I laughed at you. I wasn't familiar with your game. You've got one of the semi-finals bang on, and then Liverpool and Wolves.
I did, and it finished 5-3. I had Kai Harris doing a job on Manu Bachore in the second leg. It finished 2-2 individually, but that first leg performance from Lex took him through, and you can see what I've got in the final.
Still Man City to win?
If I could flip it now, would I flip it after seeing what I saw? No, because that's the worst that Bernardo's going to play. I think he gets better.
Well, OK, we've got some incredible semi-finals to come, but for now, let's go over to some IQ with the boys. Ryan and Redlack, they're going to be teaching us about low driven.
Talk to me.
Yeah, low drivens, of course. It's been a playstyle that was added into the game recently, as FG said. I'm joined by Redlack at the analysis screen. Low drivens in the game, Redlack, talk to me, because it's been in the game, as we mentioned. You're going to see this Ibarbo live item. I'm going to circle it here, and I'll underline the description as well, what the playstyle does. Performs low-driven shots faster with increased speed. Talk to me, how do you do a low-driven in-game?
Yeah, a low-driven's pretty simple. It's just tap in circle. I'll pick up the controller for the clips in advance, but yeah, just tap in circle as light as you can for a low pass into the goal.
Yeah, and when Redlack says tap it, I promise you, you graze your shoot button. You don't press it down, put too much power, because it just does a regular shot. And as Redlack said, we do have a couple clips to dissect. They came from yesterday's footage. And of course, we've seen today a lot of the players still utilising the low driven. You can just talk it through here. The ball gets through to Ibarbo, and what happens?
Yeah, one touch out the feet and a tap shot into the far corner. It's really good, the low driven. It's a really quick animation, and it's effective against goalkeepers.
The thing is, he's done a Trivela low driven. You can do that if the player has a Trivela play style. If you hold L2 and try and tap your shoot button, it just does a flare shot. So you need to make sure, if you want to do a Trivela low-driven, the player has the Trivela playstyle. That's another example with Javinho, but Redlac, for me, is something I think all players should put into their game.
Yeah, as I said, really effective against goalkeepers, a passing to the goal, it's really accurate and really quick animation as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen it a lot today, and I'm sure we'll see it a lot more in the upcoming games. I'm hearing, though, we've got an interview. Casey's joined by the Liverpool players.
Yes, I am here with both Liverpool players who have just had a massive victory over Wolves. We'll start off with Lex. You start off on that first game 3-1 versus Mitch Hayward. It was a bit more difficult than you probably expected, wasn't it?
Donc tu as gagné le match 3-1. C'était un peu plus difficile que tu attendais, c'est ça?
Non, c'était compliqué, je le savais. On s'est dit avec Manu qu'on allait prendre match par match. Et on a vu aussi sur les autres matchs que tous les matchs étaient serrés. Donc maintenant, on a une demi-finale à jouer contre Manchester City, une très grosse équipe. Donc on va être prêts.
Yeah, you know, we saw that the other games were really tight, so we just tried to be as equal with this one. So we have a semi-final that we are supposed to play, so this is what we need to be focused on and locked in.
Now, Manu, I do have to ask, we did see Matias Bonanno struggle in that last game against Salmon. Does that excite you? Because that is going to be your first match here in this semi-final.
Well, it excites me. Yeah, of course, it's not for him easy to come off that game and play with the same confidence, so maybe that's something I can take advantage of, but at the same time I'm not really focused about his mental part of the game. I'm more focused about ourselves, and I think if we get the mentals right, we have a great chance of winning.
All right, Manuel, thank you so much. This semifinal is about to be fantastic between you guys and Manchester City, but first there's another semifinal right around the corner. You do not want to miss it.
Palmer into it, Barbo! Times it green!
No one can stop us.
Into Rashford!
This is our time.
It's perfect football!
It's time to write our own history.
That's an incredible goal from Ali.
Come on, Brighton.
Well, 8 become 4 here at the Premier League live in London as Tottenham Hotspur take on Brighton and Hove Albion in our first semi-final. What's on the line, I hear you ask? Well, tickets to the eChampions League final stages in May, a $280,000 tournament. You win this game, it's not just grand final stages, it's not just a chance, of course, at today's trophy at the ePremier League or the World Championships, but a money can't buy opportunity, Redlac, to play in another huge tournament as part of the FC Pro ecosystem.
Yeah, it's a huge event, so much nerves on the line today, and I think Spurs, after that last performance against Ipswich, they're going to be confident and they're going to be looked to win in the semi-final.
Well, speaking of confident, there's going to be a lot of people watching at home. They're going to be confident off the back of these upgrades. If you have got involved in the FC Pro League's live SBC items, well, we can confirm that all of these players will be going to a 91 rated item. Matoma, Werner, Gomez, McAtee, because all the teams were in the quarterfinals, they won their game, and they're in the top 4. So, congratulations, I guess is all I can say. You will be getting an upgrade across the next few days as these items will update. Please let us know which 2 items you chose in the SBC. I mean, look, as a Brighton fan, Matoma is looking all right. I mean, for some people, we'll be on the bench, maybe the reserves. Probably for you. For me, he probably will get a start. Let's speak about Brighton of Albion then for a split second. We've got the drafted squad of Mark Marley. Why we're looking at Mark's team first is because we're playing on the PlayStation first for this round. Redlac.
Yeah, it switches between rounds, so interesting to see Mark going up first this time. His game management is his biggest positive, in my opinion. He plays really well, slows it down, and even scores on the counter-attack. So yeah, really important. The team's looking good. Marmouche up front with Henry. I really like that strike force.
Anything you would have changed about this team? I mean, Javinho wasn't involved in all the teams, don't get me wrong, but the involvement he's had today in the knockout stages has been really good.
Anything I'll change? The formation. 4-1-2-1-2 is not for me. I'm not sure he'll be in that. Maybe he's switching between the two, but the bench looks really strong.
Is that a pricey bench? Is that too many coins on a player on the bench? I'm talking about team of the year Cole Palmer. Yesterday, Mark Marley said on commentary, it's just another option for me. Say if I'm not liking the way I'm matching up against my opponent and I need another option. Team of the Cole Palmer is the answer. But would you be spending that amount of coins on a bench player?
Probably not, but I like the flexibility, the chance to change formation in game, change some personnel. Mark Marley is a great player in
Well, let us know at home if you can as well. Who is going to win this game? You win it, you're guaranteed more cash. You're guaranteed an eChampions League spot, which is, again, more tournament action for you this year in your FC Pro season. Last year, Brighton of Albion made the finals. They took on Manchester City. They might not have won that grand final, but they did play in the ECL. What an opportunity this could be for Spurs with Nick, Sneb and Tom to get there, especially after they were both involved in the FC Pro Open earlier this year. Tom made the qualifier, the offline qualifier. Nick Sneb made the group stages. Obviously would have wanted a better performance from himself there. This is their second chance at a really successful season.
Yeah, as an FC Pro player myself, I think the aim is to qualify for as many tournaments as possible, and then you can go on and win it, go on and put a performance. Nick Sneb played really well in the FC Pro, qualified, put on a performance in week 1, sadly wasn't as good in week 2, but luckily, hopefully, he can change that in this week of ePremier League.
Well, who's going to come out on top in this game? Brighton of Albion, 53% of the votes against, 47% vote for Mark Marley. I mean, the one thing about Mark Marley, Redlac, that you can't take away from him, he's played in every single ePremier League, and he's only played for 2 clubs in his time. Bournemouth for the first 2 seasons, and Brighton of Albion ever since he picked up the controller in 2021.
Yeah, he's built a really good connection with Brighton, always representing them on the ePremier League stage. And Brandon, I think he deserves an ePremier League trophy. You know, after all these results, a second, another second, like, he deserves to eventually win a final, in my opinion.
Well, one thing that these 2 teams do share in terms of the individual players, as this long ball comes in, defender well there by Euro, is that Mark Marley did play Tom Lees in a grand final of the Premier League. It was back in 2020. They are on different consoles this year, but there was a time where Watford played Bournemouth, and that was when Tom won the Premier League, as Pedro Porro will win possession there. I didn't think we'd get him on commentary this weekend, but we've made it happen somehow. Tom Stokes, welcome to the broadcast. How are you, mate?
I'd love to be playing, but like, this is a decent runner-up, I guess. Yeah, I'm excited to watch these matches. These are like unbelievable semi-finals, and expecting big things.
Looking back at your group stage, I mean, look, you came second against Liverpool in what was a ridiculously difficult bracket. And look what you're rewarded by. You know, a Spurs side that weren't that great, but had the chance to get a second bite at it. And if anything, that should have probably been a quarter-final or maybe the semi-final.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, obviously disappointed to play them. They were really good. They deserved their win. So no real complaints, just disappointment, I guess.
And I have to get it in quickly now, Stokes. A lot of people have been backing you on socials this weekend. You can see them in the chat now. They're loving that you're on the stream. Any words for those guys?
No, honestly, it doesn't go unnoticed. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, obviously, I would love to I'd have loved to have brought more to you guys, but thank you so much, and hopefully we can come back next year, kind of thing.
Of course, keep your questions coming in for Tom Stokes, representing Crystal Palace this year, has won the Premier League. Well, how difficult is it to win the Premier League? Obviously, you were teaming up with Leeds United and Olito when you did win.
Yeah, I think this year is the highest standard we've ever had. I think, obviously, it's amazing to even be like past into the knockouts, like deep into this competition, final 8, top 4. Like, all these people are world-class players, not even just UK players, world-class European, worldwide players.
Stokes, as a man who's played in many tournaments over the years, been playing a long time now, what do you think is the difference between teams maybe topping the group and maybe coming bottom? What's the real difference in that?
I think it's just like
experience, maybe?
Experience comes down to, I think, just having a bad day, and I think that's why this format is quite rewarding for that, because you can have a bad day like Spurs did, and you can come have a great day when it matters the most in knockouts. So I think, yeah, for Spurs, they've turned it on when they needed to turn it on.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think another team, not Spurs, may have took it to heart, not played as well in the knockout stage because of that group stage, but they bounced back in good fashion. But Mark with an early chance, Travella off the post. Nick Sneb did not seem happy, a pause come in, but game has kicked off again, Henry running down the line.
If we had to beat you on the spot, Stokes, who do you think comes out on top?
I think this game falls entirely on the Xbox leg. I think these two are very evenly matched, and I think Jaden is kind of the wild card. I think him versus Tom will be kind of the decider. I think this game will be very, very close, maybe even a draw.
Tries to go for a little sprint exit there, does Team in the Thierry Henry, who is wearing the #1 shirt. I've never seen that before, but that's Mark Marley's choice. Looking back on it now as well, Stokes, obviously 30 million coins this weekend with your draft. Was there anyone that you didn't put in your team that you would have liked to have maybe had if you had another go at it? We could go back 24 hours.
No, truthfully not. I think I love my team. I think Ibarbo, the new item, unbelievable. Had so much fun with him. And like, yeah, just having that much more of a budget this time around was great, to be honest.
Especially with the players' prices are dropping, Red Lat. You could bring so many more players in.
Yeah, it's so interesting on the lock, the day of the lock of the draft, because you're looking at the market, you're looking at your team, maybe you're a bit over budget, you might have to make some sacrifices. So it's interesting, the whole team selection dynamic. It's new this year in the ePremier League.
Ibarbo just ducking and diving, massive save, Tim Howard, and cleared away by Erling Haaland. There'll be a lot of people asking, Stokes, are you still going to squeeze in a champ stream tomorrow for them tonight?
Yeah, I mean, no, not tonight, tomorrow.
Not
Funnily
tonight.
enough, I've been sat backstage completing the Hullet SBC. So
have you?
Yeah.
Is that a little spoiler?
So to speak.
How many coins did that set you back?
Like 1 million of my own coins, basically.
Here's a chance for Brian of Albion again, Javinho. This time Henry tried to get it on that finesse, plus play style on his right boot, step over steal, the ball just sticking. So the forward in the Brian of Albion shirt, Bruno Fernandes. Hasn't really got the play style to offer a finesse from there, but can try and piece together an attack. And eventually, it comes to nothing. I mean, what have you made of these first 33 in-game minutes, Redlac?
It's been interesting. I think Mark maybe has been on top. No real chances, nearly had one there. But Stokes, what's it been like with these new players? We have some internationals, for example, chance coming in. Manu Bashir, Lex coming into the competition. How does that change things?
Yeah, I think it just gives more of an international reputation. Obviously, we usually have just the finals from the United Kingdom, but now you have these juggernauts, these ex-world champions from all across the world. And obviously, we've had it with Oli Lito, my ex-teammate, but these guys are like impressive players, and it's just made the standard go up, and it's made everyone just kind of know that they need to bring more to the table to win.
Well, look, get your questions in for Stokes. He will be joining us for duration of this semi-final. I mean, you just said you completed the SPC, Hullet. I mean, have you been able to play with him yet, or is it a case you just sort of stared at him as you've completed him in your team?
I managed to sneak 2 games in just to qualify. He's phenomenal. Yeah, I mean, he's everything. He's just.
Is it Ruud Hullet back to the Ruud Hullet that we know?
Yeah, because he's got the passing now, and he's got everything he used to have. So he's a superstar.
We'll have to ask you, Stokes, who do you think is going to win the whole ePremier League?
I thought it was going to be Ipswich, to be honest with you. I think my favourites have gone, but I think I'm going to put it on Liverpool. I think Liverpool will win. I think, like, the experience, the ability. I think if Lex handles that Xbox transition well, I think him and Manu will be the best.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've got a ridiculous team, haven't they, between the two players. Still 0-0 here as Brian of Albion look to come in one of their last chances of the half. Javinho!
So nice.
Well, it was a pretty quiet first 44 in-game minutes. And it's Mr. ePremier League himself, Mark Marley, that has put Brian of Albion in front.
Yes, really good play, Brandon. Henry to the edge of the box, a reset, we call it. One-touch pass into Javinho, touch and finish into the near post. Mark Marley, it's amazing. And Stokes, you spoke about Jaden and being a wild card. I think that's no disrespect to him. His ceiling, his level can be so high, but which Jaden Groden will show up, we'll find out next leg.
Well, breakthrough at the halfway point in a semi-final, which means so much. A chance for Brian to go back to the Champions League again. Which, again, it's one of those, isn't it, Stokes? When you get this far in the tournament, and it's the worst game to lose this semi-final, isn't it? Because you win one game, Champions League, tick. You win your next game, World Championships, and obviously the prize money and the Premier League title as well. There's so many achievements that can come, but if you fall now, it's the worst game to lose.
Oh yeah, obviously this is going to be the most pressure. This will be heartbreaking for whoever goes out at this stage. They've come so far, they're nearly there. So much to gain from getting into that final at the very least. So obviously with these kind of games, you get people who step up in the big pressure moments. I think Mark's a good example of that.
For Brighton, though, they'll be happy with this start, Redlac.
I mean, you can't complain. 1-0 up. I see Yessi coaching, obviously helped me out in the EMLS respectively, and he just does his job. Mark Marley, this is what I've mentioned. The way he keeps the score down is so respected, because in FC25, there's goals going in galore after the patch. We all know that. In FUT Champions, in pro events. And Mark's won 2-0 in that second leg in the last match, and now he's 1-0 up. It's a really good game plan.
I remember that Man City game as well last year, Stokes. He's one of the few players, Mark Marley, who he doesn't really give you any reaction, does he?
No, he's kind of very mellow. You won't see much emotion from him, and he's just fundamentally so solid. He will not give anything away. You'd have to work really hard for every single chance, and he's quite gifted going forward as well. Like he's kind of flies under the radar. He delivers you the same performance every single time. 9 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 9 out of 10.
One thing he does deliver as well, Redlac, is an ePremier League qualification. He is probably the best value for money pro player. He's been at every single ePremier League, and he's been in 2 ePremier League grand finals previously. All that's missing is the trophy next to him. Here's a big chance for Spurs. 2 minutes after the restart, Nick Steb straight back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just it's really nice from Sneb. I think straight after the restart, Mark maybe not in the game as much. There was a little bit of a pause. Maybe you lose concentration, and yeah, straight into a Barbo. The best card in the game right now.
Have these FUT birthday items helped you this week, or have they just caused like mayhem?
No, I love it, to be honest. I love the choice. I love finding like new gems and having like fun with cards. And it's a bit of an imbalance with a Barbo, because the left backs in the Premier League, they struggle to contain him, and he can really run riot sometimes.
Do you often ever check the market prices coming into this stage of the tournament? Obviously, you didn't know it was going to be 13 million coins 3 weeks ago. It was 10 million coins. Coming into it, yes, you have to submit your draft a few days before we kick off in the Premier League. Here's another chance for Brighton of Albion off the post. And Spurs are able to keep themselves at a 1-1 scoreline, but say 3 or 4 days out, Stokes, do you look at the live market at all?
Yeah, no, I was watching these FUT birthday items, and I was just hoping that they would slowly go down, so I had more like budget to play with, and they did slowly.
Well, Stokes, you spoke about the new gems, the new items in FC25. Which one were the gems? The Barbo?
Yeah, Barbo, brilliant. Trent, FUT birthday, fantastic. Who else did I love? Ruben Diaz, very solid. Not even that expensive either. Same with Trent. Like, they're very affordable cards as well, but they're top meta items.
Yeah, Trent in 40 out of 40 squads in the ePremier League. That is amazing.
Yeah.
You can see Tom Stokes' Twitch channel on the screen. I'm sure a lot of you know where to find him. He will be live tomorrow. Can you confirm a time you're live tomorrow? Is it the 10 a.m. slot still?
About 10 a.m, yeah. That's
about 10 a.m. live tomorrow. Stokes will be live. How many weekend leagues are we getting through?
We're planning to do 3, but...
3?
Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
And what's the quickest you've ever done that?
It'll probably be like an 8-9 hour job, to be honest.
Yeah. Can you do 3, Redlac?
No.
Compared to about 10 games?
It's all a blur after a while, but it's good
Out
fun.
of 45 games, how many rage quits are you talking?
Rage quits? I'd say like a solid 36.
36
yeah,
rage
I mean,
quits?
Listen, I am one of those guys who I'll be doing the rage quitting, or they'll be doing the rage quitting. There's no in between, so hopefully quite a lot.
That attacking play style.
Yeah, just.
What about you, Redlac? A 15-0 run you'll go for. How many rage quits on average would you get?
Maybe 10, 11?
Yeah, that's about right. So, yeah.
Because there's some random where you might be 3-4 goals up, the guy's not budging, he's not going to quit. That's completely fine, but save me a bit of time, please.
Especially on the Monday session where you just try to get it done.
Yeah, a lot of people trying to just finish their games before the deadline, so
bad tackle there. The referee's got a decision to make.
Well, yellow card for Moises Caicedo. If you are just tuning into the ePremier League, this is the semi-final stages. It's our first opening game. We're kicking off on the PlayStation, and then we'll be moving over to Xbox, where Jaden will take on Tom Lees. And it's an aggregate scoreline across the 2 games, which will determine who will be going to this year's ePremier League final. I mean, look, for a second leg, Redlac. Oh my, what a run this is. Trent Alexander-Arnold on his own. It's going to cut it back. Marmouche can try and shift it onto his right boot, and it's a Team of the Year or FUT birthday, Virgil van Dijk. That's in the way. Marcus Rashford! Marcus Rashford!
It's really good play from Nick Step there.
Just taking matters into his own hands there. He is so quick if he can pull away and get the right touch.
Yeah, I like that. The use of the big touch there, maybe a spam of R2 or a right stick flick, but really good. He had a few passing options, Stokes. I think he could have played it in.
Yeah.
Obviously went for the run instead, but close.
I think realistically, he just saw the goal and he just decided, you know what, let me just try this chip. Often does work, to be fair. It was really good though. It took Mark off. He was very, very surprised by that. Not many people play like that. Very like elusive from Snap.
Yeah, Spurs into the semi-final after beating Ipswich. A big upset, to be honest, and I think the leg one set the tone. Stingray probably expected to win that leg.
Yeah.
So when it come through as a draw, Ipswich camp's probably a bit down, and Spurs are thinking, well, we can go on and win this. So maybe this result here, who does that favour?
I think, to be honest, it's strange because...
oh my days.
Wow. Mark Marley.
Mark Marley.
Incredible.
That is brilliant. He's been here before. And I can assure you we'll be here again in another ePremier League next season. Let's just take a moment to appreciate that build-up and the timing of that ball there to Thierry Henry.
Well, Brandon, I think he's answered my question for me. Brighton will be happy with this result going into the second leg, and it suits Jadon.
Doesn't even crack a smile, does he, Mark Marley?
No, to be honest, he's been good value for this 2-1 lead. He's been brilliant, and I think overall, I think it'd be fair to say he's been the more dominant player this first leg.
I think the last 50 minutes could be interesting. If Nick Snebb pushes for a goal, he's risking conceding another, and a 2-goal lead is really hard to chase in a 6-minute half.
Yeah, I think it's very important to remember you are in a duo and you don't want to put that kind of stress on your teammate. You just got to sometimes accept, you know what, let's just put trust in him, put faith in him, and don't overdo it in case it ends up hurting you.
I mean, even one goal as well, Stokes. It's not the end of the world, is it?
No, it's nothing. I mean, it's just you just say to Tom, okay, you're going to have to win the game now. Like, minimum, obviously, one goal, and then go from there. So I think Tom's more than capable. So I don't think the Tottenham camp will be panicking just yet. But maybe with another, that's when things start getting tricky.
Question as well for you, Stokes. Only 2 players have put Rashford, that version of Rashford, in their team. Nick Snebb being one of them. From what you're seeing here, is he someone that you would have loved to have, or it was just a coin value situation?
I mean, I don't know if you knew this, but I'm the other person with Rashford. Yeah, I had him on my left mid. So yeah, he's brilliant.
Well, that's kind of awkward now.
Yeah, no, really good item. Sorry, he's very quick, very agile. Obviously, been given the finesse shot trait. So
he's got like the best 2 play styles, hasn't he? A power shot, finesse, partner alongside the pace he's got, and
yeah, no,
he's silver play styles.
He's a really nice item. I think Snebb's been using him really well as well because he's obviously very skillful, and that's what Henry doesn't offer you.
Keep an eye on Marcus Rashford now. Is he onside or off? He is onside!
Yes, that's perfect.
And speaking of Marcus Rashford, he will deliver a 2-2 and tee up his teammate of Tom Lees with a clean slate.
Brandon, the timing of that pass is perfect. The player lock, now he plays it. And look at that, good freeze frame, just onside. Then make the angle, use that finesse playstyle plus, which we spoke about. Really effective. Nick Snebb back on terms.
The timing of that, I mean, both the goals, the offside line was so close. I don't think Tom Lees can believe what happened.
It genuinely did look offside. I was half expecting him to raise the flag, but that impeccable timing, you have milliseconds.
Hold on a second, Trent Alexander-Arnold, it goes through the goalkeeper and cleared out for a throw-in.
Wow.
That was nearly terrible from Tim Howard. Quick corner comes in towards the front post. And Brian will take a 1-goal advantage into game 2.
Lenny Euro special. I think quite scored quite a few of those myself. Just very good off corners. Not many people whip it anymore. A lot of people go for the short option, and great goal there.
They make it look so simple as well, Red Lat corners. Like, it is simple. If you can get it right and you know exactly what you're doing in terms of the button configuration and the player lock-in, even players at home, you can add an extra handful of goals to your games in this weekend league.
Yeah, we did a bit of tactical analysis for it for the group stages. It's the L1 select is the biggest thing. Grab the guy on the near post, give square a bit of power, you move the left stick towards the goal, press square again, you'll take the kick and you'll head it in. It's really effective. And I think Mark deserves to be up.
Yeah. Nick Neb will sit here and take this last attack. Obviously, worst case scenario, you're down 1, but ideally, can grab an equaliser last kick of the game.
3 minutes added on.
Hang on a second, we might not be done in this one. Cole Palmer, it's on a plate for Marmouche!
Quick one, Nick Neb, maybe the bicycle kick coming.
Hang on a sec, quick corner. He went for the bicycle kick, it was Time Green, he was just pushed off balance ever so slightly. Erling Haaland. How does that not go in? Is it just one of those you do it 5 times, 4 times it goes in?
Yeah, I don't know, maybe green timed would have helped, I'm not sure.
Mark Marley might not be done it. Is there a flick on? Marmouche stopped by Haaland, and that will do us at the halfway point in this semi-final. Brighton of Albion with a very small 3-2 lead. This is by no means done yet. There's still a long second leg to come up, as we will be surely but slowly leading in to the Xbox leg, as Jayden will take on Tom Lees. This is evenly poised still, so up for grabs.
Yeah, everything to play for. And if Tom Lees goes and wins his second leg by 1 goal and it goes to extra time, he'll be thinking, well, I've just won that game in normal time. I can go and get the result in extra time. So really interesting. I'm glad it's a close game. I think the emotions are there, and Mark really happy with that win.
Well, as you may have heard, we have got Tom Stokes with us on the commentary side of things at the moment. The chat is absolutely loving you. I mean, in terms of your streaming, so to speak, you've been so consistent across a number of years. The 10 AM slot, is it just, how many days, how many weeks have you been consistent for? I mean, the numbers are incredible.
It dates back to my first year joining Hashtag. I decided to make it a thing, so this is about 4 years now. So it's fun. I love it. It's part of the routine, it's part of my day. It's like it's my job, you know. So yeah, don't see it ending anytime soon.
First weekend leagues of the year. What were the viewers you had? It was insane.
Yeah, no, I remember just.
What was like the CCV, the highest number at one time?
I think we got up to like, because we managed to get 15 and I think we managed to get up to 16,000 viewers. 16, like numbers I would never ever expect or understand.
Well, you can see a handful of players that have been eliminated or still in the competition, watching on, supporting friends, teammates, and just enjoying the Premier League final stages. As we said, we have got Manchester City, Liverpool following this one in the next semi-final. But what can we expect from this second leg, Red Lat? Look, there's only a goal in it. I can guarantee you we're going to see a handful of goals in this second game.
Yeah, I think fireworks. Stokes mentioned Jayden Groden's a bit of a wild card. I think there's going to be goals going in. I don't think it'll be a low-scoring affair, put it that way. Stokes, I've got a question for you. So playing an ePremier League, something like this, a huge tournament, what is it like with that huge community behind you? Does it change anything? Do you feel more motivated?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously you get both sides of it. You get a bit more pressure, but at the same time you want to kind of achieve something that people will be happy with, you know, not just for yourself. So you kind of playing for not only yourself anymore, which brings obviously, like I said, pressure, but at the same time it's really fun and you can enjoy your wins much more.
Well, we are loading in as we see now.
Come on.
Only 1 goal between the two sides. A grand final wait and 2 spots in the Champions League. As Brighton of Albion take on Tottenham Hotspur in leg 2. And to be brutally honest, the first 45 minutes in leg 1 didn't really give us all the goals. The perfect start here from Tom Lees would be an early goal. Bring it back to a 3-3 scoreline. And have it all to play for.
I think with these two, you've got really contrasting styles as well. Tom is so pattern-based and he's an excellent presser. Jayden's a bit more freestyling.
Trent Alexander-Arnold! I thought we were playing headers and volleys in the box for a second there. He took a little bit too long on the shot, I think Tom said. He's surprised that Trent Alexander pulled that one out. There's a reason why he's in everyone's teams, not to be a goal scorer by any means.
I'll be looking at Tim Howard there a little bit. For me, I'll hope for more.
I agree. A potential penalty shout. I think, is that why he's mad? I'm not really sure, but 1-0 to Tom early on. It's all to play for.
I mean, there wasn't even anything special about the finish, really, was there?
No. I think Jayden's got to be disappointed, but I think what Tom's gesticulating at there is it took quite a long time for him to get the shot off, which obviously I think he wanted a quicker animation on his player.
Well, look, we said what the perfect start would be. It's followed that script pattern at the moment. 3-3 all square here. Back to you, Brighton of Albion. Javinho into Marmouche, and that time Tim Howard will Collect possession there, chance to break away. That first goal has no doubt given him plenty of confidence. Tom Leeson, ePremier League champion. Previously with Watford, he's been in a final before where Tom Stokes was also in that grand final as well. It's just getting to a final in itself at this level of competition is so difficult, Stokes.
Yeah, 100%. Against Tom, I was lucky enough to be given a 3-goal lead by my partner, and it was an onslaught. It really was an onslaught. I had to survive, and I know firsthand how both of these players, like Jaden's so unpredictable. He's so talented going forward, and Tom, he's ultra consistent, and some of his patterns are unstoppable. Again, very good presser as well. So very hard. Both of these people are very hard to play against. So it'll be a good game here.
Yeah, how does it feel going into a game with such a big lead? Because obviously all the pressure in that matchup was on you. I was surprised and shocked sort of how well you've done. But yeah, what's the sort of play style going into it? Does it change?
Oh yeah, it's horrible to tell you the truth. Like you feel like there's no winning because the win's already been handed to you, and you kind of have to just kind of see it out. It's a really weird scenario to be in.
Lofted ball into the path of Omri. He looked for the extra pass there. We've got a few questions from you coming in the chat in a second. We'll play this free kick first. Is this a goal scoring area?
It is. I'm sure his #house teammate Shuri would be loving this one.
Here we go then.
Should be going keeper side here. Should be going. That's in basically right now.
Trent Alexander-Arnold. Is it a
goal?
Is it a brace for him? It is.
That's for you, my boy.
Forget team of the year, Omri. It's all about Trent Alexander-Arnold.
That's a really interesting play from Tom. Jaden making a mistake, a small foul. Tom just pressing L2 and R2, playing for that free kick, taking it and scoring with ease. What a free kick, well done.
Can you do anything to stop that?
You have to kind of outfox who you're taking it. Because if people like Trent, these guys are unbelievable free kick takers, so you kind of have to predict where maybe move late or bring someone onto the line. Just hope for the best, really. He's really tough to stop this year.
Well, yesterday on broadcast, that one's for you, Shuri. I think I heard the exact same message echo out. I mean, he teased it, Red Lack. It's something that, no doubt, you would have saw on the #house channel. Right, back to some questions, sorry. What formation would you recommend for a casual trying to improve, Stokes?
Well, I would recommend, unfortunately, I'd recommend the 4-2-1-3. However, 4-4-2 is also a very good formation. We're seeing a lot of both of those at this tournament.
Chance, Mamouche! Well, he's phoning it in because he's just got 3 goals in 25 minutes. What a start!
No emotion from Tom Lees. I think that's a good thing. Keep it in. Don't overstretch, don't over-celebrate in case it comes back to bite you. Another good goal, and he's absolutely cruising in this second leg.
Yeah, he's been here before as well, and obviously such good experience. I think Jaden has the ability to bring us back. He just needs to keep his head, because obviously it is very easy to lose control in these moments.
In this moment, you're 2 goals down. There was a 1-goal cushion that's been waved away. If you're on the opposite side of Jaden here, what's the message that your teammate would love to tell you, that he physically can't just keep your head? There's a chance on Reed, defended well.
Yeah, it's all like Mark will have utmost faith that Jaden has the ability to score these goals. He just needs to settle into the game and like start kind of stopping these attacks, because to be honest with you, it's looking really easy for Tom to get shots off, and when Tom's into this kind of flow, he's one of the best in the world.
Hello, how's Omri onside there? Tim Howard had to be aggressive. There had to be a little bit of goalkeeper movement there, and we said about a way back into the game. That's certainly a way back for Brighton of Albion, only 1 goal behind now.
Yeah, everything to play for. Jaden needed that, needed the confidence, let alone the goal. A first-time through ball from Marmouche. We spoke about his tiki-taka and incisive play styles. A good pass, a good finish. Using the low driven as well, Brandon. We've shown all these different types of techniques today. Jaden back in the game.
Champions League spots on the line with this one as well, not just the grand final. The FC Pro partnered leagues from all around the world will play a pathway into playing in the ECL. A few more questions coming in for you, Stokes, as well. Who would you recommend as a cheap beast on Ultimate Team from the Premier League?
Cheap beast from the Premier League. I think you're looking at Ricardo Carvalho, the new for birthday hero. He's really good for the low price. Same with Ledley King. As for the attackers, I'd go with
Trivella?
Trent for the midfield, most definitely. Maybe Daniel Marlon. He's not that cheap, but I think he's a very, very, very good item.
Stokes, if you could use one Prem SBC, who would it be? Does Hullet count in there, or?
I mean, let's take Hullet out of the equation. He'd be a lot of money. I think the one that I would probably use would be Gareth Bale. I think he's one that I would have loved to have tried, but could have used his base item. But I think that the SBC is a very, very nice upgrade.
It's not a bad choice of that team of the year, Gareth Bale.
No, I like the Bale shout, but I'll just take Hullet. Forget the price. He's in the team.
I think he'd be in every single player's team here. Again, SBCs weren't allowed as part of the squad restrictions in this year's ePremier League. Had to be players that were on the market, accessible on the market, such as Victor Ababo, who is waiting for someone to make a run in the box there. We know where this one could end up. Decides to go short this time, but not for that traditional front post flick on that we have seen.
I think looking for that last attack, maybe slowing the clock down. He does have a lead going into half-time, so that's all you need. You don't want the opponent to have one more chance to score. We'll have the last chance. Maybe it's a 2-goal lead, maybe it's 1, but he will not be going in level.
Speaking of playing for the last chance, this is what we're going to be seeing from Tom Lees. Again, if you missed the first leg, it was 3-2 for Brighton of Albion.
+2. Veteran play here though. Like, this is, I think, a lot of the newer players or casual players will make. If you concede right on half-time, it can be real demoralising, and you have no chance to reply off the kickoff.
Well, is that going to happen now? Added time of 2 minutes. We've crossed the 2 minutes, and that will do us at the halfway point. Only 1 goal between the two sides. There is still so much time left.
Yeah, so much time, and Stokes, we just spoke about the last chance, but the composure and the maturity to do it from a corner kick, an attacking corner, I really like that from Tom.
Yeah, I guess so. I think personally, this is probably why I'm standing here, but I think corners are such a good chance to score. So I mean, you can look at it from both ways, but at the end of the day, you're keeping your lead, you're consolidating your lead, so there's no need to make silly mistakes.
One question I just saw in the chat come in as well from I Am the Mayo. What ePrem player surprised you the most?
Surprised me the most?
Well, you can say a handful if you want, or just some clubs.
Some clubs. I think I was impressed with the Arsenal player Larbs' first tournament. He's really unknown. I think he played a different game, and he obviously qualified, and he's come in and he's scored some unbelievable goals, and he showed a lot of talent.
He was a little bit silky as well, wasn't he?
Yeah,
a few skill moves.
He's got a lot to his locker, to be fair to him.
Hang on a second. Keeper comes out. Tim Howard's has been a little bit too aggressive.
Lenny Euro corner here.
Front post flick on. We're all square again. 10 goals evenly split across the 2 games.
And take credit for that one. I taught him that one.
You said it a minute ago. Corners so important. Such an overlooked method of scoring, maybe for a casual player. But if you get it right every single time, you time the shot well, it's a guaranteed goal.
Yeah, I think a big mistake from Tom Lees when the through pass came in from Jadon. He didn't bring the keeper initially, and when he did, he was punished, gave away a corner and conceded directly from it. As you can see, he's not very happy, but that's not going to be good for him going into the second half of this second half, really.
I mean, play styles come into play across all of these big moments you see in finesses, corners. Is there a way the corners can be stopped if you can find the right aerial plus defender, or is it just a flip of a coin every time?
I think sometimes you're relying on a kind of a 50-50 in the air, a challenge, but at the end of the day, if you switch really quickly to your biggest player and challenge for that corner, you've got a good chance of stopping it. I think Tom was I think he moved the keeper. I think moving the keeper is a mistake this year.
Yeah, you don't necessarily need to win the header, you just want to challenge for it, maybe put the opponent off. What I like to do, Stokes, is put my tallest player on the front post and then select him and directly go for the header.
Absolutely. So
just offside.
Yeah, if Tom himself had Haaland, for example, he would just grab him, pull him across, and I think he'd be able to stop that.
Another question coming in for Stokes. Who is the best left stick dribbler in the Premier League?
there's a lot of candidates. I think Tex is up there. Manu is definitely up there. But to be honest, Nixneb, I think he's his box ability, like the way he dribbles, the way he twists and turns, he's the most unique attacker in the tournament. So I'd definitely say Nixneb.
Well, he was 2 goals behind Jayden Groden. He might be in front now.
Flying.
Such different games for him as well, Alfie, because he was 3-0 down in his previous matchup. Sorry, 3-0 up Jayden Groden, then gave away a 3-0 lead. At one point you thought maybe he was going to be losing his head. On this game, Tom Lees goes 3-0 up technically in the individual game, and he's been able to come back.
Yeah, I think Jayden Groden's a confidence player. When he's on his game, when he's playing confidently, he's so good. But Brandon, there's an issue. He gets very angry very easily, and I think that shows in his gameplay. Maybe he'll concede 1, 2, 3 in succession. But he's bounced back really well here, and he's back in the game and back in the lead.
Yeah, he's a lot like myself. I think once you get into a state of where you're enjoying playing and you're attacking well, you can just build and build and build it, and it goes the opposite way sometimes, where you can see he's done really well not to lose his head and come back into this.
Look, still only a goal. That's a mistake. Can Tom Lees make the most of it? He'll get a corner. And we know what this could be. Decides to play that one short, and now try and find a way into the box, which she's done a great job of, by the way. Keeping on a Barber. There's a little dink, looking for the flick on into her.
I don't know if this is a new thing for Tom, but I haven't actually. This is the first time I've seen him utilise this so much. He's looking for that a lot. Obviously, Barber is very tall. I think he's like 6'2", has silver aerial, but it's kind of the meta from what we saw last FC. Haven't really seen anyone else trying this kind of stuff.
We saw in that earlier game for Ipswich Town, Stingray do that as well, Redlac. Sort of that little dink ball from Bruno Fernandes, look for the flick on. Here's another chance for Tottenham.
Yeah, initiating that player like with the left and right stick clicking in at the same time. That means Tom can move his Abarbo into the position he wants him to be in. The AI will take control of the ball, then simply press square. The player plays the pass, and you just win the header. The unfortunate thing for Tom there is he didn't have a passing option on.
He's playing a very brave game there, Jayden, a few times. Was up against the press of Tom Lees, keeping on the bow there. Haaland, no doubt, will come out on top of that one.
Yeah, Tom Lees' press, I'd say it's one of the best in the world, so it's going to be a scary few moments for Jayden. I think he needs to look for that goal rather than pass around the back or anything.
Abarbo, has he got the legs around? Has he got the angle?
Precision right there. You know, it's such a hard angle. Like you can't. It's such a micro movement there, and especially when you start getting shoved by the defender, it's so easy to put it wide.
Yeah, I think the shirt pulling really affected him, put him off balance, and Abarbo shoots just wide.
Let's have a little listen on the opposite side of the stage.
I don't need to go fast. Please, I do not need to go fast for the fucking life of it.
Apologies for the unsavoury language. Spurs, what are they saying?
What do you think? Still, you feel comfortable. You've been pressing it well. You're going to have to. It's 6-minute arse, actually.
Well, we caught the closing moments of that, and it was pretty clear of it's not long, it's 6-minute halves, it's not 9-minute halves. He's got to press, he's got to go for it.
Yeah, it's that time of the game. It's 95 depth time. It's bring your fullbacks onto attack or balanced and just push everything forward, really.
No doubt, on the winning side of this, you are going to feel so much pressure, Jayden. It's in your hands, isn't it? But is it in his hands for much longer? Abarba, can he get the angle? Keeper goes down to ground. He gets a fortunate save from Howard. That could have gone terribly wrong.
I'd like to say he did everything right, Tom, there. Howard just did an unbelievable dive at his feet.
Yeah, ball over the top. Abarbo couldn't get it down. I think maybe Stokes keep dribbling towards his own goal until the passing option opened. But like you say, Howard with an amazing animation there.
Crazy.
Final 10 minutes. Tom Lees knocking on the door.
I think it's uncharacteristic from Tom, having such a big lead and then it just going away, shipping goals. He can definitely come back into it. He's that type of player. He's got the ice, but it's not looking good for him at the minute.
It's not. But it's just, it goes to show how good of an attacker Jayden is, that he can do this to someone like Tom Lees.
8 minutes away from Brighton Hove Albion, making it back-to-back ePremier League Grand Finals, where they'll be taking on Liverpool and Manchester City for a shot at glory. Mark Marley's third time in an ePremier League final. And there's Tom Lees, can claw a goal back to send us into extra time. Again, he's trying to do all he can, Jayden, to hang on to the ball, take more minutes out of the game, but it just keeps on falling back to a Tottenham Hotspur shirt.
And these attacks, they're no different to any other attack Tom's had in the game, but they feel heavier. They feel like, oh no, don't concede, and that makes it so much harder to defend.
They are fresh legs, but I haven't used them. I don't really trust them.
I don't think subs are big.
They've got us as well. They've got us as well.
He says the word isn't trust his options on the bench there. I mean, I don't know, he's talking about the likes of Garnacho. It's probably his only...
Well, like you said, they're fresh legs, but he's never used them, so does he trust them to bring them on?
That's the problem. I think Tom bench is excellent though. Bruno, Lavia, Carragher, they're all good options for late in game.
Well, Nick Snip said if you get one chance, you'll score. Good block. Goalkeeper's going to hold it as well. That's big.
This might be, I mean, it might be hard to get the ball back here with the 6-minute half. You've got to see how much added time there is.
How much do you think Stokes too? You've played this mode a lot.
Not many goals in the second half, is there? I'm gonna go +2.
If they give away the possession again, which they have done, Tom Lees, it is over to you, my friend. Added time of 2 in-game minutes to keep Spurs alive in the ePremier League. That's going to fall back to Brighton. He just has to hang on to the ball. Nothing silly. It's a long ball forward. Is that going to do it? Brighton of Albion going to qualify for the Champions League again? Yes, they are! Back-to-back ePremier League Grand Finalists. It's the same duo representing the Seagulls. Mark Marley and Jayden Groden will be in this year's ePremier League final, where they'll take on Manchester City or Liverpool.
Yeah, an amazing game, a blockbuster, Brighton coming out on top.
Well, there we have it. One semi-final done. Another one to follow up after this as Liverpool takes on Manchester City, the defending champions. Here we go.
Welcome back to the ePremier League Grand Finals. We've just got our first finalists who have also qualified for the E-Champions League. Brighton and Hove Albion are through, and awaiting them in the final is either Manchester City or Liverpool, which is up next. Wow, welcome back to the ePremier League Grand Finals. I mean, you might see we've got a man in the middle joining us now, former ePremier League champion, Shells. Shells, we are also, he's just bowing down to you there.
Champion, it's royalty.
Last time you
royalty.
did that to me.
I didn't.
Great to see you here, mate. First things first, we've just seen a semi-final of the highest quality. Brighton and Hove Albion are through. You've been in this position before. You've been to an ePremier League final. How are you feeling at this moment?
I mean, they was here last year, so it's the second time coming. I think these boys, no one really predicted them to get that far, so I think this time they're ready to win it.
Now, I hate to tempt fate, but there is a possibility that we have the same final as last year, Mr. Richard Buckley.
Yeah, we certainly do. This is the bracket, how it's played out to this point. 6-5 win for Brighton against Spurs, and they'll be looking over their shoulder at the moment. Who's going to join them in that final, Man City or Liverpool? Mark Marley, this will be his third final in the ePremier League in the course of since 2019 to this point. He's never won. This will be 3 finals he has been in. Will it be third time lucky for Brighton and Hove Albion?
I like what you did there, but let's take a quick look then, shall we, at the semi-final to come, Manchester City versus Liverpool. Shells, how do you pick a winner between these two heavyweights?
I don't know. I'm not going to pick a winner. I think this is the biggest matchup of the competition. I think this is the final everyone was kind of looking at in terms of these are, on paper, the 2 strongest players on both sides. But one of them can only make it to the final. I don't know who it's going to be.
I think when you look name value-wise, these 4 players are all, I mean, superstars. We've got world champions, we've got E-Champions League winners, we've got domestic league winners. Texas won this competition twice already. Man City looking to make it 3 ePremier Leagues if they were to win it. It's really, really tough. I think it comes down to the combination of players. The Xbox game, the PlayStation game, who's going to come out on top in those individual battles, because I do think it will be nip and tuck, but in the back of my mind, I can't forget about that Matias Bonanno performance where he was, quite frankly, terrible against Salmon. So if he performs like that, City will lose this game.
Well, listen, 3 Premier Leagues, ePremier Leagues they're going for. You've got one of them. We want you on the casters. So head over there, get yourself ready for that next semi-final. I've heard you're going on there as well. But for now, there's only one man who's missing at the minute, and it's Brandon Smith. And he is backstage with his beloved Brighton and Hove Albion, who just booked their place into the final.
Of course he is.
Don't know what you mean there. Strictly professional business here. Congratulations, Mark Marley, Jayden Groden. You are back in another ePremier League final. I mean, how's the reaction? How are we feeling? E-Champions League tick. You're back there again for another year.
Yeah, absolutely buzzing to be back in the E-Champions League, but even more excited to be in the final again. You know, last year we unfortunately lost, but you know, we're feeling very confident going into it.
Mark, every year you're at the ePremier League. It's your 3rd time in an ePremier League final. Is this the year where it's a different result for you? Is it the silverware year?
I'd like to hope so. You know, I've been here so many times and 7 attempts at winning the tournament, so hopefully we can win the final this time.
And last one, I had a bit of a joke before we went on. These two have been watching a certain Tom Stokes' stream, and they owe him a thank you, apparently, don't they?
Oh, just like to say a big thank you to Tom Stokes, who helped us both out with the corners, which, you know, it's good to be on that side for a change.
And my last one, who do you want to play in that final? Do you want Man City again, or do you want Liverpool?
I think we have to say Man City after what happened last year.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see. Semi-final coming up next. Manchester City take on Liverpool, but before we do that, let's head over to R3 with Casey and Redlack.
Yes, thank you so much, Brandon, and congratulations again to Brighton on making it to that final. But we do have one more semi-final to go, joined by Redlack. We have to speak about this because Man City and Liverpool are about to go head-to-head in the semi-final. Break this down for me because this is 2 top-tier teams.
Yeah, on name value, the 4 players put together, amazing. Maybe the best in the ePremier League. As we see some highlights here, goals galore, and yeah. Who do you think's going to win, Case?
Well, I did have my predictions show on stream earlier, and I have Man City winning the entire tournament. And so for this one specifically, I do have it on City, but I believe you had a differing opinion, didn't you?
Well, my predictions haven't been released yet. But
Okay.
I had Liverpool to win the entire tournament, meaning they will win this game. So it's me versus you, and I think I'm going to win.
All right, well, talk to me because his first matchup, Manu versus Mati. Mati didn't have that great of a first game. Do you think that gives the edge to Manu?
Yeah, I think the PlayStation leg is sort of the most important because it sets the tone for that second leg. Manu Bashir versus Mati. If Manu gets a healthy lead, Tex is going to be in big trouble.
All right, well, either way, this semifinal is about to be action-packed, and I cannot wait for it to get going because there's only one more spot in this final. Thank you so much, Redlac. Let's get this semifinal underway.
So much time. Hazard makes it 4.
The title is ours.
He finds the top scorer, Manu Bashore.
Let's go.
Well, that's nice.
Hello, early doors, Matthias Bernardo.
The champions of England.
Let's see what City can do. He's takes 4 minutes.
It's time to go back to back.
Well, who will join Brighton Hove Albion in the 2025 ePremier League final? It'll be our two-time champions Manchester City, reigning defending, or the European superstars of Liverpool Football Club. The ability going into that booth is simply off the charts. Lex and Manu Bashore for the Reds, for the Blues, Bonanno and Tex. And it's an absolute pleasure to be in the booth on the commentary position. Myself, Richard Buckley, joined with Ryan Pessoa and 2021 ePremier League champion Shells. Fellas, this feels like the biggest game we've seen here at the ePremier League so far.
Yeah, absolutely. It's what all the players would have dreamed for. It's a semi-final I think would have been expected on paper. Obviously, there's a reason why Lex and Manu have come over here. They want to get their hands on the trophy and get those world champ spots.
Well, if you're wondering, how can I play like these pro players? We've got some tactics codes for you. Screenshot it, take a picture on your phone, do whatever you need to keep this picture, because these are all the tactics from the losing quarter finalists here today. Shells, if you were watching at home, any of these tactics that you'd be wanting to get involved in, maybe Stingrays?
I'm looking at Salmon's, to be honest. After he was playing, especially against a player like Bonanno that we're about to see today, Salmon's tactics is insane, but Stingray, Mark 11, known pros, their tactics are good for sure.
Incredible stuff from all of the players who have made it here to Championship Sunday at the ePremier League. Now let's just have a look into this booth. Matthias Bonanno, we have to talk about it earlier on today. I was in the commentary position.
Yep.
I watched that game against Salmon. He survived by the skin of his teeth.
But he did survive.
He did survive. And have a look at this. He's up off the chair. He's not sitting down until he's absolutely ready. Is this him trying to get in his zone?
Yeah,
he does before the game against Fulham.
No, but he's done this a lot last year. He did it.
Yeah.
He didn't do it before the Fulham game because he probably thought 4-0 up. I'm cruising. It's fine. There's no way. Matthias, you give him not a usual circumstance, a 1-0 lead. I back him to hold it. He had 4 and he almost lost it if it wasn't for that slide tackle.
Well, these two played 3 times last year in 2024. 3-0 Manu Bashore over the course of the 3 games. I think one of those games he beat him 10-1 at the Esports World Cup. Let's have a quick look at what Manu's going to be using in game. Shells, anything there that you particularly like? Anything that you dislike in the squad?
It's not nothing about I dislike. I think all these players are very good players, but Rodri, for me, in terms of value for money, of course he's one of the best centre mids in the game, but I would prefer using Trent and then saving the money for somewhere else and bringing someone in like Thierry Henry personally. But I mean, there's a reason Manu Bachore's playing and I'm here commentating, so.
Who would you have put right back though if Trent's not there?
Now that is a tough
That's the
one.
question,
I think Maicon has been one of the best options. And or Conor Bradley. I think Conor Bradley's got a good item as well.
Well, you talk about that, Rodri. He was in 9 of the 40 squads available to the players. So he wasn't picked by loads, but a quarter selected him. They'll have just been watching that game.
I've never seen Matthias like that. Can you hear this? You can hear it?
Yeah, he's ready. So it's all about surviving, and of course he wants to redeem himself of the past performance. And I know he's got a lot of pressure on himself, but he's a champion for a reason.
Not only a champion of England, a champion across the entire world when you look at his performances. However, there's only one man in that booth who has been on top of the mountain without any debate, and that's Manu Bashore in 2023, winning the World Championship, picking up £250,000 and taking the mantle of the best. And here we go, Man City against Liverpool. We're going to be playing on the PlayStation first. And this feels, to me, Ryan, like the pivotal game.
Yeah, absolutely. And We spoke off camera about this, right? I'm going to be brutally honest. I said I expect Tex to win every single game. Matthias, I don't know. I've not really been impressed with him this season, but he's a champion in previous years, and there's a reason for that. He had the perseverance to bounce back, but it's not just any game. He's up against Manu, who is going to be hungry.
Just to put this into perspective, in that booth right now, you've got Lex, who was in the French Championship final.
Yeah.
You've got Manu Bashore, who was in the Dutch Championship final. This is all last year. And you've got Man City, who won the ePremierleague last year. You have got serious world-class quality taking on each other in England's finest tournament. City kicking from right to left, and it's an early corner.
It's dangerous from them.
Whipped in, straight into Van Dijk. He's the only player to use Team of the Year Virgil van Dijk in his squad, is Matthias Bonanno. And he's still just lingering inside the box, but he's given the ball away, and it could be a chance for Manu to counter. A couple of player locks coming in, but is he going to be able to shake off Bonanno's defence? An element of his game that has been real, the rock to his success, but it was broken down against Salman in that match. And Manu Bashore will have watched that game and got a lot of confidence from it, Shells.
Yeah, I think it's quite hard to be a defensive player on this game. I think this year you got to be able to score goals, and obviously Matthias Bonanno is known to be defending well, but I'm sure he hasn't lost too much confidence in himself, and against Manu Bashore, this is where he needs to perform, because at these stages, you have to capitalise.
Yeah, in a weird way, you can look at it and just feel like, despite him losing, he done his job.
He done his job.
He done what he needed to do against Fulham, despite the performance being... It's a smelly one, isn't it? Come on, Shay.
He might have made Tex a bit worried for his game, but I'm sure...
I think he'll bounce back in this. I think he'll raise his level for this game, because he knows there's no room for error here.
Well, also, this is no disrespect to Salman whatsoever, but he might have, given him benefit of the doubt, potentially played down to Fulham, knowing the circumstances. He's 4-0 up, he can cruise. He's not cruising here. It's rocky waters for Bonanno, and that corner is less than impressive.
But it might be quite funny to some, but sometimes for me, the bigger the lead I have, the more scared I am playing. Just because if someone's giving me a 4-goal lead, I'm thinking, there's no way I can lose this. I can't lose this. And as soon as he scores one, my heart starts racing.
That look on Matthias' face when that ball went in the box, when he slid. Oh my good! I felt the tension for him. I felt bad.
Manu Bashore with Rodri. It's a red time strike. If that's not red, you're looking at a 1-goal lead.
It's a chance, huge chance for Manu. Good press as well. Squeezing him in there with Cole Palmer. That has to be a goal. Has to be.
Free kick given there. If you've got any questions for Shells, he's a former ePremierleague champion in 2021. He knows what it takes to lift the EPL trophy. Get them in the chat at the moment for him. We'll get our questions across to Shells. Keane and Lampard, centre midfield duo. I suppose you have to take sacrifices when you're putting nearly 5 million coins at a centre-back.
But I'm a big fan of that Frank Lampard item, where he's got all the passing play styles that I like, and he's able to pass the ball to my strikers, and that's all I want from my midfielders.
Marmouche. He's been a threat all day long, just twisting and turning in those areas. Son dives through.
The initial step, though, defensively from Matthias was poor. It's unlike him. It just feels panicked and rushed, but he done very, very well to redeem himself.
Yeah, with Van Dijk, was it? Where he stepped out. Kirkes, he'll have the pace to get past Trent Alexander-Arnold in at right back. Can Bonanno supply? Son! Big finish! And look at that reaction. After a lacklustre quarter-final, he knows that he had to perform here in the semis.
Yeah, he had to get that goal. You can see how much it means to him as well. With the celebration, just powering down the line with Kirkes. It looks simple, but it's just about finding the passes and being perfect with your timing, the touch back from where it came, and then you can just arrow it into the bottom corner. Massive start for Man City.
I suppose that's what Son offers you as well, that ability on either foot.
Yeah, Son is one of the best finishers in the game, not only in the Premier League. He scores pretty much all the chances he gets, especially if he time it green. But Matthias Bonanno started off strong. Of course, he's got a performance to show himself and show he's capable. Is it 2?
Wait, what?
It is 2. It's straight from kickoff.
Wow.
We're still looking at the replay, and Bonanno's hitting for double.
I was still praising him on the first one.
We'll get to see a replay of that, but 2-0 down. A familiar story for Manu in this tournament. He was 2-0 down in his game against Wolves in the previous round. Managed to come back into it, but this one is it's looking like a very, very tough ask. Son running in behind. He tries to slide and he retains possession. And it ends up being a simple goal there. Wow.
So fast. You have to protect your kickoff. You have to protect it. And Bernardo has capitalised, and a pause came straight in as well from Manu.
I mean, the experience in this player booth alone, these boys know what it takes to win it all. And I think Manu Bachor, of course, 2-0 conceding the second one straight away is not pretty, but I'm sure he's confident in himself and to bring him back. At least give Lex a fighting chance in the next leg.
Yeah.
A determined Matías Bernardo trying to get City into another ePremier League final. It'll be a rematch from last year if they were to get over the hump and beat Liverpool in this game. However, the players sat opposite them have got quality. They've got goal-scoring quality. They've got star quality in Manu Bachor and Lex for Liverpool. Let's wait and see how Liverpool can react. That's a high press. Son with the chance. Big save from Howard at the near post.
Yeah, I think he expected Howard to be shuffling across to predict the finesse shot, so he went near post.
Trent with the set play. Into Palmer. That's a finesse opportunity. Van Dijk. What a block that is. That's 5 million coins worth of block.
Yeah, it's knocking on the door now. Liverpool and Manu.
Short corner play. Palmer with a little player lock fake. Hitting both analog sticks in and manually moving to a different player. Rodri now can strike it, but he's very, very aggressive there, Bernardo. Pulling players out and happy to engage on the edge of his own box. Question coming in there from Benji. Shells, can we see you and Ryan team up for ePrem next year?
I don't think they know. Me and Ryan was plotting. We're planning for our comeback next season. So
why not? One more grouping, why not, man?
I told Ryan this year if he signed up, he would be ready to take over. But he didn't believe in himself. So now he's come to me, and hopefully we'll see what happens next year.
Question coming from Lisa Manley there. How did it feel coaching and not playing?
It is the worst experience of all time. As a competitor, I've always wanted to play, and every event I go to and I'm not playing, it definitely burns, but I've got good friends here and I want to see them win as well. I mean, it tries, but I don't know if it works too much, because when I go and qualify, I play worse, but...
And another quick one there. What's your favourite formation?
I'm one of them people, 4-2-1-3. I'm sad.
You were coaching Crystal Palace this weekend. Surely as a coach then, it must be horrible looking over Stokes' games, because you just know there's 10 goals. No matter what, you kind of looked into a...
I've been watching Stokes play since a couple years ago, and I've never liked the way how he defends. So watching him play is never a good joy to watch. But going forward, he is one of the best players, honestly.
Agreed.
Caicedo is going to be the catalyst here for Liverpool's final attack of the half. Marmoush can't quite turn around. That has to be cleared.
Oh my goodness.
It's a throw-in, meaning that we won't play it. 2-0 at half-time, Manchester City leading on the PlayStation League against Manu Bachor. Someone in the chat. Where'd you laugh? Having a listen in here. Ryan, what are they saying here?
I've been learning a bit of my French there. I'm kind of waiting for Lex to speak.
It's Dutch, mate.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I'm waiting for Lex to speak behind. Dutch, I have no idea, but French, I'm there.
Lex was to speak to Manu, but speak in English.
Lex, can he? I don't think Lex can speak.
Pero más que eso no puede hacer, porque el equipo es la formación es central.
I've got no idea.
Vamos, dale.
Let's go.
I know that, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard a couple of French pros say that when they've scored against me in my time, so...
Couple?
Yeah. Really... I see how you're doing me now.
Back on the way for the second half. Man City getting us kicked off, leading 2-0. Bernardo with a quick double to send them into a promising position when Tex will take over the controller.
You can see the way he set up his team as well. I'm speaking of Bernardo's position here. Just having Carvalho, etc. There's a clear game plan. It's something that himself, Zazinho, Edu, everyone at City would be trying to make sure it's fine crafted to the way he plays. So I do respect that.
We've seen 50 minutes of this game so far. Are you surprised by what we've seen?
I mean, just before we was talking about Banana and saying he has to prove himself, and I think this format is quite funny in terms of just a minute ago we were saying Banana, we don't know if he's still got it in you, and look at him now, 2-0 up, potentially giving Tex a lead, and to go into the final, it just shows anything can happen.
Yeah, my thing is before the game, I would have predicted Manu to win this game and Tex to win the second leg. I don't know, in terms of who would go through, I actually don't know.
Manu would have watched that game that Fulham played, though, so that Salmon had against Banano, you would imagine. Obviously, they were playing at the same time, but he would have gone back and watched it in the time that he's had here. Would you be able to pick anything up from that, or
it's such
is it hard to individually look at games?
Yeah, because you have to think of it. When you're coming into this game, it's 0-0. But Matthias was going into that game 4-0 up. It's a completely different approach. Do you go? Do you stick or twist? You're thinking, all right, I can play a bit risky, I should say, because even if you concede, it's still 3 goals. But then it was a catch-22 because he tried to and then ended up conceding straight away.
Talking a lot about playing first and playing second, when you two were playing, if you were to go again next year, who would rather take that first leg and try and get into a lead? And then who would rather see it off? As Matthias Banano lets out a roar, 3-0 up. And he's putting Man City well and truly in the driver's seat.
For me, this... I don't want to say leg done. Manu's going to need to do something extraordinary to come back. Matthias is playing extremely well defensively, but offensively, you'll see here, just a player lock across the box there, getting it into the corner. That's a massive goal for City.
So he's hit the player lock, and then he's actually done a pinged pass off the player lock. He's activated a driven pass.
Is that goal finesse with Keane as well?
Yeah.
Helps finish. I thought it was a bit close to the keeper, I thought.
What will he be thinking in the back there?
It's a tough one, because I know he believes in himself for sure, but at this stage, you know you're up against Tex in the next leg, and you want every bit of help you can get.
Yeah, you're going to need something. Manu's going to need at least, I'm going to say you need two goals. Even one against Tex. Tex is high flying.
For me, I said I have to see Tex lose for City to not be champions. And with a 3-goal lead, I don't see Tex losing that at all.
No, not for me.
Back to the question, who would rather play first or second?
If I'm with a lead, I'd rather give it to Ryan to hold on.
Okay.
I can slug the game out sometimes, but I would rather go.
But like I said, if he gave me a 3-goal lead, I would be terrified. And I don't think I could look at him if I threw it away.
Here we go, 61 minutes on the clock. Manu Bichore, he's been there, he's accomplished it all. But he's ran in to a City wall in the shape of Banano and simply cannot break him down. We were critical on Banano against Fulham. Defensively, looked lacklustre in this particular matchup.
It's nice.
He's been very good, but maybe the first brick falls out of that City wall as Manu gets one back.
Yeah, that's a lovely goal, just to build up. I was about to praise Matthias for the offside traps there, because
even defending.
Yeah, he squeezed so well there. You'll see it just with Rodri managing to get the pass into Palmer, driven into Bruno, and just that little turn past Haaland into the pass. It's a way back into the game.
Yeah, I would definitely say good defending from Matty, but sometimes good attacking beats good defending.
Yeah, agreed. I don't think he's done anything wrong.
Richard, we were talking about second guessing earlier, and if you saw Manu Pachour's attack there, it was perfect.
Yeah.
Patient, taking his time, close dribbling. It shows his quality for sure.
What would you be thinking if you're Manu in this scenario?
It
feels as though the pressure is on you. You've got to get something out of this game.
Yeah. You'll think even if you lose 3-2, it's still something, because you were in a 3-0 deficit at a point in the game. So you kind of want to take the positives as they come. Despite it being a loss, it's all situational and depends from what position. Got to be.
It's red timed, and it doesn't matter. It's found its way into the top corner. It's flew in off Gervinho's left boot and re-establishing that 3-goal lead.
Quick response.
Quick response again. That's twice now. I believe he's got a goal straight off the bat. Son, just the space opened up. He didn't play a switch, surprisingly, there. Manu sort of gave the extra runner space and time in the box. Despite mistiming it, I think having a chance like that, you kind of still expect to find the back of the net.
In these 2v2 competitions, you're going to need your teammate to bail you out and save you a couple of times. And I think Matty, of course, the round before, he's definitely trying to prove himself, and this is a statement game for sure to give him the confidence Tex.
Yeah.
Believe in him for sure.
As I said, that would give confidence to not only but to Tex as well.
Tex.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Teamwork.
Exactly, absolutely. That's
You
something
can't go
that
into any game thinking that you have to do something because you don't believe in your teammate. That's not going to work at all.
Manu's come forward here straight from the get-go. Heung-min Son, he's been one of his star players, but Bonanno, even to get out of this game with a 4-1 lead, is giving Tex a huge, huge advantage going into a Tex that hasn't really lost on LAN in the ePremierleague in a few years. He has been superb.
Hold on.
Unbeaten so far in this year's ePremierleague. 5 wins on the Xbox for Tex. If Bonanno can continue this form, City look a very, very dangerous prospect.
Oh, it's worked out perfectly as well. He managed to step with Haaland and Son driven at the near post. And for me, if it stays this same scoreline in this game, it's job done for City, in my opinion.
Anything can happen, but yeah, Tex with a 4-5 goal, I don't see it happening.
He stepped with Haaland there. Got a bit unfortunate, but the driven pass and the composure to wait for the goalkeeper, then put it in at the near post. 5-1 is comfy.
Emphatic celebration as well from Matías Bonanno. 5-1 lead with only a few minutes left to play. Manu Bachore looks shell-shocked. As it stands, Manu Bachore won't be at the E-Champions League. This feels like a huge, huge turning point in this tie. With Tex to take over on the Xbox leg. Matías Bonanno, question marks over what he could do. And he is performing time and time again when the pressure is on him. If you are just joining us, welcome to the ePremierleague 2025. And what a time you are joining us. We're in the semi-final stages with Brighton and Hove Albion in the final. And now we need to find out who they will be playing. 30 minutes left in this matchup with Man City leading 5-1. Make that 6! Matías Bonanno, before Tex even touches the controller, has killed this game well and truly off.
Wow. The camera's panning to Lex. He's looking, thinking, what's going on here?
Stunned.
A complete turnaround from what we saw in the first game for Matías today. Ball roll scoop with Javinho, plays a reverse pass, and a driven ball across the box, tapping for Son. The celebrations there from Cecilio and Mati. 6-1 against Manu Bachore, former world champion. That is an unbelievable statement.
When questions are asked of Bonanno, he answered in the most emphatic way possible. The winner of this matchup, the club that goes into the final, guaranteed £15,000. Also, 2 tickets to the E-Champions League.
Might get worse.
Manu Bachore right now simply cannot land a finger, land a glove on Bonanno.
What do you think Tex is going to do in the second leg? Go for the kill, go for 10, go for 11, or do you think he's just going to be patient? Because Tex can just stand on the ball. You know what he does.
I think Tex is so comfortable in his ability. The scoreline obviously helps him a lot in terms of what he can do to manage it, but I don't think it will change his strategy too much. We know how Tex likes to play, structured, keeps possession, so I think his experience will take over and he'll see it through.
Green Trivella doesn't find the back of the net. Goal here doesn't do much, in my opinion, but you never know.
You see those items next to Bonanno's face cam and Manu Bachore's face cam. Joe Gomez and McAtee, they were SPCs that completed in Ultimate Team. They came out as 89 rated. Both of those items with Liverpool and City getting to the semi-final and winning a game will go up to 91 rated. So if you completed them, you sat at home watching, make sure you keep your eyes on Ultimate Team. They'll be getting upgraded in the not-so-distant future.
It's going back in time here, Rich. Just give even more credit to Salmon, what he done earlier, because...
Absolutely.
What? 6-1.
But I think we should give some credit to Bonanno as well.
Oh,
Bounce back straight away. He didn't have long to regain himself. might be 6
reckless at the back. And look, every goal is going to be important in this time.
Listen, if Lex comes back, cut me off the stream. I'm going home. I'm telling you that right now. I can honestly,
I don't know what I'll do. That means Texas somehow gives us a 4-goal lead.
I'm telling you that.
Everything's possible.
It's just
possible.
The only way, if Texas, I would say, is if he just maybe does a challenge for his YouTube channel, like changing buttons.
Would this be the greatest comeback of all time if
yeah.
Lex turns this around?
Yeah. I don't see it, but...
Well, you might be about to witness history, because that's where we have to go. If Liverpool have got any chance of qualifying into the finals of the ePremier League, let's just have a quick look at the other side of the booth, actually. I want to see what Lex is looking at, and Manu. Bonano, job done for Manchester City. Lex is putting the headphones in. I think he's going to need more than some music in order to give him the momentum needed to turn this tie around. Richard Buckley, Ryan Pessoa, and Shells in the commentary position. Shells, 2021 ePremier League champion. I'm never going to get tired of saying it. Some questions coming in for you, mate. How did it feel when you won the ePrem?
Tears of joy. I think obviously when I came into the scene, I lost quite a heartbreaking way. So I thought I'd never get my hands on a trophy. So when I actually done it and to bring the first trophy to Man City, who was my team at the time, it was one of the best feelings for sure.
Now they're looking for him.
With a clap.
I look like my auntie.
I'm not sure how this question's managed to slip through. Who's your favourite Aston Villa player?
Full time? Or right now?
I'll let you take it.
Who's that for? Just for shows?
Leon Bailey.
Oh yeah, Leon Bailey. Yeah,
Marcus Rashford.
Nah, Leon Bailey. Leon Bailey.
Another question here. Shells, who's the hardest opponent you've played against? We'll go in the ePremier League, then we'll go also ever. ePremier
League, I think I've definitely got to give it to Oli Lita.
Okay.
He made me work the hardest for the trophy, so I got to give the respect to him, and he ended up winning for himself, so it's nice to see. But right now, I think I've picked Tom Lees, man. He's one of the best players I've ever played against, for sure.
Ryan, I've got to get your opinion. We've got one more question actually here. Who's your club legend in FC 25? You got someone who's...
I know he's going to say.
Phil Foden, 93 SBC Foden, my favourite player this year for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we've not really had a fantastic tradable Foden item that's been worthwhile. I think we had the 92.
The Thunderstruck. Yeah, I didn't even use that one, to be fair. I didn't use it. The SBC was crazy.
Ryan, talk to me about this game we're about to see. Tex is taking over. For people who might not have seen Tex, for people who, if this is your first ever opportunity watching him, why is he regarded as the best player to ever play FC competitively?
Mentality, of course, gameplay is, it can't be understated. How he controls games. He can stand on the ball. He basically reacts off what you do. That's not saying he doesn't know what he's going to do, but he's he's just instinctive in the sense of once you move a player out of position, you're going to get punished every single time. And in front of goal, he's deadly. I back Tex to beat anybody in any competition, but now he's got a four goal lead. Just
to put it into perspective as well, approximate earnings roughly for Tex over the course of his career, $674,000 over the course. One bit of confidence for Lex. Needs to have played twice. Lex has beat him twice.
It's different circumstance. That's the only thing. And plus, Tex is he's at his home. It's an Xbox. That plays into it too.
That's a big thing.
That's a massive thing.
It would have to be Lex's greatest ever performance.
We need 2 goals by half-time.
If he was to turn this game around. That's a lovely ball out wide. Son will take the space, cuts it back to Marmouche. Twisting and turning. That's got to go.
Overcooked it a little bit.
He could have started it already, but I wanted a bit too much from Lex, but it was a good start here. But
I think he expected, obviously, Tex to read that pass and read the shot. He tried to do too much there and get a guaranteed goal both ways, and he ended up with 0.
It's been all over the world, has Tex competing since 2018 competitively. He's won it all. He's won this tournament twice. Once with Man City, once with Liverpool in 2019. This will be a hat-trick of wins.
Good defender. I was going to say as well, the one thing for Lex here, again, this is my opinion, Tex is going to score. So it's more than...
You would imagine so.
It's more than 4 goals. So I feel bad for him because he's been put in a tough position.
Here is Tex with Mohamed Salah out wide. Nice feet down the byline, looking to cut it inside. He's got a number on the edge of the box. Bruno Fernandes linking up with Salah. Henry takes over. Driven pass into Lampard. Back to Henry. He's waiting and probing for a perfect opportunity. Son into Cunha. Back to Salah. And he's looking to just thread it back through to Matthias Cunha.
Yeah, you see how Tex can be so patient there, though. He can just stand on the ball and you're just chasing him. Because look already, 15 minutes gone.
I would cry playing against Tex. He's so patient. He's so scary with the finesse shot play style.
With a 4-goal lead as well.
With a 4-goal lead is scary hours, but Lex...
Although, if you're getting the ball won high up the pitch like that and Tex is giving you an angle back into the game, he's had 2 chances already, Lex.
Yeah, that's a chance there with Cantona. I think with the... Maybe if you didn't hold R2, but you kind of needed to. It's just a bad touch.
Just a bit unfortunate with the touch there, but it's still a lot to play, and all he needs is 1 to get the ball going.
Do you think... I'd say he needs 2 by half-time.
I think goals can come out of nowhere in this game very quickly. I think momentum can change very quickly as well. So as long as he can get 1 before half-time, I think he'll be all right for the second.
He needs to keep a clean sheet.
Yeah.
He's started well, though, has Lex, in this matchup. A couple of half chances.
One thing that makes it difficult for him as well, he has to start off with an offensive set of tactics, etc. He's not going to be able to play what he usually plays here. He has to go higher depth, more players committing forward.
And then how important is it to have sort of, especially if you are playing on that higher press and you're squeezing up the pitch, there's some players in the draft process had pretty terrible benches. Having a decent set of players come off the bench where that stamina might be a little bit lower could be influential.
Yeah, and the thing is with Lex, he doesn't have tons of substitutes. He's got regular Gold Rashford, he's got Adama Traore, but that's
no special items.
Really, no special items. So going forward, there's not really too many options. He has to get it done
in the 90.
Yeah.
Minutes ticking by. Every minute that goes, it feels like Lex's chances dwindle.
What do you think makes Tex click at ePrem so much? Do you think it's because, obviously, we see him at Pro Open and people think he's not the Tex he wants to be, but he's playing against the best of the best here. And at ePremierleague, of course, the talent is great, but he's not playing against the top tier. Do you think he kind of looks at the other UK players as just like a snack bar?
100%.
I think it's ego.
I think the same as well.
Or you can eat buffet when he's hungry. He doesn't really see a threat. And no one's really posed him any sort of threat over the years. So
I think the last individual game he lost was against Dragon in 2020.
Wow, that's a throwback. Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah, I won it.
Thanks,
Dragon, for that.
Chance here for Lex. Son with the finesse, it's going to bounce off the bar, and it's just not Liverpool's day.
You know when you need something to fall in your favour.
Corner played short. Oh, it's good pressure.
And he's got the throw as well, yeah.
I don't know if we can see that again. If we can see that replay
Keeper
again, here we
moves
go.
well. The keeper moves well. Tim Howard moves across.
Block
I ain't never seen that go over the bar like that.
It went in slow motion as it bounced up there. Bruno Fernandes, middle of the park. He's got so much space with that long ball pass and tiki-taka plus play style. He can do it all. Can Bruno?
Yeah.
Henry teasing Lewis Skelly out of position, waiting for that space to open up in the pocket, in the half space. There it is, Mo Salah.
He's so patient.
There's no rush. There's absolutely no rush.
And it might look like he's actually trying to waste time, which is probably is trying to kill, but that's actually how he plays. He's so smart.
Outstanding pass from Cantona to release a Barbo. That's a big hit from the back post. That's a great goal.
Great.
Nah, you know what? Round of applause. Lex, that's an incredible goal. Incredible.
3 goals needed for Liverpool.
Panic buttons pressed yet? Or?
Nah, I need to see 3. I need to see what Salman done in this game. But look at this here, the composure. He's triggered the runs already. You see with Cantona and Marmou's time to perfection. You know what? That's one of my favourite goals of not just the day, of the ePremier League so far this year. Just the timing of everything is top notch.
Indefendable?
Very hard. It's very hard. Obviously, sometimes you got to give the attacking player the credit. He was on the counter, and counter-attacking football is very good this year. So sometimes you just got to give props to the other player.
We're approaching half-time here. I don't recall Tex having a shot on target in this opening 45.
He's had opportunities in and around the area, but he's more so just been content in just keeping possession, forcing Lex to
He's been
rush
lurking. He's been lurking close to a goal.
Looking with intent.
Yes.
Like now here, honestly, just keep the ball, play for the last attack.
I'll throw another Sunday League reference in. He's in the corridor of uncertainty.
That was a good one.
Thank you.
No added time, though.
That will do us 6-3 at half-time. That's where we find the game. Lex is 1-0 up in the second leg, but that dominant performance from Bonanno in the first leg means that it's still a real uphill battle for the Frenchman if he wants to try and take Liverpool to an ePremierleague final. What have you made of that first 45 minutes on reflection, Ryan?
He's had chances, Lex, if I'm being honest. He's had 2 or 3 other chances than the one that he scored, of course. So, I still believe for a comeback to be staged, you needed 2 in the first half. I mean, like, as in he needs to be up by 2 in this game in the first half. So for me, I still believe it's job done. I'm sorry.
I just want to mention a point there. You talked about Lex's bench. It's
Yeah.
all gold items.
Ali.
Where's the coin spent on that team? Yep, stamp.
A lot of coins are spent on Kyle Walker.
Kyle Walker, 1.8 million.
Not many people use Kyle Walker this weekend, did they?
Only 3 out of the 40.
We're seeing 2 of them right now.
Maybe that's the key. 2 semi-finalists.
Well, actually, no, I stand corrected. My bad. It's only one of them. Would you have put the 1.8 million in at right back for Kyle Walker? I think he's the best choice.
I do think Kyle Walker is the best right back available in the ePremier League this year, but I don't think I would have done it. I think if he was up against a Barbo, I would think about it, but...
I don't think he's 1.6 million coins better than Trent.
Me either, but I prefer Trent in midfield.
Yeah, it's a
I think Trent's play styles are too good to be wasted as a right back.
Mo Salah coming forward here for Manchester City, edging ever closer to a rematch of last year's final, Man City and Brighton. Soon to be confirmed.
Good defending.
Tex again. Held by Lex.
I would have loved to see this game in different circumstances.
I was thinking
now
the
I'm seeing
same
the way
thing.
Lex... Oh, so both pass was on.
Yeah, he could have been. But Cantona's strong, but that pass back to Marmoush, Trent does well.
And then just look now, he gets the ball 54th minute for Tex, and just see when Lex gets the possession back again. Tex is so good at just...
55.
guys.
I'm not saying nothing anymore.
Lex here could have a little chance as it's starting to open up, middle of the park. Ababo out wide, great feed, skins his defender. King comes across, tap in,
again.
6-4.
Lex is so wow. He's actually so good. I give him credit.
What is he doing there that's so good for people at home who are watching?
Now listen,
Let's see it against
guys at
Tex here,
home.
and he's doing this, by the way.
Can we watch the replay again? Just look at the timing. Touch back, gets a speed boost down the line. Player looks into Son, cancels it, plays the pass and the tap it. It's such a good goal from Lex. It's such a good goal.
A lot of time to play for as well. This could get interesting.
Brighton must be loving what they're seeing.
They're seeing weakness from both teams in a way.
Absolutely.
That will give them positives. Speaking on that, potential rematch from last year. Oh, that hunger in Mark and Jaden's belly will be... That's vengeance, you know that. That's...
And once again, I think now they're in the final, I think either of these 2 teams, whoever makes it, I think the pressure's on them. And I think Jaden and Mark will be happy with that. And they'll be ready to take this ship for sure.
6-4. Not even 60 minutes played yet. We expected this to be one-way traffic Man City's way. Tex entered this game with a 4-goal lead. It's now 6-4. Only 2 goals separate them.
The thing about Lex as well, the way he attacks, well, usually anyway in different circumstances, he's so quick in like the first time through balls and everything. He catches you off.
That 90th minute goal to make it 6-2.
Did you catch the way Manu celebrated it as well? Stood up and was pointing at him. So it's like, see, that extra goal might just do something.
Lex has been outstanding.
That's the through ball I'm talking about.
In this second leg. This feels very, very tense all of a sudden here live in London for the ePremierleague finals. Lex has got numbers going forward. That pass.
It's just that triggered run all the time. You need to watch out. Anytime Cantona gets the ball, look at his wingers.
They're flying.
Yep.
Incisive pass being one of the best
important.
play styles this year. When you got people running in behind, it's a scary sight.
He has to pull him down. Has to. Pause cued for Tex.
How surprised are you by this, Shells, what you've seen in this game?
I don't think I'm not really surprised because I don't think Tex is really playing. I don't think he's playing bad at all. I think you've got to give respect to both. I think he's managing the game quite well. Of course, he hasn't had many shots as he probably much like. He's had chances to shoot and good
He's had shots. That's what I was about to say.
He's had good and I think he's defended okay. But Lex has been playing really well. I think it just shows the talent that's on display at this moment.
The thing is, when Tex has been in position, Rich, what do you think about this, right? This is my perspective. He's had areas where he could pass it into the striker, like we saw him do against Lil Griffin against Fulham, turn and shoot goal. Or like be patient, be decisive there. What he's done, he gets the ball, plays it straight back, goes towards the corner with Salah or whoever, twists and turns. He's not even really looking to score because if he misses the chance, it gives Lex the possession again.
He needs to score.
I agree.
I think Tex should maybe start going for some finesses that he likes and try to get some corners because we know goals can come from corners.
His team is set up for finesses.
There's one of the players who is
four players with finesse.
Yeah, Son being one of them. Only 20 minutes left to play here. It could be the case of just one goal too many for Lex. An outstanding individual performance. He's winning 2-0 in the second leg. But in the grand scheme of things, Liverpool are still going out without FC Pro World Championship qualification, without eChampions League qualification.
And that's what they came here for. They've come over from other domestic leagues. You can see waiting in the wings, Mark Marley and Jayden looking on intently.
Yeah, they're watching. They're just getting ready. Ready for what plans to be another outstanding final that Brighton are involved in. You can't doubt Jayden and Mark anymore. They might not be the #1 seed, the #2 seed, but they are simply undeniable in the ePremierleague.
From this time on, this moment, I will never, ever predict an ePremierleague journey or tournament bracket without Brighton in the final. Well, at least the semi-finals, I'm sorry. What they've been doing,
or it's just one of the favourites
drastic
now.
change. I thought they would have been out against, I predicted Ipswich in the semi-finals.
10 minutes left to play. Tex didn't need to score in this game. The work was done from Bonanno. And he's slowly but surely dwindling that time down. Another pause cued. Perfection is what's required here from Lex if he wants to force extra time.
And also that, it's going to have to be mistakes from Tex, in my opinion, in terms of giving away possession, not once, but twice, in order to just level it up. So,
you guys think it's done, or you think there's a chance?
Not sure.
It was done from me.
You've been in positions like this, Shells. What does Tex just need to do here?
No, don't ask me for advice in these scenarios. I think I've thrown it away every single time. But I think, once again...
All right, Ryan, what does Tex need to do?
I think I left for Ryan, but I think you've got to try and go forward. But now with 10 minutes left, it's really about holding on. And I think holding on in his half...
I was about to say that.
His corner flag, just waste time.
Keep possession in these areas. You don't want to be keeping the ball around your own centre-backs and left-backs, etc.
Try get corners, shoot long shot. Just try kill time and just not lose it.
Lost it and he's won it straight back. This could be the game. Not quite yet. Tex squanders an opportunity. 5 minutes left to play. Liverpool have to go and they've got to go now. Bruno Fernandes fires it into Son. That through ball looking for Ababo.
I don't even think it was on, the through ball. Maybe it was.
Sometimes it isn't, but sometimes you still got to do it.
Yeah.
I think in these moments, it's desperate times. You got to try score quickly because you have to get the ball back again. He needs to, so I think it is a little bit too late.
It certainly looks that way. Manchester City, with only a couple of seconds remaining, look to be going into another ePremier League final. Lex has been fantastic in this second leg. It was a 2-0 victory for the Frenchman. However, the performance from Bonanno in the first leg just was too big of a deficit for Liverpool to overcome. What a turnaround for Bonanno. We were writing him off after the game against Fulham. He has shown his quality for Manchester City in this second leg. Outstanding from the Argentines. City will once again be in an ePremierleague final, and they're facing Brighton and Hove Albion. Will it be revenge or repeat? Find out after this.
Hello and welcome back to the ePremierleague Grand Finals. Two teams remain as Manchester City have beaten Liverpool in their semi-final to set up a grand final against the team they beat last year, Brighton and Hove Albion. Welcome back to the ePremierleague Grand Finals. Now, we've just seen the semi-final. Absolutely incredible performance from Matti Bonanno, bouncing back after that game against Fulham.
You know what I think it is? It's those pep talks. He is talking to himself the entirety of that game, even ahead of time. We hear the dale, we hear the vamos. He's talking to himself. He's not talking to the opponent. That is him hyping himself up for that match.
Now, just to confirm, Manchester City and Brighton will face each other once again. This time last year, Red, they played each other. It was 2-1 after extra time in that game. Tex winning 1-0 and Matti drawing 1-1 to set up now a chance to do it again for Manchester City, but also a chance for revenge for Brighton and Hove Albion.
A really close game last year, but this year there's going to be more goals. It's FC25, we've seen a lot more goals, so hopefully it's a barn burner.
Now, we've just seen a bracket on the screen, and listen, I can't continue this show without showing you what Casey has done so far with her predictions. Let's show you Casey's bracket, her road to the final predictions. I wasn't familiar with your game.
I mean, the ball knowledge is here. I knew it was going to happen. We just have to finish out strong with a Man City win. But yeah, I have called everything, including a Spurs upset first round. No one else had that.
Now let's take a step back and take a look at the highlights from that semi-final, because we touched on it earlier on. Matty Bonanno went into that game with all the pressure on him after the performance he had in the previous round, Redlac. What a way he bounced back.
FG, I need to be honest, I doubted him. After that performance against Fulham and Salmon, I thought maybe he's not as good this year around. And he's turned up, he's beat Manu Bashir, one of the best players in the world. We saw him in the FC Pro, and he's made a statement.
Speaking of making statements, the Brighton boys going under the radar as they always do, Casey. I mean, we've seen Omar Mamouche cooking for everyone this weekend, and it was the same for them as well.
Absolutely, yeah. They're going into this one with revenge. They want a different outcome than they had the first time around last year against Man City. Will Mark and Jaden do it? They're both looking strong. They're on fire today going into this final.
I mean, they deserve a lot of respect, absolutely. And both teams now in the final have secured a place in the E-Champions League, Redlac. What does that mean for any competitive player?
Yeah, I mentioned it, qualifying for events is the first aim and going and winning them is the second one. That'll be out their mind by now. They're looking at the World Championships and they're looking at an ePremier League title for the second year running.
Now, I know people watching at home will probably be desperate to see what happened last year, the winning moment. So let's go back and let's play that moment to you. Here it is, Casey. 1-1, 111th minute. Oh, and this happens.
What a goal for Matías Bonanno. Unexpected. I think no one in this room expected that goal to happen, but it is what got them that championship at the end of the day.
I'll tell you what, let's just play that again, because Casey just said, what a goal. I actually disagree, so we'll play that clip again. Redlac, talk me through it from a pro's perspective. If you're scoring this in a grand final, you take it. If you're conceding it, how do you feel?
Yeah, if you're City, you're not complaining with that. It's a set-piece routine, whips it in, header, and then we take the rebound. You take it.
Well, listen, it's nearly time. 2 remain. We are about to crown our ePremier League champion 2025. Will it be Manchester City once again for the 3rd time, or will it be Brighton and Hove Albion?
The moment is here. I'm again.
Are you ready?
This is the moment
To show who you really are.
to make a statement. To give everything for the club.
Last kick of the game! Oh my goodness! Take a bow, my son.
One more game.
One last push.
That is truly special.
One team to become champions.
This is it.
Our moment is here. Glory awaits. We are ready.
Well, how about this then? An ePremier League final, which looks exactly the same as it did 12 months ago. From the 20 Premier League clubs, it's these two again, as Brighton Hove Albion will take on Manchester City for a chance to be this year's ePremier League champions. You couldn't write a script like this, but it's actually happened again. Myself, Brandon Smith, Richard Buckley and Ryan Patel will be taking you across these next 2 legs. Gentlemen, please head into your booths as we set up for our first game, which will be on the Xbox. I mean, look, Champions League, done. They'll all be at the ECL this year, but there's FC Pro World Championship tickets on the line and that ePremier League trophy, which Tex could be lifting for a 3rd time in his career. A 3rd time for Manchester City.
Just having a look, actually, in the booth. I think there might be a coin toss of some sort, or there's some sort of communication going on from the referee. There is the coin toss. And now they decide who gets host, I believe, for the first game.
I also saw a lip read what Tex was saying to Jaden. It's not going to happen when they were standing next to each other, next to the trophies.
I mean, that's a way to get in your opponent's head, why not? And let's talk back about last year then, guys. They played in the final last year, and it was this exact same order. It was Xbox first, with Jaden taking on Tex, which, again, there wasn't a great deal of goals there. And then we went over to the other side, where it was, what, just a 1-goal game on the opposite side.
The numbers don't do it justice, though.
No,
it was
so
one-way traffic.
Yeah.
For the first 45 minutes, Bonanno played him off the park.
Yeah.
Mark stayed in the game. And then Mark had a chance to win the game with the last kick of it in the 90th minute. What's fascinating to me when you look at both of these two sides, less so Manchester City, because they are a super team in every single sense of the word. When you look at the other squads that came into the ePremier League this season, Ipswich thought they'd assemble the championship winning team. Spurs thought they'd assemble the championship winning team. Liverpool, I'll throw Crystal Palace in there as well. Clubs that have come together, players that have come together and gone, we need to do something to beat Man City. And it's Brighton, yet again, who simply cannot be budged in the ePremier League. That's who you think is going to win at home. 60% of the vote going to Man City, 40% to Brighton and Hove Albion. Ryan, when you look at this Brighton squad, what makes them so good at the ePremier League?
I have to give both of these players credit. Honestly, Mark Marley and Jayden have been phenomenal across the years. They don't get the respect they deserve, and for their sake, I'm hoping that this time they'll be able to cross the line, but it's a massive uphill battle. They're up against the juggernauts in Manchester City. Tex, arguably the best player we've seen of all time, and then you've got Matthias, who's up there as well, who's won a number of trophies.
3 finals Mark's been in now in the EPL.
Third time lucky.
He's yet to have his hands on the trophy.
It's crazy.
I caught up with them after their win in the semi-finals, where you saw us on broadcast minutes before we went live. Jayden's words were, we have to do it now. The fact we've been given another chance to be in a grand final again, the chances of that happening, the exact same grand final in an ePremier League, I feel like it won't happen again.
You've been a competitor, Ryan. You sort of, I'd say, retired now.
Yeah, I'm saying.
You were competing for what, 2017 to 2024?
Yeah, it's so hard to get here.
You don't get to finals back-to-back years.
So
you don't get to a lot of finals.
The thing is, you see it from
Tex. It has to be now for Brighton.
Yeah, I agree with you. You see it from Tex and Matthias of what they've achieved. For Mark and Jayden, it feels a bit different this year. I don't know, but my predictions, I'm not giving enough today because they've been
underdogs in every single game.
Yeah, they have been, but I have to give them credit for getting here again. You have to.
Can we have a prediction?
Go after you.
I think Man City. You think Brighton?
I'll have to say Brighton.
I think City, but like I said earlier, I'm the Grim Reaper of predictions. I knock on the door and you've lost. Like, don't open it because I've got it wrong more or less every time, but this one's hard to call.
The last time we saw Tex start, he won 4-0 in the quarterfinals. If he puts a performance like that again, if someone wins decisive in this first leg, I don't think it will happen, but if it did, you're the superstar of your club.
Well, this is it then. The £100,000 ePremier League has come down to this. Brighton Hove Albion v Manchester City. And 2.5 minutes in, Brighton and Hove Albion will lead this grand final.
Defence nowhere to be seen. The through ball, it was just in behind. Henry gets there. We've seen today, we've done an analysis segment along with Red like myself, speaking about the low drivens, and it's a key example there for those at home. Graze your shoot button, just tap it gently and you get the animation. And it's Brighton and Hove Albion.
First blood to the Seagulls.
Blistering start. This is what they needed. I was about to say, if Brighton win, I feel like it's going to come from... I think this game is so important.
I mean, that's the start he needed. I spoke to Jayden as well minutes before he came on stage here, and he said, look, guess who I've been practicing against the last few days? Tex. And I'll be honest, it hasn't gone well for me. Tex has been scoring plenty of goals against me.
It's practice, though.
It is practice, and it's different when it's in a grand final, Ryan, with all this cash on the line.
The one thing I will say, Tex has won 5 games in a row before he just took on Lex. Yes, the tie was pretty much already done, but he suffered his first defeat in the 2025 ePremier League. And now you're going straight into a final.
It's an unbelievable opportunity as well for Jayden on this side. He qualified for the World Championships years ago. It was cancelled during the global pandemic, and he never really got a chance to experience that World Championship. Obviously, if Brighton were to win this, or Manchester City, the 2 players of that winning team would go to this year's FC Pro World Championships. It was a $1 million tournament last year where Anders Vergang was champion in the summer. It's an unbelievable way to set up your season in March for a final that could be later on this year in summer.
But then on the other side of the coin, it feels wrong to have a World Championships without Tex and Bonanno there.
Exactly. They've been household names for years now. You expect them at the biggest competitions every single time, but Jayden and Mark, as I said, it just feels as if they back themselves a little bit more this year. They've been there before. They've shown that they can battle with the best teams and players in the ePremier League. And
here's Tex.
Beautiful.
Look at the time. Look at the space.
don't know if
I think
that's
he was
just offside.
Just
It
offside.
looked off to me, but then it did whistle. I thought that was
The angle there on the camera looked like he may have been onside.
Yeah,
He wasn't.
yeah.
That's a lifeline for Brighton as they lead this still by a goal to nil.
I'll be honest, I was looking at the linesman's feet. Because they stand together when he puts up the flag. And I thought I saw the offside.
You need to go outside. You're playing too many games of FC, Rich.
I noticed the little things. This was the offside call that got given. Let's have a look how tight it was. Oh.
I mean, what are we making of that? The player that had the chance there, Mateus Cunha of Wolverhampton Wanderers. His foot birthday item. Tex is the only player in the Premier League to be using him. It's a bit different, isn't it?
Yeah, he's also using a different formation this game. He's using something that he's more comfortable with in the 4-4-2. Previous game, he was up 4-0, so he changed. But all 4 of his attackers finesse shot plus play style. So there's a blueprint.
It was like that in the FC Pro Open, though, to a degree, wasn't it?
Yeah, so he knows what he's going to be aiming for. Thierry Henry, you've got Salah, you've got Son.
Has Barber got the legs? Yes, he has. So it's a one-on-one, time green. Well, if we're following the script of last year's ePremier League, we're taking a different direction in this grand final.
Look at the through ball.
Barbo is a menace. You can't compete with him. If he gets the run on you.
Incredible from Jadon.
And have a look at that. Look at that support for him. Adam Rouse in the commentary booth 2 hours ago. He was wearing a Bournemouth top yesterday.
I'm surprised he kept the shirt on.
Well, 12 months ago.
Have you got the Brighton top in the bag?
12 months ago, he was in the booth, wasn't he?
He was.
Adam Ryan gives it beans all the time. You can count on him. Scottish support always. But what a start it is from Brighton. But the thing is, Rich, we always say this as well, I'm Brandon, when you're on top and you're in the ascendancy, you need to make it count.
Bernardo just beat Manu Bashore 6-2.
He made it count.
He made it count.
That game count.
And you would imagine that Manchester City will be sending the invite to Brighton in that second game. So this tie's far from over, but it's a real emphatic start for Brighton.
Don't forget, though, quarterfinals earlier today, we saw Jadon up by 3 goals to nil in a game against Southampton. He went 4-3 down.
True.
And look, Sam Brewster is incredible. But you've also got Tex there on the opposite side of your screen, who's been a 2-time ePremier League champion and no doubt a Hall of Famer in this e-sport. Here comes Tex again now. Heung-min Son, there's one!
It's an important goal. Very important response there from Tex. You saw the passive nature of Jadon there. He just thought maybe he was going to cut in for a finesse shot. And that's where you can sort of decoy your opposition here. Because look, he predicts it with Euro, steps back, gives him the room. And a shot off cross goal came instead for Son.
It's what you expect, really, from Tex. He wasn't going to lose this game to nil. He was always going to score.
Yeah.
Son with the finish. We were talking about him earlier on the broadcast. He's a formidable finisher anywhere in around the box.
He didn't need a finesse that time either, did he, Heung-min Son? But that goal, no doubt, will give Tex confidence to go and find another one.
He's pressing really high up the pitch here, Tex. He's forced Jadon to manually switch the play. If I'm looking at that defence, I'm eyeing Pedro Porro.
Yeah, oh, it's a poor pass.
He's the player on that right-hand side that you can definitely get at. It's on Son's side of the pitch as well.
Yeah.
Exactly the same for Barbo on Kirkes. He's got the run every single time.
Look at that, it's a running race. It's an easy running race. Victor Barbo just has to get this right.
Oh, the keeper
But Tim Howard with the help of some huge goalkeeper movement. Will save Tex on that occasion, and that manual header, it was time green, but it just moved away. Talk to us about that. How good was that from Tex?
He shuffled across one way, quickly managed to get back the other side, and for Jadon, that's a massive chance.
He's still in though. Look at Marmouche.
What's happening here?
Again. Oh my, Tex is hanging on. Jadon's got to make it count. He has to score another after that.
He's on the ropes. He's on the ropes.
You said the words, Ryan Pessoa. When it's in your favour and when the momentum's on your side, you have to make it count, especially when you're up against Tex.
It's not going to be like this for the duration of not only this game, but for the 2 legs. It's not going to be like this.
Flashbacks to last year.
Yeah. Oh, the turn.
Here's another chance. Trent Alexander-Arnold, one more pass, finds Marmouche. And it's the one extra pass that makes all the difference. So 2-goal cushion reinstated for Brighton and Hove Albion.
He had to score.
Yeah.
He had to score. When you have 3 or 4 real big opportunities like that, one of them has to hit. The extra pass from Trent into Marmouche. I had visions of Howard blocking that with block plus on the line. I'll be honest.
It's an incredible goal.
Jaden's build-up play there. He learnt his lesson in the terms of just being a little bit more composed, waiting for the extra pass, and he's done that and tried to guarantee the highest succession or success rate in front of goal with the keeper out of it, of course. And 3-1 is definitely been deserved in this first half.
Well, across the 2 weekends, Richard Buckley, Jaden may have just saved his best performance in an ePremier League tournament to this matchup now.
He's won it again, high up the pitch.
A bar bowl.
Tex continues to give the ball away.
He's off. He could have. That would have been 4 before half time.
That's a huge opportunity, I'll be completely honest.
Yeah, he's played the pass thinking he could have played it quickly there.
His striker got in the way.
Yeah.
If anything.
And is he going to get punished? Tex on the attack.
Here's a huge chance, Lampard. Surely. Couldn't have landed any better there for Thierry Henry. You can just see there in a split moment, Tex wants so much more from himself. He knows he's got so much more to give.
It's the typical goal. Edge of the box, you find that player, and then it's that beautiful pass, pops right back in to Henry's feet. Simple finish. It's about the quickness of that pass from the outside back into the box.
That's why you recycle possession. But you know what the worst thing is there, if you're looking from a Brighton perspective? Could have been 4-1. Should have been a 4-1.
Yeah.
Opportunity there in behind Ibaba or Marmouche. A split second later, and next thing you know, you conceded. So for Jaden, it's just about bouncing back. But for Tex, that's a massive, massive goal before half-time.
Well, you wouldn't believe that we're in half-time. Let's have a little listening, if we can, between the two booths.
You're getting the wrong team. Let's go. I was through. Yeah, didn't it, man? I know. Shoot again. Yeah. You're right. Come on, I know. Look at it. Stance, right? I know. So, you know what will happen? You'll get even more second half. Yeah. Just focus on that, confirming those.
Come on. Let's have a quick listen in at City as well.
Sentiments like running away. I feel like my inside forwards running away. You know? So I don't know like what to do. Maybe.
See for example, and if not, you have Semenyo for left mid and plays on the striker.
Give it 5 minutes. I'm ready.
Well, a little insight there between two booths there. You see Jaden just saying, look, it could have been 4 goals at half-time. The coach yesterday just saying, look, you're creating chances. You're going to get more on the opposite side of that, Rich.
Yeah, I want to ask Ryan about you were talking about the inside forward and looking at different sort of roles potentially. He's identified that early. What do you think of it?
It's something where obviously Tex and Edu, they've been working on whether it's wingers that they could use instead, because the players are running away from them. Hold that for a second. Can he get out? Just about. Good precision switch of play there from Jaden. But as you're saying, he spoke about how his players are running away from him. With wingers, you can just sort of power down the line, so and you know where they are.
That's what Ababo's doing.
Yeah. Inside forwards can sometimes get lost in the play. Great
chance to Trent Alexander-Arnold. Put it into a path.
I mean, you'd heard in the listening at half-time as well from Jaden. He's thinking about those chances.
Yeah, and I really, really want to commend what the coach said there. I echo it wholeheartedly in the sense of you're going to get more chances. Forget about what's happened. You can't change that. That's one thing you have to realize. You're playing extremely well for Jaden, because Brandon spoke about practice. Jaden was holding 5, 6, 7 in practice, and now he's up by a goal here, despite it could have been more.
Keep it on the player lock. He's Henry onside. Doesn't matter if he was, because Tim Howard came out flying. If you have just tuned in, this is the ePremier League Grand Final. Brighton of Albion 3-2 up against Man City in the first leg. It is a match played over 2 games on the Xbox, then the PlayStation. And these 2 teams were in the final last year. Man City were champions in this very studio 12 months ago. Brighton looking to have a different verdict this time, though.
Great player switching.
Salah, keep an eye. There's so many players with finesse plus play style in around the box. Playing in such tight areas, Tex, and then it's a heavy pass, which goes out for a goal kick.
It was great player switching there from Jaden. The offside trap's helping as well, just to squeeze the defensive line closer to the midfielders. But you have to be wary, because they've got finesse shot plus and 5-star weak for Henry. You've got Cunha as well. There's so many options where he could just turn on either foot, so it's very, very unpredictable.
He can go to yeah. He feels like he needs pressure. He tries right out. He's in 4-4-2 now. Oh no, jogos não vou fazer nada. Come on.
On the City side of things, not too much being said. Trying to dissect what your opponent's doing, how they're playing, what are they wanting out of the game as well there, Ryan, from Brighton.
Yeah, it's important to know, obviously, what your opponent's playing, but...
You know if you're in that moment, I'm on top here, I'm playing well.
Yeah. You can take solace in the fact that despite only being up by 1, you're still winning.
Will Jadon be disappointed if he only comes out of this game with a 1-goal lead?
I think he will be, yeah, but then...
He's also done such a good job of just helping his team out, hasn't he?
That. This is where you have the faith and belief in your teammate. Can you get me over the line? Help me, just do this one thing. You've got one 90-minute game. It's not as easy as it seems, but just do this one thing.
Gervinho, so much pace.
Well, he might be on to give his teammate just a 1-goal lead. If he can make this count, that's going to fall kindly to Marmoush. Ibarbo, still saved by Tim Howard, the angle. Too much.
Ooh. The movement there from Howard again, you see that it just sort of stopped him from...
He's going to win that. Ibarbo straight away, ever so slightly rushed.
Just back to the point about, you know, if he'd be happy with a 1-0 lead. I think this was the game that I thought Tex was going to win. I mean, this is the result that Tex could have taken something into Matías Pinano. I just think individually, I think Marmali's had a stronger EPL.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree until Man City just played Liverpool and he just beat Manu Bachore 6-2.
Yeah.
And now
I agree.
I can't look past Bonanno again.
Same. Before
and
that...
I know Mark's been probably top 2 player here at the EPL over the course of the groups and the knockouts.
Yeah.
Time and time again, he has performed when needed in the ePremier League, but they call it recency bias.
No, it's
I just saw a world champion lose 6-2.
Same.
And then you just saw Tex lose one of his first games in an individual setting in an ePremier League for years. Ball roll round the goalkeeper, but Tim Howard was outstretched.
Don't think a ball roll maybe last year, but now it's a difficult one. I don't even know. I can't even tell you. Maybe you go for a chip or a low driven and hope the keeper doesn't save it. But we've seen chips, of course, which go in from those positions.
Salah trying to isolate his Kirkes. Can he get down that byline area, Tex? Just only 1 goal behind it. This game is so open still. Bergvall, not the player you really want to have a shot. Heung-min Son tries to offload it into the path of the team of the year icon. And a chance to break again. Jadon's played this game so well. Ibarbo, what a gift, what a chance! What an opportunity this is!
He has been Texas kryptonite on that right-hand side of the pitch. Every single time Ibarbo runs past Kirkes, there is nothing he can do. And the Trivela just opens up.
Yep, just galloping there, Ibarbo. He just seems to be doing that this weekend. That's the pace. There's no left-back that's available for selection that can stop him. And once he was triggered, the momentum just running forward while Kirkes was stationary, there's only one winner. So for Jadon, 4-2 now.
The funny part is as well, Ryan, a lot of people in the chat, you know, calling out maybe Trent being a little bit too slow of a fullback option. It seems like every single time it's actually been Kirkes that's had the harder battle against Ibarbo, who, look, there's another world where Foot Birthday doesn't come out and Victor Ibarbo doesn't get the special items that he's had that's allowed him in these teams. 3 weeks ago, these ePremier League teams looked so different. This time round, they were given 3 million extra coins. And with the helps of the Gervinhos, the Ibarbos, Dumbias, just to name a few, and all the Foot Birthday items, they have been quite literally game-changer players.
Hold on.
Mohamed Salah, there's an angle for finesse.
That 4-game loan that he had at Watford has changed the ePremier League completely. He played 4 games in the Prem, and he is now
on loan as well.
On loan, the star player in the ePremier League.
Which could be the difference between Brighton of Albion going to a World Championship. Bruno Fernandes.
About to say, great defending there from Jadon with the player switching and not diving in and Henry there, because a lot of people would have and then given the byline to Tex.
Have to remember as well, there is a second leg to be played in Matías Pinano. Will have it all to do against Mark Marley. I mean, that's one thing that's funny enough that features in this grand final. It's the 2 players that have played in every single ePremier League. Tex on one side, Mark Marley on the opposite side.
Rushed. Should be keeping possession there, discipline.
Difference being, though, Mark's not been able to win in the Premier League. Texas 1-2.
I thought there was a finesse opportunity there.
Had the finesse, had the speed boost as well, both. It's actually quite bad defending there from Mark.
Bruno Fernandes might be the player to take the shot. Where is the angle? There is the angle. Semenyo of all players.
Red timed. It's red timed.
He might only cost 20,000 coins, but for a split second there, I thought that was going to be the lifeline. The extra goal for Man City. Brighton will defend that well, and that will do us, or not. Just a quick free kick to come in, but that should do us for the halfway point in this grand final. It's a different outcome this time round, 12 months on. It's not done yet, but what an opportunity the Seagulls have going into this second leg. What a lead Mark Marley has going into leg 2 on the PlayStation. A 2-goal lead.
Jayden's done his job. He got a result. He was unable to do it last year when these two matched up in the grand final. He's got a 2-goal lead now for Mark Marley. However, it should have been more.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's one of them ones where you look at it's so hard to say now because the result's not completely over. But if they don't go on to win this, it will be one that we painful like this. These are
all chances. These are chances that were squandered.
These were
that's a massive opportunity again.
The biggest chances that Jayden had. And look, for a player that was telling me 20 minutes before this game that he hadn't really had much luck against Tex in the last few games of practice. I know it's practice games, but whatever he learned from him in those practice games has come out on top because he looks so good.
He could have got 5 or 6.
Agreed. It's a weird one because even Tex, you can kind of... Not happy, obviously, but you kind of take a foot. It could have been a lot worse than the 2-goal deficit. I think it could have been 3 or 4.
We turn over to the PlayStation.
And
we turn over to Matías Bonano.
Yep. This is where...
With host, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, this is where I think it's going to come down to. Matías Bonano, incredible in the previous round.
A lot of people in the chat asking about upgrades. When's it happening? Is it happening? All 4 of those players on your screen will be getting a +2 upgrade. The final itself, this grand final, doesn't have any further implications on those 4 SBC items. So if you've got Gomez, McAtee, Matoma, Werner, you will be getting a 91 upgrade in the next few days because all 4 teams made it to the semi-finals and were able to win their quarter-final matchups. We have got a moment to take a break in play as well, and there was a question that came up in the chat about getting different FC creators on the broadcast in future times. If there was one FC creator that you'd love to see on, we've had ePremierleague champions. I mean, I would say Ryan Passoa, because is he an FC creator now, or is he
I'm in the same bracket. I put myself in the same bracket as Richard Buckley and Casey.
What's that?
Just casual players, you know.
Casual player?
Flick the analog stick around.
I was telling you when the lino were given offside because these feet were together.
But are you playing in Premier League next year?
We'll see. You never know.
Maybe you and Shells and Harry Hesketh for a moment.
It depends on who it is, but you're asking what creator I would bring on.
Yeah, I mean, Ozzy goes around the corner. I know he's doing his own watch-along stream, but it'd be great to have him on broadcast at some point.
I would love to. Can I give more than one?
You can have as many as you want.
I would love to see Harry.
Yeah, I think the
Harry
chat would agree.
Yeah, I'd love to see Harry.
Everyone wants to see him on broadcast.
Yeah, LA Fawale as well, Mba. It's a couple people in the scene now that are growing. I'd like to see them. What are you, Rich?
Someone said Danny Taylor. I'm a fan. That's a throwback.
That's a throwback. He was playing.
Do you know what?
Yeah.
That might be my shout.
He's so funny.
Bullock while we're here.
I tell you what, Bonano needs now. He needs a Bullock special. We need a Bonano special on the main stage.
Well, you can hear him. You can hear him getting himself up for this game. He's one of the few players that really hypes himself up because he knows the job in hand. Look, if he can play like he did against Manny Viture in that past matchup and score the goals that he did, then hey, what a second leg this can plan to be. I'm sure Mark Marley can hear every single word that's coming through. And also Mark Marley, Richard Buckley, will remember how that final went last year. You were absolutely right. First 45 minutes, his goal was being peppered. Second half, Mark Marley could have snatched the game.
He knows what he needs to do. The job at hand. 2-goal deficit for Man City. If they've got any hopes of being a 3-time ePremier League club champion, if Texas wants to continue his legacy in the EPL and be a 3-time champion, it's in Bonano's hands.
It couldn't be any better poised for Mark Marley. 7 ePremier Leagues previously he's been involved in. This is his 3rd ePremier League final. He's got a 2-goal cushion.
He would have bitten your hand off for that. Bitten your hand off for a 2-goal cushion coming into this game against Matías.
Matthias will have only played in 2 ePremier Leagues and he could be going back to back.
Hang on. Matthias Banana now. The confidence to drop back inside. And every single person in that Manchester City booth is on their feet.
Giving it beans to the Brighton lads as well. Look at the composure here from Matthias, building up here. Robbie Keane, a little cancelled pass back to cut inside here and play the extra pass is wonderful. Carvalho, if I'm not mistaken, probably the only player that's using Carvalho as well.
Edu, the coach, that was behind, takes off his feet. But it does feel as though when the people around Bonanno are getting up for it like this and are getting loud,
where's Yago?
He rises to the occasion.
Where's Yago?
He'll be somewhere.
He is here.
He'll be somewhere.
Yeah, I've seen it.
If Man City win, he'll be in the booth.
You can hear him soon. And that's interesting as well. Look, he might not be in the FC Pro Open, Matthias Banana this year. Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
The press is crazy. He can't breathe.
The point I wanted to make is that he might not have been in the FC Pro Open this year, but he just used an FC Pro Open item in Fabio Carvalho, who just pulled him back a goal in this game. Remember, this is an aggregate scoreline. Man City lost the first game 4-2 on the PlayStation, on the Xbox, sorry. Now we're over on the PlayStation. And it was Matthias Banana that just scored the opening goal in that game. He's only 1 goal behind now in aggregate.
When Bonanno's back's against the wall, he always seems to perform.
Always. And I doubt him. Every time I see him just show a little bit of doubt in his performances and it looks as if he's falling off a little bit, boom. One result just picks it straight back up. It's so hard to
doubt me at your peril.
Literally, literally.
Well, they only lost 1 game in the group stages, didn't they, Man City? And it was Matthias Banana that lost that game.
What a ball, it's just going to fall out of play.
What a first 15 minutes.
Jaden can barely watch. Let's bring him a bath bag, a bucket.
To be in this situation again, though, Ryan, you couldn't write the odds of back-to-back ePremier League grand finals, especially with how tough the competition was this year. Can Marmoush stay on his feet? Yes, he can. For a second, I thought he was going to go tumbling down and may have made the referee to make a decision. First time he's been in or near the box of Bonanno. It kind of feels like the same final as last year to a degree. It's been all Bonanno so far. Marley looking to change that. Just taking all the time in the world.
Mark's methodical. He'll wait. He'll take his time. He's had an outstanding season this year.
Yep.
Among the other players here, regarded as one of the best players.
I always say it just doesn't get the respect it deserves, and I feel like I'm guilty of it by not even putting them in to reach the final. I can't lie, but I just thought, to be honest, with the Ipswich duo, I just thought it would have been it. Through ball not going to be successful.
It was a very, very early flurry from Man City. Since then, the game's sort of settled. A lot of possession for Brighton. Every time Bonanno gets it, he wants to just fly forward with numbers.
Well, how about this for a start as well? There is something called the FC Pro World Rankings that feature within this ecosystem. It's based on performances in the FC Pro Open, in league partners. You've got Matthias Bonanno and Tex 14th and 15th respectively. These two Brighton and Albion players, 130th.
Wow.
Mark Marley. I know he had an E-Champions League run last year. Jaden Groden, 183rd, but just goes to show what a tournament they have had. More Matthias Bonanno, more Man City pressure now. Here's Heung-min Son, watch out, he's got that finesse in his locker. Steal, Frank Lampard, extra pass, finds Fabio Carvalho, Heung-min Son! Manchester City will tie up again at 4-4.
I actually thought he'd overplayed it. I was about to say, why is he not shooting?
It's the pinged pass here. Look at Carvalho, you're going to see it. I understand what you're saying, Son, beautiful. Lampard as well here. You get the ball, zip it straight back over. Son takes a touch into the net there for Matthias.
I didn't quite hear Yago there, but I'm sure he's in this room somewhere. The 2-goal cushion that was made for his teammate has been wiped away. And that even got a little roar out of Tex, that one, didn't it? we spoke about Matías Bernardo. What's happened in the last 1 hour, Richard Buckley? He's come back into prime time.
I mean, he looked abysmal against Salmon for Fulham. He then takes to the stage against Manu Bashore, first game in that semi-final. He led the tie, and he beat him 6 goals to 2. It was 6-1 until the 90th minute. He scored a late consolation.
And let's not beat around the bush here, Rich. It's been a difficult season for Matías Bernardo, isn't it? He didn't make the FC Pro Open qualifier in London. He was in the FC Pro Open. This is his pathway. This is his opportunity for a world championship.
It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And this sets up a fantastic end to the 25 season. eChampions League boxed off. You win this game, you're at a world championship.
And you forget about the last 4 or 5 months.
Absolutely.
Mark Marley having to defend another pressure, another chance. Javinha, how's he put that one? It was saved.
Oh my gosh.
Quick corner comes in, front post flick on. Ball still bounced around in the box and eventually...
Get it out.
Brighton do clear it. Look at the counter-attack chance here, by the way. Keep an eye on Thierry Henry. Javinha, he's got the legs just to drive away. But it's how can he now find a way into the box? Trivela timed. Yellow was blocked. Might fancy it again.
Do you know what Matías is doing so well? He's not only moving the keeper, but he's also nullifying that pass into the striker. That's so hard to do.
He's allowing you, saying, if you want to take a finesse or a Trivela, you can go for it. This is the chance that could have put City in front. What a save from Tim Howard. Zazinho ready to celebrate.
Zazinho, what is that? Keeper, that is a crazy save. There's a reason why he's the second most picked player there. Tim Howard, footwork, play style, saving a guaranteed goal.
Lampard, Son, this is beautiful. Matías Bernardo!
He's teasing him.
You can't stop him right now!
Left, right, good night. He's twisted and turned him inside out. Left. Go, Jinx back, goes again. I'll have it that way.
Ruben Dias didn't know where to look, let alone stand. Forget the last 6 months, he's playing his best FC right now. And I don't know what Zazinho's been feeding him. But he's on fine form.
Motivation. That's why. He will also, Ryan, you come out of that game against Fulham, he will have thought to himself,
can't go out
this isn't good enough.
Yeah, agreed.
On the other side of that booth right now, Brighton and Hove Albion. It's so close yet so far. The game's not over yet. 45 minutes left to play. But be one-way traffic. Let's have a listen in.
That's why we're not understanding. Like if you look at how
Matthew, we're trying to listen in here.
Yeah, if you don't get the ball, that's fine. Like I think the last jump in my moves, you could have got like the size of it.
You got this, Mark.
Just keep it going.
Come on. Go on.
Like brave strikers and then go from there.
Well, alongside listening, all you can hear is Matías Bernardo getting very loud, and you can't blame him. He is in ultimate control of this grand final as it currently stands. And I mean, for Mark Marley, he's only 1 goal behind.
Ooh, that was red, you know.
Free kick. We've seen him scored. I think it's shootable. I really do think it's shootable from here.
Should this be a goal, Ryan?
Trent over it.
Or is it too far?
I would say, I don't know.
I'm hitting this with Trent.
I would say it's too far, but
27
let's
metres
see.
out. Let's see. Bruno Fernandes, surprise us.
Not with the keeper.
Bruno Fernandes over it, hits the edge of the wall.
He added an extra player in the wall then, as well, did Bernardo. Just made it a five-player wall. When would you be looking, Ryan, if you were in Mark's shoes here at maybe having to change something?
I would.
You
I don't
just
think
see the game out?
Yeah, not yet. They would have spoken in the interval with the coach there.
65, 70?
Yeah, that's when. Right now, 1-goal deficit, 40 or 50th minute. It's definitely retrievable. So I wouldn't even, well, I say not panic, but I just wouldn't change anything drastic yet.
4.8 million coins in a centre-back, Virgil van Dijk, he's on the floor.
Look at the space, it's a 3-on-3 potentially, has to get this right, Mark Marley, he does! Victor Ababa in a Brighton of Albion shirt has never looked so good.
No, sorry, come on.
He went to ground with Van Dijk.
Yeah, it was rash, but he slide tackled, he saw it in the Fulham game and it worked. This time, Bobo, sorry, look at it, in his own hub. Gets in the space with his speed boost. Oh, see a Van Dijk gone, 4.8 million, slide tackling.
Has he clicked in the right stick there to flick it over?
I don't know. I thought he would flick it, not click in, but I'm not sure. But I can't believe what Ibarbo's been doing this weekend. Wow.
Look, we had a great grand final last year. It might have had not as many goals as this.
This is living up to it.
This is really living up to it, isn't it?
Yeah, the defending there from Matthias, so he won't be happy. You saw the grimace on his face there. It was, to slide there is...
It's just rash.
It's crazy, to be honest with you.
In case you don't know what's on the line here, £30,000 between the two players. And more importantly, the trophy and the 2 tickets to the World Championships later on this year. What a player look that is! Bernardo back in front.
What was that for Mark Marley? They were struggling to defend, struggling to get to the right player in the box. The player lock was intelligent from Matthias initially, then flicked over as well. Jovino with the speed boost. Right here, player locks to Keane, switches it over to Son, and then gets a tap in.
How would you be even trying to defend that? Because you have to sort of 50-50 it. Try and go to the line, but also then mark the space.
It's difficult because you've got 2 situations. When you're so close to goal, the mistake isn't there. The mistake is a step before with Jovino, allowing him that space towards the byline. But in that situation defending, I don't really know what you can do. You kind of need to hope the attacker makes a mistake.
Apologies for any unsavoury language there in the reactions from our players in the Premier League. They are feeling every moment in this tournament. Back to you, Brighton of Albion, what a chance! How's he not hit that just across goal? Ryan, say something! How?
I'm gonna be real. I got nothing to say. I don't know.
Oh.
You know, Bernardo's feeling every moment there, and he's even celebrated that.
But he's given the ball away right as he tries to just sort of settle himself into this game. Both players, nerves ramping up.
Second man press there, Henri Jovino chasing. And it was the FC Pro World Championships is what they will be invited to, the winning team. Both players will be there.
What actually is he thinking with that chip?
I don't know. I'm being honest, I'm not really sure. Maybe he thought the keeper would commit the whole way, but he got given an open goal pretty much. So I don't know. It's a mistake, but for Mark, he'd be hoping he can just redeem himself and get another chance to score. Oh, that's a
Clever little block there.
Great jockey across there with Euro.
"20 minutes just over that from Manchester City winning their 3rd ePremier League title and going back-to-back. The only team to have done that in ePremier League history.
Got to get it wide. And Barbo Jovino will be the catalyst for Mark to get back into this game.
Struggling in these situations, though. Just to switch cursor to the right player.
Ooh.
Yes, just.
A big shoulder.
Yeah, just about gets ahead of it.
Possession again, it's going to fall back to Brian just about, who is bobbling around. Keep an eye on a Barber, bottom side of your screen there.
Done it again, the side tackle.
Nice little cut back, Marmouche. Can he find the option in the box? Jovino, red time finish. You have to be better in those moments.
I was about to say,
on his knees.
That was an incredible bit of build-up play there. Just a speed boost with Henri here. Gets down. The slide was crazy in a bad way.
Yeah.
Here, the composure here. Cut back, beautiful. Takes a touch that way. Near post, you green it, it's a goal.
It's 2 massive chances.
Yeah.
2 huge chances. Jayden couldn't look. As we go into a pause in the live action in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. This feels huge in the complexion of the game. 15 minutes left to go. Substitutions could be massive when it comes to the teams.
¿Te cuesta que todas las veces que te presionen? Si pongo al revés, tipo pongo apoyo acá, puede ser. Y acá con tensión porque estoy todo por el otro lado. Dale.
Mark Marley, he's got a player on the bench. Team of the year, Cole Palmer. I asked all tournament long, why are we using Team of the year Cole Palmer off the bench? Joe Cole.
Yep.
Lavia, Connor Bradley in at fullback maybe.
He's going to need something. I feel like last year, there was a similar situation where Mark Marley had a chance, 90th minute, if you remember.
Put it wide,
and he
if I remember.
yeah, he didn't get the rub of the green that time. This time, again, if it happens 2 years in a row where there were massive chances that didn't fall in his favour, it'll be a bitter pill for him to swallow. But for Matthias, he's got, would you say, 15 minutes or so to hold on and see if they can go back-to-back.
You're right about the Cole Palmer shout. I mean, he's one of the few players, Rich, to have a substitution that's worth the value that he is. It was always a case of just maybe a different option. Is that the time to bring him on, or is it just...
I mean, you don't take off your wide players, though. Ababo has been the guy for you.
Tries to force it out to him there as well, but...
12 minutes left until we crown this year's ePremier League champion. Fabio Carvalho, brilliant feat. Ruben Dias again. Clutching up.
Direct.
He's kept that in play, still Javinho. I'm not quite sure how. Play a lot fate. Still Javinho on his own. Looking for an option. Marmouche shifted onto his left boot. Had it time Green. It was blocked again. And Man City will survive that attack into the final 10 minutes now.
It looked goal-bound.
I thought it was.
Clever foul to bring him down. It's 4-2 the first game. Jaden beat Tex 4-2. This was that chance, Ryan.
Yeah, it's well worked there. Defensively, Van Dijk steps in front, and when he finally greens it, he's got a defender to...
That's what 4.8 million coins will get you.
Yeah, he's got a defender in his way.
He's not skipping any replays.
Saw Jaden's reaction there. He was off his feet expecting that to go in. And this is where, if you know every animation, all the seconds in Ultimate Team, you will take every second, every replay.
Mark gets one more chance.
Yeah, I would say one more, but then again, you never know. Matthias could even get a goal here.
Part of me doesn't think like he's going to go for another goal. He's just going to take the sting out of this game.
Smart.
Great feat.
Very, very intelligent.
Saw Mitch Hayward do this yesterday against Jack Sharp. 10 minutes from 79 to 90 plus 2.
You can even watch the replay, just take seconds. Any second counts here.
4 minutes of additional time left between Manchester City being back-to-back ePremier League champions here in London. And they've got just the player to see out these closing stages.
Got to go back. For the team to push up, it's going to take a little while. It's wow. I honestly don't know if there's even going to be that chance we spoke about, Richard.
£30,000 World Championship spots away.
Outstanding game management.
Yep. There's just nowhere. Look, nowhere.
Added time of 3 in-game minutes, and Man City give away possession.
That's more time than I thought it was going to be.
He said he'll get one more chance, Mark Marley. Well, this is his last chance in his third ePremier League final to get it right, but Man City win the ball back. He's onside as well, Hyun-Min Son.
Just needs to hold the ball.
40 in-game seconds away. Will there be enough time to get the ball past the halfway line? No, there isn't! Manchester City have done it again! Back-to-back ePremier League champions!
Massive accomplishment for Manchester City. Commiserations to Brighton and Hove Albion. Third-time finalist for Mark Marley. Doesn't manage to get it over the line, but a fantastic second leg from Matthias to rescue that tie.
The super squad, the dream team, once again deliver on the biggest stage possible. Matthias Bonanno clutches up 4-1 victory in his leg.
For Manchester City, they have to win this competition. It's the #1 goal on the list every single year, but for Brighton of Albion, by God, you don't feel for, I mean, you really do feel for them. Back-to-back grand finals, and by one single goal. Mark Marley, his 3rd time in a grand final, Richard, and unfortunately, he's not been successful.
And that's what a championship looks like. Incredible. FC Pro World Championship spots locked up for Manchester City. They did it last year, they've done it again this year. Tex, 3 ePremier Leagues. Bonanno, back to back. He's only played in this tournament twice. He's got a 100% success rate. What a team.
Incredible, incredible stuff. It's been a really hard season for Matthias Bonanno. And he let those guys know exactly what that meant. He was the loudest man in the room, the Argentine. Manchester City headline news, back-to-back ePremier League champions in 7 ePremier Leagues. They've won it 3 times.
What a final. What a final. If you're watching that as a neutral, just soak it in. That is incredible FC on display. Both legs, completely different stories.
Yep.
Attacking, defensively. There was mistakes aplenty in that game. But Man City always find a way, Ryan.
Yeah, Tex undisputed again. For me, the best player we've seen, obviously, in the ePremier League. Matthias not too far behind now with 2 championships to his name. I feel so bad for the Brighton boys. I can see them over there. It's just...
I mean, what do you say to me? It's just one of them. You've made it to another grand final again. Last year, we had 3 goals in the grand final. This year, 11 goals between the 2 teams. Tex, 3 times ePremier League champion. People say, is he the best to ever do it? I mean, he keeps coming back for a bit more, doesn't he?
He's the best to ever play in the ePremier League.
100%.
And no one's even close.
Yeah.
The second place, Matthias Bonanno.
Yep.
2 ePremier Leagues, Matthias Bonanno, in just 2 seasons. That was their moment where they won the ePremier League. Once again, they faced the Seagulls. No, it was a real challenge this time round, but they've been able to get through it and pull themselves back through what was a difficult, grueling process in the knockout stages. But they've done it again. City are champions of the ePremier League for a 2nd year in a row. The duo of Matthias Bonanno and Tex. They had all the pressure on their shoulders, Richard, and they've managed to deliver again.
Undeniable, undisputed, the best team to have ever played in the ePremier League. It's really as simple as that. Tex and Bonanno are the guys.
Incredible, incredible scenes. They will be in the World Championships again. Tex, another World Championship. Matthias Bonanno, forget the last 5 bumps, forget not being in the FC Pro Open. He will be there amongst the first 32 in the world later on this year. And Manchester City have won a 3rd ePremier League title.
Just doubt them at your peril. That's all I'll say. You come into the tournament, oh, Liverpool have put a great team together. Ipswich might be the team to beat. No, there's only one team to beat, and it's Man City.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to give them huge amounts of credit to do it again, back-to-back years. Odds slightly stacked against them in the knockout stages, but phenomenal achievement.
Yes, as you can see, I am joined by our back-to-back ePremier League champions. First things first, Matty, talk me through your day as a whole, because it started off against Fulham really, really difficult. Well, what a way to end for you.
Yeah, strange beginning of the day. Terrible for me, but Donny won the match for 4-0, so we won because Donny. And after I feel I need to beat Bachor 3 weeks in a row. I feel in Bachor, I saw Bachor and everything, and now I feel incredible. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the celebrations were incredible. You just said to me off camera, this is the best thing that's ever happened. Talk me through how this feels.
I love it. I love the backpack. Like, honestly, that is brilliant. I lost my game 4-2 against Jaden. I beat him all the time in practice. I was like, okay, I'm confident for this final. But I lost 4-2. He battered me. It should have been 5-6 to be honest. But I had a sneaky belief that he would do it, even though first game wasn't good. Practice has been good. for me, and I don't know what I'm saying. Just carry on.
Listen, we'll let you off. You should be used to holding the mic.
Yeah, sorry,
normally. Let's have a word on your opponents, Brighton. You've played them 2 years in a row. Unfortunately for them, they've come out second best to you 2 years in a row. But how good have they been throughout the ePremier League?
They've been really good. I really feel for them this time. Not last year I didn't feel for them, but this year I do. You're losing, what is it, twice now in a row. I think Marley's lost 3 finals. It's horrible feeling. So now I really feel bad for them. But
well, listen, congratulations to you, and Matty, congratulations to you as well. I'll let you celebrate with the rest of the Man City Esports team as we bring some other members of our cast towards me. Casey, come and join me. Look, we know how much Manchester City Esports invest in this, and it's a massive project for them. But it wasn't straightforward this time, was it?
This was not an easy route. They had to go through a lot of very, very difficult opponents, ups and downs for both players, both for Tex, both for Bonanno. But they did it. They did it again, back-to-back. Never been done before. Manchester City.
Back-to-back indeed. Let's take a look at the final bracket right now. Or shall I say the exact bracket that Casey predicted. Redlac, when you talk about predictions, Casey got it absolutely spot on.
I'm calling lucky. I don't know how she's done that, but fair play. How many games is that? 7? 7 correct in a row.
Absolutely unbelievable. And for everyone who's tuned in to the ePremier League, thank you for doing so. Not only have our players won back-to-back ePremier League champions, they're still celebrating as well. As you can see, they're in the eChampions League as well.
Absolutely, yeah. So another competition that they'll have their chance to fight it out and potentially win. Prestigious to be there, and we'll see how they do in eChampions League.
And if you're wondering how they did it and what tactics they were using, they're now available for you. So we're going to give that to everybody who's watching, and we'll be bringing that up onto the screen, which is on the screen right now of our final 4. I mean, Redlac, you're going to be using any of these tactics?
I think I need Bananas after that comeback is sublime. The way he was losing, then winning, they're really good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what an incredible few weeks of action it's been in the ePremier League. Back-to-back champions, Manchester City Esports. Funnily enough, they weren't actually the first seeds, despite being the holders.
They were not. Ipswich was #1 going into this. They got knocked out first round today. I called it, did call that one, and they were able to go all the way through despite not being that #1 seed.
I mean, does this not further solidify how well these guys have done together as a pair, and then they are still the team to beat here in the Premier League?
Yeah, 2 years together, 2 wins. That duo is unstoppable, but I feel for Brighton. 2 years in a row, losing the final, it's unforgivable.
Yeah, well, listen, we've done it again. The ePremier League has been completed. Manchester City have done it again. Before we go, a massive thank you to the 3 men who were casting through the action. Incredible work. As always, all of our players who competed, it wouldn't have been possible with you, and of course, everybody who's watching at home. Redlac, thank you very much. Casey, thank you very much. We'll be back next year. Manchester City, back-to-back ePremier League champions.
Well, here we go then. 8 teams remain in the ePremier League, and we kick off with these quarter-finals. A bar ball! At the death! Full-time result, Spurs win. It's a gift! Oh, blocked off the line! Oh, it's a full-time result there. Southampton eliminated.
Let's see what City can do. He's taken Tex 4 minutes. Man City are cruising here at the ePremier League. Chance! Oh, what a block! And Man City, by the skin of their teeth, go through. That's a big chance. He squandered it on the first time, or the second time I'm asking. That's a full-time result. Handshakes all round.
Well, he was 2 goals behind Jaden Groden. He might be in front now. Back-to-back ePremier League grand finalists.
Can Bonanno supply? Son! Big finish. And look at that reaction. Man City leading 5-1. Make that 6.
Well, how about this then? An ePremier League final, which looks exactly the same as it did 12 months ago, as Brighton & Hove Albion will take on Manchester City